It all started because I had to use the bathroom. I was on my way home after having worked a double, and if I'd just gone before I left work, it wouldn't have been a problem. I was in such a hurry to get home because I knew I was going to have to come back and do it again in another 8 hours. My relief had called out about 30 minutes before my shift ended, and though the manager was sympathetic, he said I had to stay unless I could find someone to work for me. 8 hours later, I staggered out the front door and into my car so I could go home and pass out just in enough time to do it again tomorrow. I was about halfway home when I got struck with the overwhelming urge to use the bathroom. It wasn't one of those you can hold it kind of warnings. It was a full-blown, you're going to pee in the toilet or you're going to pee in your pants, but you got about 2 minutes or so to pull the trigger on this decision kind of warnings. I was about 20 minutes from home, and every place I passed was dark or locked up for the night. I just about decided to pull over to the side of the road when I saw the comfortable glow of a Dollar General sign in the distance. I pulled in, figuring it was probably still open, and if it was, I'd use the bathroom. If not, I guess I'd just go behind the building. It was about 10:30 at night, and I was surprised when I saw the open sign still lit up. Their big sign was different. Well, a little different than I was used to, at least. It wasn't the usual Dollar General logo, and as I got closer, I saw that I'd pulled up into a Dollar General Beyond. Wasn't a type of Dollar General I was familiar with, but hey, beggars couldn't be choosers. I heard the comfortable ding of the automatic door as I walked inside, and it put me at ease. The personal speakers that some manager had rigged into the sound system were playing soft rock from one of the local stations, and the overhead fluorescents flickered and crackled in that way that makes you think they're just about to go out. The doors closed behind me with an almost ominous thump, but I shook it off as my bladder throbbed again. I found a tired-looking blonde woman standing behind the counter, and she seemed barely coherent. She didn't even look at me when I walked up, and when I asked for the bathroom key, she turned her head minutely and offered me a fluorescent pink fly swatter with a key hooked to the bottom. I nearly ran to the bathroom, slipping the key in as I opened the door and paused in confusion. I opened the door to find another Dollar General. It was the same as when I went in. Same stagnant soft rock playing over the speakers, same fluorescent buzzing overhead, the same tired salt and pepper flake linoleum that scuffed underfoot. It was a little mesmerizing as I stepped inside, the feeling of vertigo momentary but awful as I let the door snap shut behind me. My need to pee was forgotten as I looked around, and I would be too distracted to remember it for a little while. There were only two differences between this Dollar General and the one that I'd stepped out of. One was the disappearance of the blonde woman. I thought maybe I'd just gotten turned around somehow, just a tired trick of the mind, until I walked up to the counter. The woman was gone, but it wasn't something that seemed odd right away. She'd probably gone into the office to count the drawers down so she could go home, and I rang the bell on the desk as I called for help. I rang it a dozen or so times, calling loudly for someone, but no one ever came out. I jumped the counter then, but the office behind it was empty. I checked the back, checked every aisle, but they were empty too. The second difference was that all the doors out of the store were locked and refused to budge. It was getting too weird by now, and I really wished I'd just peed behind the store. I went to the doors and pushed on them, feeling for a lock or something, but there was nothing on the smooth surface. There was no mechanism to unlock the door either. The door was simply unmoving. I went into the back, meaning to go out the back door, but that door was also locked. After about 30 minutes of looking for a key or some way out, I sat down on the counter and decided maybe I'd been locked in for the night. The blonde had looked half brain dead and had probably just left and locked me in. If she had, then why leave the lights and the music on? I pondered it for a minute, but eventually I just shrugged and decided to call the police so they could come get me. I didn't want some cop to drive by on a routine patrol and think I was in here stealing. What's more, I had to be back at work before Dollar General opened. My boss was not going to be happy if I was late, and was unlikely to believe I was trapped in a Dollar General. So I took out my cell phone, dialed 911, but all I got was a weird static noise. I dialed a few more numbers, but each time, the static got louder and angrier. Eventually, I stopped trying. The 5G, however, still works, so I guess that's lucky for you guys. I decided that if I couldn't reach them, I would at least tell them what was going on. I opted to make a sign so that if anyone saw me through the windows, they wouldn't think I was robbing the place. I set about looking for something to make a sign with, and luckily for me, I was locked in a Dollar General. About 2 minutes later, I had a sign made out of construction paper taped to the door, letting everyone know that I was stuck in here and that I needed help. After that, I stepped away from the door, tried to decide what to do now. My bladder groaned again, and I remembered why I'd stopped here in the first place. I opened the door to the bathroom, and hey, wouldn't you know it, there was another Dollar General in there. I must have opened the bathroom door and stepped through about 4 times before I just decided to go in the water fountain. My business completed, I decided to have a bite. I walked around, finding some cold sandwiches and chips, a soda, a little ice cream, and I took it to the front. The self-checkout wouldn't work, so in the end, I just left some money on the counter and figure I'd pay the difference when they opened tomorrow. As I sat eating, the food balanced in my lap as the lawn chair I'd found allowed me to eat off of something other than the floor. I found myself feeling oddly uncomfortable. This wasn't the kind of place you were supposed to eat in. It was tantamount to camping in a car wash, and felt like something was watching me as I munched my food. I'd sat up near the door, and as I found my eyes straying back to it again and again, I noticed something else strange. I was pretty close to a busy road, and approaching midnight or not, I should have seen headlights of some kind by now. We were right next to a pretty busy highway, and the idea that not so much as a log truck or a delivery vehicle had cruised by all night was kind of strange. It was then that I also noticed, after looking back at the door for about the 20th time in 2 minutes, my sign was gone. I left my food in the chair thinking maybe it had just fallen down, but it was nowhere to be found. The tape I had used to stick it there was gone too. The markers I left on the counter, even the package of poster board. It was all gone. I walked around saying hello again, thinking someone had come and found my mess before cleaning it up. But I was still alone in the store. I made a new sign and hung it up in the window, and as I returned to my slightly melted ice cream, I kept looking back at it. I looked at it mistrustfully, waiting for it to disappear again, but it stayed stuck to the door, just as the last one had. Until it had suddenly gone missing, that was. After finishing my little dinner, I grabbed some bedding from the end cap near the middle of the store and some chair pads from the same area. I figured I wouldn't get more than a few hours of sleep before someone came in and asked what the hell I thought I was doing, and settled in to get a little shut-eye. I tried to send a text to my boss to let him know what was going on, but the text just sat there unsent. I sighed and closed my eyes, getting comfy as I tried to fall asleep. I nodded off eventually and woke up 10 hours later to much the same scene. It was a little concerning when I looked at my phone and saw how much time had passed. It was even more concerning when I realized the sun still wasn't up. No one had tried to call me. No one had arrived to ask me what I thought I was doing. And that was when I sat down to write this. As I said, the 5G seems to work very well, but I can't so much as make a phone call from my phone. The outlets seem to work pretty good, and there's plenty of chargers here to keep my phone from dying. I don't seem to be in any danger of starving either. I have food, water, and power, but no way out. I don't know how long I can stay here or wherever I am, but it appears that I've found something incredible. Incredible and inescapable. It's funny, My friends and I used to joke about the number of Dollar Generals in any given place. They always seemed to get closer and closer to each other, and once I made a joke about how one day I'd turn down an aisle and find myself in a completely different Dollar General. You know, enter the back area, a new Dollar General location. Fall through a hole in the floor, you'd drop right into a newly constructed Dollar General. We'd laugh about it over our beers, but it seems less funny now. I'll keep you all posted. I suppose this would count as my first day in the Dollar General Beyond, but I'll let you know if I discover anything new. If you come across one, I can't stress enough to avoid the Dollar General Beyond at all cost. If you do go inside one, for God's sake, don't go into the bathroom. There are forces at work here that I don't think anybody understands. Hey everyone. I have no idea how long I've been in the Dollar General Beyond, but I figure it's been about a week. I've been keeping notes in my journal. It's the purple one with the glitter cover, if you must know, so I could update you guys on what I've learned about this place. It isn't a lot. I'm still getting used to the DGB, but I have made a few little discoveries. First, let me answer some of your burning questions. For starters, yes, all my social media works, but most of my friends seem to think that I'm having a go at them. The ones who call the police for me message me back to tell me to stop messing around. I've had my account seized on Facebook because they think I've been hacked, but Reddit still seems to work pretty well. Some of you have brought up the bathroom situation. I mostly pee down the sink in the back, but for number twos, I've set up a bucket with a bag in it. I've been putting the bags in the manager's office and just kinda don't go in there. The doors do not open, and the glass will not break, as I'll explain later. Keep them coming though, guys. I'll answer some more the next time I'm on. My first discovery was the things inside the Dollar General are finite. DGB is what I started calling the place to save time because spelling out Dollar General Beyond every time got pretty old. The stuff that's here doesn't seem to spoil. At least none of the packages have dates on them, but they do run out. You'd think it would take a while to go through all that stuff in the store, but you'd be wrong. 7 sleeps, since there's no days in here. After I got stuck here, I ran out of sandwiches that I liked. The coffee drinks that I usually drink were starting to get a little low, and the ice cream was gone. Now, I may have been doing a little stress eating, but most of it is just unnoticed replenishment that we all take for granted. I tried to find more in the back, but the back is just a big open space. There are some hand trucks back there and a couple of those pump-up lift things, but no product on the shelves. This leads me to the second thing. There is no way out of the DGB. The doors are still locked, and I can't see anything out the windows. There may be things out there, but they seem content to ignore me and are unaware that I'm in here. The doors in the back are also unmoving, and I looked for something big to break the front window with, but that only solidified rule number 2. I found a lug wrench in the automotive section, but it just bounces off the glass and doors. It doesn't seem to damage them, nothing beyond little dents, and I finally just gave up when I got tired. While I was lying on the floor, my chest working like an accordion, I noticed the ceiling. I scampered to the back and found a ladder near the wall that they probably used for changing out the ceiling tiles and took it back to the floor so I could climb into the ceiling. I thought that if I could make a hole in the roof, it's just green metal roofing like it usually is, I could get out and see where I was. I took some cutting implements and got the biggest ladder I could find out of the back, but as I slid open the ceiling tile, I saw not an attic space, but a giant pulsating void. I reached a hand up to it, but I couldn't bring myself to touch it. It was as if something was repelling me, and after standing up there for a few minutes, or hours, or however long I was on that ladder, I climbed down and put it away. I try not to think about it if I can help it. I've started doing things in the store to keep my mind busy. They've sort of colored my days. If day 1 was figuring things out and day 2 was getting settled, then day 3 was when I sat down to color. I had meant to go get some mouthwash when I saw the rack of coloring books in the stationery section. They had all kinds of coloring books, Avengers and princesses, dinosaurs and sea creatures, and before I knew it, I had a pack of colored pencils open, and I was filling the pages. I spent most of that day coloring in animals of various kinds, or superheroes, or intricate designs in the adult coloring books. Heck, I colored in some of the regular books, too, and I grabbed a couple of the more interesting ones to read off the spindle rack at the end of the aisle. On day 4, I set about building as many of the Lego sets as there were on the toy aisle. You wouldn't imagine that a Dollar General would have a lot of them, but I spent the better part of 12 hours putting Legos together. Spaceships, dinosaurs, buildings, vehicles, I assembled them all and began flying or driving them around the floor half-heartedly. By the end of the day, I was just throwing them at the front door and watching them smash to pieces. I told myself it was to make it harder for anything coming in, but I really just liked the way they went to pieces when they hit the glass. Day 5 was spent on cooking and crafts. I used the gas stoves they sell to cook a few dishes from the cookbooks. I even ate a few of them. I found a cookbook on the shelf and had the ingredients for most of the dishes, so I figured why not give it a try. After that, I built a bunch of crafts from the craft aisle, inflated some of the inflatable pool toys and had a tea party with them, and really just kind of had fun. This was honestly a time of relaxation for me more than anything. I had worked myself to the bone for years, and the ability to just kind of exist was nice for a change. I had been sent home for about 2 months with pay during the COVID times, and the longer I stayed there, the more I realized I missed it. I missed getting paid to exist, doing things I liked, and just having fun. It wasn't actually fun, though, I guess. It was more like when you're a kid at daycare and you're waiting for your mom to come pick you up while you play with their toys. It all came to a head on day 6. I woke up excited to find something else to do, but the longer I looked, the less I found to do. I put on some clothes from the clothing section, but I couldn't find anything my size. I found some pants that were too big and a shirt that was too small, and threw them both on the floor as I just decided to keep my old clothes on from yesterday. I went to the toy aisle, but nothing caught my eye, and after stepping on a Lego truck with my bare foot, I went to find some shoes. I then went to make some breakfast, but I was kind of over it. I settled for grilled cheese before going to find something to occupy myself again. Most of the crafts were built, most of the books were colored and read, and I was struggling to find anything to keep my mind occupied. I found one of those plug-in games, the kind you plug into the TV to play games on, but I couldn't find a TV to attach the cords to. I went to bed that night feeling frustrated and realized that some of the magic was gone from my sanctuary, which had turned into a prison cell. Then, on day 7, okay, this sounds a little childish, but I got fed up and went around wrecking things. It started with something small. I woke up with a pain in my neck, surrounded by inflatable toys, and went to go get a coffee drink. I stank. I could smell myself after not having showered in 5 days, and I decided I might try to set up a camp shower. I was still hoping to wake up and discover that this was some kind of dream I was having, but the longer it went on, the less sure I was. So I went to get a coffee drink. Starbucks mocha frap from the cooler, but they were all out. I didn't remember drinking the last one, but I guess I must have. There was a whole row of French vanilla beside it, but suddenly that made me even angrier. I didn't want French vanilla. I didn't want a microwave toaster cooked in the microwave I'd found in the break room, and I didn't want to be stuck in the Dollar General with no one to talk to anymore. I took one of the French vanilla drinks, stepped back, and hurled it through the glass front of the refrigerator. It shattered, spilling glass and coffee all over the floor, and I made another discovery right then. Number 3. That felt pretty good. I did it again, and again, and again. Then I ran out of glass, and I threw a couple at the front door, but it didn't break. After that, I went on a rampage through the aisles. I smashed all the crafts, threw all my Legos, popped my inflatable friends with scissors or knives, or just jumped on them, tossed soda bottles, watched the tops burst as they went flying, and basically had a tantrum that would befit any 6-year-old. When I was done, I lay in the wreckage, making snow angels in a pile of chips I'd poured out, and as I panted heavily, I felt a little better. I had pushed over a few of the shelves as well, and between two of them, the slant they made seemed to form an arrow. I saw something else I had done. In my chaos, something had hit one of the ceiling tiles, and now all the blackness could be seen. I started to worry about that, but it was burned away in the face of my newfound adrenaline. I climbed onto the two shelves, shifting a little as they ground monotonously, and looked into the void. It was still just hanging up there, motionless overhead, and I grabbed something from the top of the fallen shelf and tossed it towards the space. I didn't write down what it was, but I guess it doesn't matter because it never came out of that space again. I grabbed something else, had reared back to fling it, but I stopped halfway through the throw. Something about that darkness made me very uneasy. The way it moved after I'd tossed something into it seemed angry. I know how that sounds. How can darkness be angry? But it did. It seemed to watch me as I prepared to throw, daring me to let it fly and see what happened. I let whatever it was fall to the ground and went down to get ready for bed. I was tired, exhausted from my day of destroying my prison, and I decided to drag my bedding under the shelves that I had dropped together. 1, it made me feel like I had a shelter, and 2, it was the cleanest part of the floor with the least amount of crap on it. 3, I guess, was that if it collapsed on top of me, at least I wouldn't be stuck here anymore. I had scratched that last one out of my journal, but I think it's important to have it now. It speaks a lot to my state of mind. I must have dozed off for a little bit because I came awake and I was surprised to see that something had changed. The store was completely dark. The store lights had never gone out in the week that I'd been here, not unless they went off after I went to sleep, and the new dark was highly unsettling. I wondered if that was what had woken me up, but as the shelves groaned again, I realized it had been something else. Whatever that something was, it was now perched on top of my makeshift structure. For the first time in a week, I had something else here with me, and the knowledge made my blood run cold. I was under a big pile of blankets and inflatables that I had dragged here, and I snuggled down beneath them like a kid when he thinks there's a monster in his closet. I heard it moving around, heard it making its careful way out of the shelves and across the mess I had created. The way it moved made me believe it was huge and hunkered to fit in the space, but I refused to peek and see what it was. It made a noise of discomfort more than once, clearly coming down on some of the sharper bits of my mess, and I closed my eyes as I tried to stay as quiet as I could. I wasn't sure if it was dangerous. I didn't know if it could hurt me, but I knew enough to know that I really didn't want to find out. It moved about for some indeterminable amount of time. Could be an hour as much as it could be 5 minutes, but eventually it left, and I could see the lights blink back to life as they came back on. Whatever it had been, it had killed the lights, and I made a note to watch out for that in the future. Eventually I gave up on sleep and got up to see what was still edible in the destroyed ruins of my cell. After finding some unopened chips and a mostly intact pizza, some of the soda that I hadn't wrecked, I sat down to eat breakfast and write this. I decided to transcribe the journal into my phone, just in case something happens to it, and I've also decided to go into the bathroom again. It brought me here in the first place. Maybe it can take me back again. Even if it doesn't, maybe it'll take me somewhere else. I've ruined all my food here during my tantrum, and if it brings me right back here, then I guess I'll have to salvage what's left and try to live as long as I can. Looking through the door now, the DGB on the other side looks very different from the one I'm in now. It looks like this one when I first came through, and I'm hoping that if it doesn't take me back where I came from, then maybe it'll take me somewhere less wrecked. Wish me luck. Either way, that's all for now. Hopefully there will be a chance for more, some other time. Hey there, everyone. It's me again. It's been about, I don't know how long since my last update, but I've made some new discoveries since. So, when I went through the door, I had a backpack, my journal, and a charger with a butt. I was wearing a fresh pair of basketball shorts, some flip-flops, and a shirt with some sports team or another on it. I had also stuck a few undestroyed bits of food in the backpack as I passed within the room, and I closed my eyes and prayed that I would come out in my world. No such luck, but I did step out into a brand new Dollar General Beyond. The shelves were upright, the floor may not have gleamed, but it was clean, and the shelves and the cooler were fully stocked for another day of business. Stranger still was the change that came over me. When I walked through, I'd been holding the straps of my backpack, praying under my breath for escape, but as I walked in, my hands suddenly grabbed onto nothing, and I felt jeans on my legs and boots on my feet again. I looked down to find that I was wearing my work shirt, the logo for Rocco's Subs across the front, and took inventory of myself before going on. Discovery number 4. You can't take things with you from other Dollar Generals. Only the things I brought into the Dollar General Beyond stayed with me when I traveled. Traveling is what I called it when I go from the bathroom and step into a new Dollar General Beyond. My phone, my wallet, my work ID, the 27 cents I had from something earlier that day, and the granola bar I had crumpled up in my back pocket traveled with me. Anything I tried to bring through the DGB doesn't come with me, though. It's not a big problem. I can get more chargers or supplies when I get there, but it's a little jarring to feel the backpack disappear off your own back. As such, I've started keeping my journal here on my phone since the words in the notes seem to come along with me too. This brings me to the next thing. Discovery 5. The stores reset themselves when you travel. The DGB I walked into looked similar to the one I had left, and the stock was back in place. I say similar because the inflatables are gone in favor of autumn items. There's decorative pumpkins on the seasonal shelves. There are fall items throughout the store, and many of the coffee drinks now have pumpkin spice in their midst. Everything else is the same, but it's like the store goes through little changes when you go to a new one. I still couldn't leave. The door refused to open, but the lights are on and the music is still playing, so that's not too bad. Plus, I like pumpkin spice, so it's not a big problem. This time around, I started experimenting a bit with the bathroom door. I now realize that the sign I made on the first night hadn't just gone away. When I passed back through the bathroom door, I had gone into a new DGB, and the sign hadn't existed there yet. I didn't bother to put one up this time, not really wanting to attract the attention of whatever might be out there anyway. I took note of my food, deciding how much I'd have before I had to move again, and I figured I had about 2 months of food, as long as I didn't go buck wild. I found some bedding and made myself a little bed area. That's when I set to experimenting. I started by throwing things through the door. It started with action figures. I probably tossed about 24 of those green army men through the door before realizing I had no way to see if I could get them back. So I went to the dental aisle and got some floss. That's when I discovered I didn't have to get them back. There was a small pile of loose army men laying on the floor of the toy aisle, just hanging out as if they had tumbled there from nowhere. The other store had rejected them, sending them back to their point of origin, and I looked at the dental floss dubiously. I shrugged. It was for science, after all. I hooked it to the base of the soldier and tossed it in. The army man disappeared into the space, and the dental floss kept spooling out as if the door was pulling it. It came out quickly, running out fast enough to make me think I might see smoke, and when the spool jerked as it hit the end, the little box fell out of my hand. It slid across the ground and went in too. I watched the door for a few seconds before going to see if both had gone back to their point of origin. Sure enough, the army man was in the toy aisle and the floss was in a pile on the dental aisle, with the box beneath it. I picked up the floss and went to look for other things that I could throw through the door. I didn't really have anything living, besides me, and I knew I could go through the door just fine. I settled for some bananas, but they too came back. Same with other fruit, but I had figured they would. Liquids were the same. The oil I splashed through the portal made a huge mess on the floor when it tried to go back, and I stopped after that. Nothing could go through the door other than me. Got it. That was day 8, I suppose. On day 9, I looked at the data and had to see what it all meant. The only thing I really knew about this place was A, I couldn't leave, B, I could only go to copies of other Dollar Generals, C, some of those copies were a little different but still similar, and D, only I could go between the places. And E, there was something that came out when the lights went off that I did not want to meet again. It wasn't a lot to go by, but it was something. This place had rules, and rules were something that I could work with. I spent a few days in that particular store, throwing things at random into the portal to make sure the rules were constant. In the end, everything came back. Nothing was immune to the rules, except for me. I looked for living things to throw in, but it appeared I was the only thing that lived here, which was concerning. Most stores try to keep themselves clean, but inevitably there will be bugs or even rats in the store. I checked under every shelf, in every corner, and behind every box and bag, but I couldn't find any of the usual signs of pests. No mouse crap, no spider webs, no roach bodies, no nothing. Maybe that was part of it too. I don't know, but I made a note of it. Discovery number 6, there are no pests in the Dollar General beyond. After that, I decided I had done all I could here. What else was I going to do in this store? What was I going to do in other stores, for that matter? I didn't know, but I realized that staying wasn't going to get me anywhere. I started to pack a few things, but realized the futility. It would all just disappear when I went, but I did do something before moving on. I went and grabbed a permanent marker from the stationery section and drew a big letter B on the floor by the front door. I didn't know if it did, but if I ever rolled back through a store that I'd already been to, I wanted to be able to tell. That done, I stepped through the bathroom and into another Dollar General. It wasn't mine either, though. The store looked the same, but all the products were in a foreign language. I had taken Spanish in high school, but whatever the language was, it wasn't that. Thought it might be Middle Eastern. I'd played enough COD that I'd seen enough street graffiti to find it familiar, but it was still unknown. Some of the food was different, too. There were more regional cuisines, flatbreads, and strange meats, and the music playing overhead was something best described as pop with yelling. The automatic door had also been replaced with a roll-down grate, which was secured as if for the night. I ate a little of the food, the stuff that didn't need to be cooked, and drew a big C on the floor near the door before moving on again. I did this for a while, not really sure how long I was traveling, but leaving my signs behind. Some of the stores were set for different holidays. Some of them were in different languages. A couple of them had weird alien goods that I had no idea what they were, and I moved on from them quickly. Some looked to be selling human meat and pieces of people. In some there was music, and some there was silence. In one, the lights were black lights. In another, the floor was lit up and the ceiling was not. Some of the music was just static. In the store that sold human meat, the music was just the same screaming again and again. In all of them, I left a letter somewhere. In all of them, I hoped to find my way home, and didn't. This was exciting at first. I was exploring unfound territory and seeing things that no one had ever seen before. I was a pioneer, a traveler, and I found myself filled with wonder as I hoped this trip would be my last. The stores were cool, and I was never scared of what I saw. The rules had always been that I was the only living thing there. The rules had always been that there was nothing in these places that would hurt me. I had put the creature out of my mind, though perhaps I had dreamed about it, and as time went by, I couldn't tell you how long I spent just going from one to the next, to the next, to the next. In some I spent days. In some I spent minutes. When I was tired, I slept. When I was hungry, I ate. When I had to go, I went. It wasn't until I drew a Z on the ground of a particular Dollar General, one with a strange mixture of French and Spanish products that all seemed to be made of lamb meat, that I realized how long I'd been doing this. This was the 26th store that I'd been to. I'd been going straight through many of them, and had yet to see anything beyond the front door other than the murk of night, or darkness, or whatever it was. I hadn't found anyone else either, and that was beginning to worry me. I also hadn't run back over any of the letters, which was less worrisome, since it meant there might be an end to these stores. I found I'd been looking at the Z on the floor for several minutes, before shaking it off and heading back to the bathroom. Nothing to do now but carry on. It would be another 7 stores before my ideas of being alone were challenged. The letters had replaced my days by then. I could have no more told you how long I'd been here than I could have told you who the King of Spain was. I had been leaving double letters after the Z, but I figured that at some point I would have to leave triple and quadruple. I tried to sleep as little as possible, keeping moving until I had to stop. I was yawning as I went into the store that I was already thinking of as FF, and I walked into a familiar scene, though I knew it wasn't the place I'd thought it was. The store was wrecked, and it was the first one I'd seen out of order since the store I had left behind. I wondered if I'd come full circle, but one look at the shelves was enough to tell me that I hadn't done this. All the food was labeled in a strange language that I had no clue how to read, and the doors looked like an elevator, the metal doors firmly closed. As I moved about the store, I felt like something was watching me, and I found myself turning quickly as I tried to catch sight of it. It was the first movement I'd seen outside of my own as I walked past a mirror. It made me paranoid to feel something watching me, and I made a meandering path towards the automotive so I could find something to swing at it if it came after me. The lights in the back hung down from broken chains, and as they flickered, I saw what I was after. The 4-way lug wasn't a perfect weapon, but as the careful, furtive movements I'd been seeing suddenly turned into a wild and stunted charge, I gripped it tightly. I turned suddenly, smashing it into whatever was coming after me, but as I lifted it to swing again, I felt my fingers grow weak. It was a person. It was a human. At least I thought it was. He was an old man, shirtless and hunched, and his skin looked tight as it clung to his ribs. He had clearly not been eating enough, and he lifted his stick-thin arms as he tried to defend himself from me. However long he had been here, he had lost his ability to speak in something recognizable. He sputtered and chirped, making something like animal noises as he held his bleeding head and moaned in pain. I didn't wait for him to get his wits about him. I dropped the wrench and took off, sprinting for the bathroom as I leapt through the door and into a new Dollar General beyond. This one had flowers and Mother's Day decorations festooning every end cap, but all I could do was lay down and pull my knees to my chest. I had seen another person. I had attacked the only other person I had found. Well, technically he had tried to attack me first, but I was still coming to terms with what I had done as I tried to get myself together. The food here was normal, and as I ate, I pinned this addition to my journal. The notes here are all I have to prove that I'm not going crazy. It seems there are others here. They don't seem very friendly, though. I've already marked this store as GG, and I am preparing to take a rest for a little while before proceeding on. I don't know what else I'll find out there, but I still remain hopeful that I'll find a way out. I'll keep you posted. Pray for me. I still hope to come out of this alive. I know it's been a little bit, or maybe it hasn't, but I hope you guys haven't worried about me too much. It's been a really productive few days. I met someone, and he really helped me figure this thing out. He also helped me learn a few things that I wasn't aware of. Some things that scare the hell out of me. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me tell you what happened since I last posted. I spent several days in GG, the store with the Mother's Day decorations, just getting my head together. You may have a hard time believing this, but I don't often have to attack people in my day-to-day life. Every now and again, you may have to bump chests with a rowdy customer at the sub shop, but I hadn't actually had to fight another human being since high school. The thought that I might have killed the guy was repugnant to me. I was afraid to move on to the next shop as well. What if I found another person like that? What if I found a whole tribe of them? The person who had slept below the shelves and prayed they would crush him seemed like worlds away from me, and I found that maybe I did want to keep living. After a few days of eating and feeling sorry for myself, I collected up the things that would come with me and stepped through the bathroom door again. I went back to my usual routine, but finding another person made me think. Was I the only one leaving marks? Was I the only one marking the stores in case I needed to find my way back? I looked around, but I never found anything beyond the usual graffiti or vandalism. Rude words scrawled on the door by the bathroom, sometimes in English and sometimes not. I also found hearts with initials, catchphrases, the usual things that children do. It meant nothing until I saw something different in store KK. I'd been traveling slower, really looking for signs of other people, and that's when I found the bulletin board. I knew something was different when I walked into KK. The shelves weren't full like the others had been. They weren't empty, not really, but they were sparse, and they looked picked over. Things were out of place, too. The store had furniture, and some of it had been arranged in a way that made me think people had been sleeping close for comfort. The ceiling tiles were hanging down, too, something I didn't like, and the music was nothing but harsh static. Also, there was a sign written on poster board in the front window. I blinked at it when I noticed, thinking it might be mine. Someone had scrawled a similar message on the other side, but the side that would only be seen by the people in the store was different. The writing was messy, scribbled with magic marker, but it was readable, and it filled me with hope that the crazy hermit might not be the norm. If you can read this, check the bulletin board in the break room. When I come back, I'll answer your message. It was like a bomb going off in my head, and I kicked myself for not looking before. How many break rooms had I been in? How many times had I used the microwave or opened the fridge to see what was inside? I had passed by the corkboard 1,000 times, but never once had I thought to read it. It would be things I had no interest in, things for employees, but it seemed now that that might not be the case. I hurried behind the counter and went to check the board, finding a treasure trove of knowledge. Their name was Gale, and they'd pinned a good many things there. Rules for the DG. 1. Don't go outside. There's nothing out there. 2. The food runs out, so don't hog it all. 3. The food doesn't go bad, so don't worry about that. 4. Whatever you do, stays here. 5. Don't go into the ceiling. No one comes back from the ceiling. 6. Don't be afraid to leave. There's nothing for you here once it's gone. Another piece of paper had a picture of a dark creature that had been colored in with a crayon. The miasma, it was called. Don't let it see you or you'll die. Don't go into the ceiling or it'll get you. The last bit seemed to be a goodbye letter, and it was in the same handwriting as the others. I feel bad that I couldn't bury you properly, so let this serve as your memorial. Here lies Kenneth, Margot, Rudy, and Celine. They were the best crew anyone could have asked for, and I miss them every day. Kenneth, who was never late for work and always so full of adventure, lost when he went outside. Margot, so full of life and hope, lost to the thing that lives in the ceiling. Rudy, my son, who wanted more than his old man could give him, lost in the ceiling when he went to go get Margot. Celine, who always made sure we ate before she would, went through the door when I was too cowardly and hard-headed. Let this stand as their gravestone. Let this tell their tale. I hope to find Celine when I go through the door. I'm still scared. I'm still hard-headed. But the food won't last forever, and I have to do something. If Rudy is out there somewhere, then I'd rather die trying to find him than starve to death in this place. To whoever reads this, don't be afraid to go through the door, and I hope to see you on the other side. Gail Thornton, Assistant Manager of the Dollar General Beyond Store, 4891. I didn't know whether I should leave anything or not. This looked like a memorial more than a notice board, but if Gail came back here, I wanted him to know that someone else was out there. Paper was pretty easy to come by, ditto pens, and I scribbled a hasty introduction before pressing it to the surface with a pushpin. It looked lame beside Gail's words, but it was the best I had. I ate a little of what was left and left my mark before moving on. When I traveled now, besides leaving marks, I always checked the bulletin boards. Sometimes there were messages from Gail, but mostly there weren't. Sometimes there were other messages, though. Usually it was people looking for people, or looking for people who were lost. Some of the bulletin boards looked like the messy walls of rest stops, and two that I saw a lot were someone looking for a boy named Jacob, and someone looking for a dog named Buddy. Looking for my grandson, Jacob, 5 years old, blue shirt, blue jean shorts, Skechers light-up shoes. If you see him, keep him safe. He liked mac and cheese. Disappeared when he went to the bathroom on accident. Border collie named Buddy, black and white with some brown, blue bandana around neck. Very sweet, good service dog. Would love to see him again. The former made my blood run cold, and the more I tried to put it out of my mind, the more it stuck. Jacob. The name the old man had screamed as he lay bleeding. Was he Jacob? Was he the one looking for Jacob? I didn't know, but it didn't matter either. I couldn't get back to him, and I had no clue where his grandson was regardless. I would leave notes of my own, letting them know that I was leaving the letters if they came across them, and telling them a little about the places I could remember. It was a lot like having a pen pal, except you were never sure whether they were getting your letters, and you had no way to get letters back from them. In that respect, I guess it was more like sending messages in a bottle. It went on like that for a while, but when I came to BBB, I found out that someone had seen one of my messages and left a response. Dear Alphabet Man, very clever. I like your ingenuity. I'm glad you found the bulletin boards and have figured out a little bit about this place. Hopefully we can find each other someday. It would be nice to see a friendly face. Gail. I was thrilled. Finally someone was responding back to me. I had felt a little guilty about not trying to communicate with the old man, but this made me feel a little bit better. If we could get together, we could share knowledge. If we could meet, then maybe we could figure this out. I kept going, each new store hoping to find Gail, but each new store seemed to find me a couple of steps behind him. He was leaving messages, leaving answers to old messages sometimes too, but I never seemed to catch him. Gail and I were moving through this space differently, it seemed, and Gail was better at it than I was. Gail, I came to believe, could move backwards as well as forwards. To Alphabet Man. Saw your mark, the one labeled K. Be careful if you find yourself there again. Sometimes there are shadows there that like people a little too much. Gail. To Alphabet Man. I thought I had gone to the hermit store for a minute, but I see this may be where you began your journey. Try not to destroy any more of them. They aren't as infinite as you might believe. Gail. To the Alphabet Man. I found your stovetop in a place called SS. Hope the eggs were good, and thanks for leaving me some. Gail. This went on for 3 or 4 more trips before I found the message I was looking for. JJJ, the spot I had found myself in, looked very different from the other stores I'd been to. It looked picked clean, every shelf emptied and bare. Someone had collected a pile of things from the store and attempted to burn the door. It smelled like they'd used lighter fluid to start, and the ceiling tiles by the door had fallen as they charred and left a wide, gaping maw above. The door, however, was none the worse for wear. I skirted the edge of the ceiling hole and made my way towards the break room. I didn't expect to find anything, but I was surprised to find the break room still intact. On the board was a message written on the back of a charred newspaper. "Alphabet Man, I hate to leave you in a place like this, but if you keep your current path, you should be here in a couple of days. Stay here for 2 sleeps. There's food in the back as well as water. And if I haven't made it here by then, it means something has happened and you should move on. With any luck, we'll meet up in 2 days' time. Looking forward to seeing you. Gail." I read the message a few times, not sure if I wanted to stay here or not. This place was creepy, to be sure, but the chance to meet Gail was something that I couldn't pass up. I checked on the food he had mentioned and found several days' worth of water and non-perishable items that someone had stuck in the back. There was no sign of whoever had set the fire, and I hoped that I had the place to myself. I dragged some bedding and food to the break room, feeling that I'd rather hide in there than in the open, and settled in for the next couple of days. I kept the door to the break room closed, and if anyone moved out there, I didn't hear it the first night. I mostly rested the next day, glad for the opportunity to do so. I had been going straight for a long time, resting when I was ready to fall down, and it was nice to get a little downtime. I wished it was somewhere a little nicer, but even this place told me things I didn't know. The doors, it seemed, were very resilient, but that made me wonder about Gail's story. He said that Kenneth had gone out of those doors, and I wondered how such a thing was possible. The doors seemed unmovable, and the longer I thought about it, the more I couldn't wait to hear his story when he got here. As I settled in for the second night, though, I heard something groan from the main floor and huddled deeper under my blankets. It was the exact same sound I had heard as I lay under the shelves, and as I listened to it move through the bones of the store, I realized I'd trapped myself in my pursuit for safety. If it came in here after me, I'd have no way to escape, but if I could make it to the bathroom, I could escape and touch base with Gail some other time. He would understand, especially if this was the miasma, and I pushed the blankets away as I crept towards the door. I could hear it moving on the other side of the store, and as I opened the door, I prayed it wouldn't squeak. If it made a noise, it was unnoticed by the creature, and I prepared to make a break for it. I looked around the door frame, and I felt my ambition drain away as I caught sight of the creature, and I knew terror. It was huge, its shadowy form stooped over, and it looked like nothing I had ever seen. It was darkness, a living fog bank of midnight, and as my teeth threatened to clack, I glanced at the bathroom and tried to steel myself for a run. That's when I saw something that pushed my apprehension away and filled me with renewed drive. Over by the bathroom, peeking around the side of the alcove, was a person in a red vest with a salt and pepper crew cut. He saw me too, and as he nodded his head, telling me to come here, he tossed something towards the back of the store. The bottle burst with a loud pop, and the creature growled like a mudslide. It lunged towards the back, slamming into the back wall, and I took my chance and ran. It heard me then, turning its ponderous form as it tried to give chase, but I was out of reach. Gail grabbed my wrist as we lunged through the bathroom door, and the thing was mere inches behind us. As we lay outside the bathroom, the new Dollar General a pleasant sight after the burnt-out husk we'd come from, the man smiled and offered me a hand. "It's nice to meet you properly, Alphabet Man. I'm Gail, but I suspect you already figured that out." I know. It's been longer than you likely wanted to wait to hear more. I've been in a place the last few days that I've been calling the DGB-0. It's a place I've never been before, but it seems to be where Gail has been staying. There isn't any real difference between the DG-0 and any other store, but Gail has been living there for well, for a long time, and says it's his kind of base of operation. What's more, Gale can bring things between stores. When I asked him how, he said it was a trick that he had learned and that he might teach me if he had time. I laughed. Time was something we seemed to have a lot of. I honestly couldn't tell you how long it's been or how long I've been here. It never gets light out. There are no clocks inside the store. My phone time changes, but sometimes the date and year jump ahead by years or back by centuries. Right now, it says it's 3278 on Fronde in Mimtober in 1632. I haven't received any replies to any of my messages or posts, but I honestly haven't checked much. I don't even know if you guys are getting these anymore. I haven't seen a reply since the first installment, so I haven't really been responding. So don't take it personal if you've been sending me messages and I haven't been getting back with you. I've certainly been a little busy, after all. But on to what you're dying to know. Gale's a middle-aged guy, probably about 40 or 45. He's still wearing his Dollar General uniform, complete with name badge. He says that no matter what happens, it always comes back. The only thing that seems to stay with him are the bags under his eyes, and the guy looks tired. He made us dinner, soup and sandwiches, and toasted me with a pop from a brand I wasn't familiar with, but turned out to be ginger ale. After eating a couple of bowls of stew and about 3 sandwiches, I hadn't eaten much of substance in a few days, we started talking. I told him about my life as a wage slave, and he commiserated. I know what that's like. I had actually been transferred to this store when I got stuck here. How long ago was that? I asked, sitting back in the wicker chair that he had brought from somewhere else and listening to the comfortable creak. Who knows, Gale said. When I left the world as I knew it, it was 1998, and I'd just been sent to South Dakota to manage a new store. It's more pay, and you can pick your own crew, my boss had said, and I was glad for the money. My ex-wife had just petitioned for more child support, the 3rd time in as many years, and I was just trying to keep myself fed and in a bed and my head above water, he said with a laugh as he took a sip from the green can that it called itself Firm. So, I left Scottsdale, where I'd been managing one of the few remaining J.L. Turner & Sons, and after looking through some applications, I decided that I liked the look of Kenneth, Celine, and Margot. Oh yeah, wait, I remember there was another name on that memorial. When did Rudy come along? Gale looked away then, and I tried not to notice as he teared up a little. Oh, how could I forget Rudy? I'd been working at the store for a few months when he called me. Rudy was a lot older than his sister, from my first marriage when I was barely more than a kid myself, and he had been managing his own store in Texas. The store, however, had been burned down suddenly one night, and he was wondering if my store had any positions. I know you're the manager, Dad, but I'll do stock work if I need to. The noise around here makes me think that the locals don't like me being here, any more than they liked the store, and my apartment might go up in smoke next if I stay. Dollar General had run a few of the mom-and-pop stores in town out of business, you see, and the locals blamed Rudy and the DG for it. So, I called corporate and asked if I could get funding for one more worker, and Rudy came in to make it 5. We were tight-knit, working long hours and trying to compete with the local markets. The mom-and-pops in Chamberlain were dead set against losing business to us, but we held our ground and carved out a niche for ourselves. We didn't run the town, but we did okay. Then, one night, we got robbed. Margot and I were manning the front, Kenneth was in the back, and Celine was staying over to look at the books. She'd been an accountant before taking a job that was a little more flexible, and I had promised her some overtime if she could help me balance the receipts before our yearly audit next week. I wasn't even supposed to be there, but I was helping Margot through a busy time before the guy came in. We were getting ready to clean up after closing so we could pass the audit, and Rudy was coming in around 8 to help. We'd all clean for a while, and then maintain through Sunday, so we could be ready and fresh on Monday. We were just getting ready to close the doors at 8 when he barges in and pulls a gun. The guy had to be looking for drug money. He was out of his mind on something, and He rounded all of us up and put us behind the counter. He emptied the register, tried to get the safe, but it was on a timer that wouldn't even open till after 10, and made us empty our pockets and hand over our wallets. I was just thanking the universe that Rudy hadn't shown up when he popped up with a pizza after coming in through the employee back entrance. So, he joined the hostage situation. We all started out behind the counter, but the robber thought there might be a silent alarm back there. So he moved us all to the break room, but thought we might gang up on him in there. There was no door hanging on the break room, so there was no way to secure us. He finally decided to put us all in the bathroom and keep us pinned up there while he left. He herded us in through the door, and imagine our surprise when we came out in a different Dollar General. It was just like ours, except the doors wouldn't open. We didn't think about trying our way back through the bathroom, and good thing, too. These Dollar Generals don't seem to look back on themselves. The bathroom only takes you to a different one, never back the way you came. But you go to different ones, I put in. He smiled. In time, my friend, in due time. You probably remember the first Dollar General you stayed in for a while. I imagine it got a little boring after a while, didn't it? I nodded, telling him it had only taken about a week for me to be done with it. Well, imagine that time times 5. First, it was a lot of fun. We played games, we spent time together, and kind of felt like a real family. Rudy and Margot had been having a not-so-secret relationship for months, and Celine and Kenneth and I had been hanging out a lot after work. We cooked dinners, we made crafts, we built puzzles, and for a while it was great. After a couple of weeks, though, we all started to go a little cabin crazy. The sun never rose, the lights never went out, and the door never opened. We didn't know how we were being kept here, but some of them started trying to find a way out. He took another sip of his ginger ale, and as he wetted his throat for the long story, he pressed on. It started with Kenneth. Kenneth was an avid hiker and liked to explore. He wanted to see if the space outside the Dollar General was the same as ours, but he couldn't get the door open. He pushed and pulled and tried to break the glass, tried to wedge the door open, but it was no use. He tried for 3 days to get outside, and on the 4th day, something unexpected happened. Something that showed the rest of us that we might not be as alone here as we'd thought. The door opened. Kenneth had been shoving at it for most of the day, trying to get the front doors open and failing miserably. He finally threw whatever he was using down like a child having a tantrum and kicked it half-heartedly with his foot. Then, to his astonishment, it opened as smoothly as it ever had. Outside was nothing but smooth darkness, like the waters of a deep lake by night. And when he took his first step, I told him not to. I felt like something out there was wrong, some place we weren't meant to go. But he was powerless to stop himself. He stepped out into the darkness, and as he passed between the doors, they slammed shut behind him. I've never seen them open again like that, and they never opened for him to come back in again either. I glanced at the door to the Dollar General he had chosen to take up residence in, and that was when I noticed something. Someone had piled things in front of the door. Card racks and newspaper racks and other things blocked it, and it was unlikely that it would open and tempt him again. Some of them weren't even in English. Some of them had odd dimensions to them, and it was clear that he had ranged wide to find some of these things. Then Margot got snatched by whatever lurks in the ceiling. I call it the miasma, the thing that came after you in the burnt-out store. Had you seen it before? Once, I said. Bet it was right after you started messing with the ceiling, wasn't it? I nodded guiltily. Rudy and Margot had been looking for a way out as well. They decided they could get out through the roof, but when they took some of the tiles down, they discovered a deep bank of darkness up there. It was just like the stuff outside the door, and when Rudy reached out to touch it, I told him not to. Rudy was a good kid, and he knew better to touch something that I was worried about. The two of them were young enough, though, that when they called me over to see something, I watched as they tossed a tennis ball into the void. They had about 4 empty cans of tennis balls on the floor, and when I asked if they had all gone in, Rudy said they had. When I asked how many had come out, he told me none. I didn't think anything of it, and when he threw the cans up there, none of them came down either. I was settling in, getting ready for bed, Celine already snoozing on the little sectional piece we had pulled in close together, when the lights went out. This was alarming because the lights had never gone out before. The lights stayed on all the time, which was why it was hard to tell what time of the day it was and how long you had actually been here. There was a weird growling noise, and I heard someone scream from out in the darkness. Something fell over then, and I grabbed Celine as the two of us buried ourselves under piles of blankets. I was worried for Rudy and Margot, but at that point in time, I was more concerned with surviving until the lights came back on. Something stomped close to us, making a lot of racket as it pushed things around, but after a while, the lights came on again, and we surfaced to find some shelves shoved over, and a lot of things crushed and smashed. Rudy found us not long after that, saying that he and Margot had seen a monster come out of the ceiling. It had grabbed her, as the two of them had run for the manager's office. And when the lights came back on, he had found the same mess that we had. When I asked him what it looked like, he said it was hard to tell with the lights off. He drew the picture you saw in the break room, and for a while, that was the best description we had of the miasma. Rudy was sullen for a few days, looking at the hole in the ceiling, but I told him to leave it be. It had clearly come out because we had messed with it, and if we left it alone, it would leave us alone. He wanted to go for Margot, said he thought if he went up there he might be able to find her, but I told him to forget about it. We'd lost 2 people already, and the thought of losing my son was difficult to think about. After 3 days, I woke up to find a letter saying he was going to find Margot, and a ladder set up directly under the ceiling. I climbed it, meaning to go in and get him back, but after standing on that top rung and looking into the murk for nearly an hour, I finally climbed back down and put the ladder away. It was just Celine and I after that. We sat in silence for a few minutes, lounging on the padded sectional pieces that I now questioned whether or not had been their sleeping arrangements. "I'm tired," he said, his voice hollow as he lay back. "Let's continue this after some shut-eye." He rolled away from me, facing the chocolate upholstery, but I doubted he slept. At some point I dozed off after trying to ignore his quiet sobbing, and woke up to find coffee, eggs, bacon, and toast. Figured you might want a nice hot breakfast after what we went through yesterday with that thing. Don't worry, it's all scavenged from stores like ours. None of that human meat or weird animal parts or anything. I hadn't thought of that, but it was certainly an interesting concept. As we ate, Gale finished his story. Celine went last, and she may not even be dead. I was distraught after Rudy, just sitting there and feeling sorry for myself, but Celine had been experimenting with the door that we had come through. She told me how she opened it to find another Dollar General beyond that, and when she threw things into it, they came back. I just sat, not taking any of it in, and then one day she came up to me and said she was leaving. I looked up to see that she was wearing a backpack and had put on a floppy garden hat. "Going?" I asked, not understanding. "Going where? Can't go anywhere. We're stuck here. The food's beginning to dwindle, even with just the 2 of us eating. It won't last much longer, and I don't intend to starve here. If that doorway took us here, then it can take us out again, maybe. Come with me. Even if we go somewhere else, it's got to be better than here. There might be food, or maybe Rudy or Margot, or anything. Maybe Kenneth's out there somewhere. I don't know. Either way, if we stay here, we're gonna die. Come with me. We can start over, somewhere else." I wanted to. I really did. But at that point, I was at my lowest. My family had abandoned me. My son had left me too, and now the last of my friends had deserted me. I turned away, saying nothing, and when she left, I just sat there. She never came back, at least not as far as I know, and I've never seen her in any of the other stores I've traveled to. I sat there for a long time, just stewing, but eventually I was down to canned goods and big jugs of water. When the water ran out, I drank from the fountain. When the canned goods ran out, however, I started looking at that door, too. There was food on the other side. I could see it. Without thinking about it, I just stepped through one day. It was brand new Dollar General, fully stocked with food and set up for Christmas, and that was how it all started. I never stayed long in any store after that. I just kept moving, hoping I would find Celine or Rudy or anyone. I found a few people, but the ones I found were usually scared or half crazy, and I moved on quickly. One fella, an old guy in a half-destroyed store, stabbed me with pruning shears as I went through his place. He pulled up his shirt then, and I gasped as I saw the spot he pointed to midway up his belly. I didn't see anything, though. Not a scar, not a red mark, nothing. It looked as fresh as new skin, and he laughed when I looked surprised. Luckily for me, it was close enough to the door that I could make it through, and that's when I made my biggest discovery. I fell through the door, grabbed at the shears so I didn't push them in deeper, and found they were gone. So was the wound. You've probably noticed that no matter how ragged your clothes get, they always repair themselves when you pass through the door, right? Well, it's the same with your body. Burns, cuts, stabs, they all heal when you go through the door. I've had all manner of things wrong with me, but a new store always means a new me. We sat there for a few minutes, each of us digesting something different, it seemed. Did you ever find Rudy or Margot or Kenneth? I finally asked, already guessing the answer. It was several minutes before he responded, and I wasn't sure that he would for a minute. Nah. They went beyond the Dollar General beyond. The store protects us, insulates us to a certain degree, but if we go beyond, then we're lost. I've watched the store change over the years. New items added, new layouts and concepts, but I've stayed the same. I was 43 in '98, and I still look exactly the same as I did then. I haven't aged, and neither will you. The store traps us, keeps us like this, plays with us until it inevitably breaks us, and there's nothing we can do about it. He looked sad, but when he turned back, his smile had returned. But, he said, there are things we can do to make it harder for them to break us. Things I can show you. Gale promised to teach me what he knows, and I'm eager to learn. I've shared enough for now, though. Gale's asleep, and I can tell that the tapping of my phone keys is bothering him. I'll update you guys in a little bit. Till then, don't get stuck in the Dollar General beyond either, or we might have to come find you as well. Till next time. Hey guys, it's been a little bit since I've updated, maybe, and I figured I'd let you guys know what's been going on. Gale has taken me under his wing and is showing me his secrets to surviving in here. He's a good teacher, and I'm learning some tricks for navigating the DGBs. It's hard to explain it all, but I'm going to try my best. A lot of it's mental preparation and association, which is really hard to teach, but Gale's a pretty good teacher, and I'm starting to get the hang of it. The first lesson was how the DGBs work. All the Dollar Generals are like spokes on a big tire. They all move forward, never backward. You can't go back simply by going through the door. Wherever you entered from is your first spoke on the wheel. That's why everyone's journey starts in a different place. My first spoke is different from yours, and my last spoke will be different from yours too. There are nearly infinite Dollar Generals. At least I've never seen one repeat itself by going through the door. I'm sure there must be an end to them, but I'm not sure I want to see what it looks like any more than you do. You with me so far? I nodded, but thinking about it made my head hurt a little bit. Traveling the spokes, the stores, is easy. You just go through the door. Navigating the stores, that's a little harder. The way I did it was to think of the stores as spokes on a wheel, but a wheel needs a hub. This store is my hub. It's the middle point where I come to get out of the wheel. Technically, I guess it's a spoke too, but thinking of it as a hub helps ground myself. You get it? I waffled a little, not wanting to admit it was a little over my head. Kinda? Kale laughed. Don't worry, you'll pick it up. It's like riding a bike. Once you do it, it's easy. In that, he wasn't wrong. Lesson number 2 was traveling with people. So if you're traveling with other people, you have to be touching them for the two of you to travel together. Here, put a hand on my shoulder, he said, as he prepared to step through the door. I slid a hand on his shoulder, and we stepped through together, into a similar store. This one, however, was KK, the place I'd found Gail's bulletin board. See, that's how we came out into my Dollar General, when we left the miasma behind. I had a hand on your back, so we could travel together. That made sense, and we proceeded with Lesson 3, traveling to a specific place. You've done yourself a favor by leaving marks behind. At first, I was popping around to stores I remembered, like the ones with the weird letters or the ones with the strange things in them. But once I started leaving my own markings, I could travel to specific places. Pick out one of the stores you've been to before, and let's go there. He put a hand on my shoulder, and when I walked through the door, we came out in LL instead of GG, the store with the Mother's Day decorations. I was a little disappointed, but Gail patted my shoulder reassuringly. It's tricky. Took me a while to figure it out, too. Let's try again. Picture the marks you left. Close your eyes, get a good mental picture, and then step through the door. I tried again, really focusing on the twin G's, but when I stepped through this time, it was to find myself in an older location, the one with a single G on the floor. When I told him I'd goofed again, however, he told me it was progress. You're getting the hang of it. Going to G when you were thinking about GG is pretty damn close. Just keep practicing. You'll get it. We spent a while just traveling from one store to the next. Sometimes I got close. Sometimes I just moved forward. But after a while, I started to travel to the right destinations sometimes. It was something that took a lot of focus, and when I put my hand to my head and told him I was getting a headache, Gail suggested that we take a little break. Have a rest, drink some water or some Gatorade or maybe some coffee. Just kind of take it easy for a bit. It isn't something you get right away. It takes practice, and even I sometimes get it wrong after all this time. I can't say how long we were at it, but for what must have been a few days, we worked on pinpointing my navigation to the stores that I had been to already. I saw a lot of familiar places, though Gail refused to go to the meat market store, as he called it. He said that he'd encountered shadows there, shadows that thought he might be for sale, and he had barely escaped with his life. I figured I must have gone while they were closed, and counted myself lucky. After a while, I could travel pretty well between stores without too much trouble, and when Gail was pretty confident that I had the process down, he suggested we move on to something else. Lesson 4 involved bringing other things with you to other stores. So your clothes travel with you because you don't think about them coming with you. It's like your nose or your hands. They're parts of you, and your mind just assumes that they'll make the trip. Now, I want you to take a good look at yourself and visualize what you look like in your clothes. Once you have it committed to memory, then you can add things to it and take them with you. He made me practice in front of a full-length mirror, inspecting myself and committing my clothes to memory. The clothes weren't hard. I'd worked at the same place for years and was very aware of what my uniform looked like. No, the hard part was adding to it. I found the most colorful backpack in the store, but committing it to memory was difficult. If it wasn't just right, then it wouldn't come with me, and Gail assured me that the backpack was all I needed to get right. Once you get the backpack down, everything you zip inside is inside. You don't really have to remember it, because it's inside the bag, and you know it's inside the bag. Once you have the bag down, the rest is cake. That one took a while and gave me some headaches. Sometimes the bag wouldn't come with me. Sometimes the bag would, but I would concentrate so hard on the bag that I wouldn't travel where I wanted to go. Sometimes I'd load it up with stuff and find that the bag stayed in the place where I had been, and not where I'd went to. Gail told me to be diligent, and after a while, it all came together. I couldn't say how long that was, but it had to be about a month. We went about my training the same way I had gone about traveling. When I was tired, I slept. When I was hungry, I ate, and when I had to go, I went. Gail had an answer for solid waste too, and it made me laugh when he explained it. The place with the burnt roof is where I take all my crap to. I figure if it's where that thing moves around the most, he's welcome to it. We went there when we had a bunch of it, Gail putting it in hefty bags and sealing it in his backpack. He tossed it into the gaping ceiling and ran, the two of us coming back to the DGB-0 like kids after a prank. Gail said he always waited till he had a whole bag to throw it out, and he hoped the creep liked the little present. Gail and I became good friends, but I think it was more than that for him. Sometimes when he clapped me on the shoulder, there was an almost parental gleam in his eye. We ate together, we slept near each other, we talked a lot, we became close quickly. He talked about his travels, the things that he had seen in more than 20 years that he'd been moving through the Dollar Generals, but eventually we landed on a topic that I was hoping he knew something about. "How far in have you been?" I asked one night, as we were cooking marshmallows over a propane burner. Gail thought about it as he slid the mess between graham crackers and chocolate. "I've marked up to 218, I think. I thought about my question a little more as I chewed over my own s'more. "Do you think anyone's made it out?" I said, slurping a little as the treat stuck to my mouth. "I don't know," he said. "If they did, I don't suppose we'd know. Not unless they left notes." I nodded, taking a sip of lukewarm cola to clear the roof of my mouth. Surely the store can't go on forever. There has to be an end. Gail shrugged. "I suppose. Wouldn't make sense for them to go on that long. I almost hope there isn't, though. If there is an end, then there's only so much food, water, and supplies. We'll eventually starve to death here, and that's a bleak prospect." We went to bed not long after, but I never stopped thinking about the infinite loop of perfectly odd Dollar General stores. What would be at the end if there was one? Would it be an exit? Would there be a creature living there? Was the end what lay outside or in the ceiling? I had no answer, so I drifted off, thinking about the possibilities as the fluorescents hummed overhead. Gail and I started exploring more after that, and I think he was looking for other people to add to our group. "We could go see if the hermit wants to join our band," I asked, and Gail laughed bitterly as he pointed to his stomach. "Maybe give him a chance to finish what he started, too." I wasn't surprised to hear that the hermit had been the one to stab him, but I did wonder why he never traveled. We never saw him while we were out getting things, and we avoided his little corner like the plague. FF was strictly off limits, and now I realized I had gotten off very lucky in our exchange. I don't know how long I spent with Gail, but it felt like years. I know I say that a lot, but it's hard to convey how strange time is on this side. Time is something I'm used to counting, used to hoarding like a dragon, but here it isn't something I have to think about. What's more, I don't know if anyone is even getting these updates. If they are, how quickly or slowly are they getting them? Are they coming in daily? Weekly? Are you waiting years between messages? Are your children seeing them and having vague memories of something their parents told them when they were small? Are all the Dollar General beyond or otherwise stones beneath the foundation of some other store? Does the name mean anything to those who may or may not be reading it? I don't know. I write these updates because it feels right. I write them because I feel like I should. I've gotten pretty good at traveling now. I can travel back and forth, carry supplies, hold things in my hand and travel, change my clothes and bring them back with me. And it makes me proud and a little afraid. With two of us, Gail and I have used some of the dolly loaders to move shelves around in our hub. We're opening up the floor plan, and now we have all this space for activities. I know, cheesy, but it's a classic. I've started keeping a journal of the different Dollar General Beyonds, so I can remember which ones are which. Here's a few of my favorites. Store FF, designation dangerous. Food, none. People, 1. The theme is destroyed. It's the home of the crazy hermit. Beware this store. The shelves are bare of food. The hermit has hoarded it all somewhere safe. Could be secrets here, but they're hard to find. Store JJJ, designation dangerous. Food, minimal. People, none. Theme is waste disposal. Where we drop our waste. A fire took out most of the store a long time ago. The food here is all non-perishable and it's stacked up in the back. Known location where the miasma come out. Store T, designation low to moderate dangerous. Food, plentiful but strange. People, none. Shadow creatures a possibility. Theme, strange human meat market. This is the place that may contain shadow creatures. The shelves contain what appears to be human meat, and the store smells like coppery plastic. My research partner claims to have been accosted by these creatures, so proceed with caution. Stuff like that. I'm working on a more complete study of them, now that I can take my notes and things with me without putting them on my phone, which will run out of space eventually, and I'm hoping to make a complete study of the DGBs. That's all for now. I'll shoot you an update when I have more. Sitting here writing this out, listening to Gail snore, it's nice to have someone to talk to and just be with. I hope it's something that will last. Hey everyone, hope you're still reading these, or even seeing them. It's been an interesting little journey so far, and I thought it might be past time for an update. Gail and I have been traversing the stores, getting supplies and mapping the different setups, and I've seen more stores in the short time I've been with Gail than I have in all the time I was on my own. I've seen places where the shelves are made of smoke. I've seen places where the ceiling and the floor are reversed. I've even seen some stores I think might be on another planet. The languages vary in many of them, and some of them aren't even dialects I think are native to Earth. I've made some notes on them, and I hope to write them down for you a little later, but for now, I have to tell you about something that led me to think we might not be the only ones who can travel through intent. We had gone back to KK, practicing my movements, and I was getting ready to go to another one when Gail stopped me. "Something is wrong," he said. He was looking around as if he expected to see something obvious, but the answer wasn't quite that simple. The store wasn't what you would call in any kind of order, and it reminded me of the store that I had trashed. Shelves were moved, things were tossed around, and the mess was everywhere. Gail could talk about not wrecking the stores, but it appeared he had done just that on his own. As such, it took us a couple of minutes to notice that the sign in the window was missing. Someone had taken it down and torn it in half. Gail looked at the pieces in confusion, not sure what to make of it, but looked to the break room as if the culprit might still be there. They weren't, but they had left their handiwork behind. They had ripped the bulletin board down and smashed it on the floor. Gail stared at it as if someone had desecrated a grave, and I could see him trembling in barely contained rage. "Who's done this?" he whispered, his voice full of pain. "Who's torn up my board?" He picked it up, checking over the ruined front as I started looking for clues. There wasn't much to go off, but I did find a couple of things that the perpetrator had left behind. There were scraps of clothes that had gotten caught in the door when whoever it was had left. There were shoe prints on the wall under the spot where the board had been, the tread visible as if it had stepped in something gross. The last tied it all together, and the smell of it made me gag a little when it hit me. Someone had taken a dump in the floor near the manager's desk, and then trod through it on their way out. Friggin' animals, I said, covering my nose as I took a step back. I bumped into Gale, and he seemed to have seen it too. He took the bulletin board back with him, but the damage was definitely done. I asked him if he had any idea who could have done this, but he didn't seem to have an answer. He sat looking at his little memorial, the corkboard the only reminder of his friends, and I wondered if he was going to be okay. Someone or something had gone in and wrecked his remembrance plaque. I say something because as far as I knew, we were the only people that could travel with any accuracy. If there were others, then why hadn't they found us yet? Or we them? I sat with him for a little while, hoping he would snap out of it, but after some time, I decided to leave him with his thoughts. I decided to go and find something to cheer him up, a nice meal or something sweet, and hopefully he'd be back to his old self. I was heading to WW, a very special place that I discovered before meeting Gale, but didn't entirely understand. When I first came to it, the floor didn't feel right, and the whole place smelled like food. When something dripped onto me as I stood studying it, I immediately went through again and stepped into XX. I told Gale about it after we met, and he laughed and offered to take me back. When he showed me the true nature of the place, I understood what a cool store I had run from. Here, I'll show you my journal entry, and maybe it'll shed some light on the situation. WW, Sweet Store. Designation, low to no danger. People none. Theme, dessert shop. WW is a store made entirely of dessert items. The shelves are made of chocolate, the floors are made of marzipan, and the ceiling drips with endless whipped cream. Everything there is edible. All the packages, the products, even the walls and the furniture are fit for consumption. It's a great place to find a sweet treat. Pretty cool, right? There really is a store for everyone. I closed my eyes and prepared to step through, wanting to grab something sweet, but as I came into the place, I thought I'd made a mistake. I still stepped into the wrong Dollar General about 20% of the time. I'm far from perfect, but as the overwhelming smell of chocolate assaulted my nostrils, I realized I'd gone to the right place after all. The walls, the shelves, the floor, they were all still made of confection, but their composition had changed drastically. Most of the shelves lay in chocolate shambles. The packages that were uneaten had been scattered and stomped on, their contents spread across the floor. The packages left smears across the ground, and the smears were worked deep into the marzipan. The ceiling was untouched, but it was a little bit out of reach. The mess was impressive, like some wild animal might do when cornered and trying to escape. I started looking for a source of all this destruction. It seemed similar somehow, like a place I'd seen before, and I felt the hairs prickle on my neck as I went. I found a candy cane, of all things, lying by the base of a shelf, and held it firmly between my hands as I went deeper into the store. As I rounded an aisle, I saw something scuttle out of sight. As my foot came down in an extra thick splat of whipped cream, I heard the skitter of something that ran along on all fours. I kept checking my peripherals, listening for the subtle scrape of feet, and when something finally lunged at me, I brought the hooked end of the candy bludgeon around and cracked the end on the face of my attacker. I brandished the broken tip, ready to fight whatever had come for me, but it was the last thing I expected to find sprawled on the floor. It was him. It was the hermit. He was righting himself, getting up on his hands and knees and hissing at me like a wild animal. His grimy clothes were smeared with chocolate, and his hands were caked with the store's leavings. He seemed more feral than he had the last time I'd seen him, and when he threatened to lunge again, I shoved the broken end of the candy cane at him, and he scampered back smartly. "Get back!" I yelled, and for a wonder, he did. He ran for the bathroom and plunged through the door, leaving the store in disarray and leaving me with questions. I traveled to XX, following on his heels, but he was nowhere to be found. There was no way he could travel like Gale and I could, but I suppose that would explain how he had gone to Gale's old store and messed up his board. It seemed impossible. The guy was crazy, but the more I thought about it, the more it seemed like it had to be him. Who else could it be? We'd encountered no one besides the hermit, and if it wasn't him, then the prospects seemed even more fearful. I went back to DGB-0 to give Gale the bad news, and found him seated at the desk we'd put together, and fixing his sign. "I ran into the hermit," I told him, when he didn't look up. "What the hell were you doing in FF in the first place?" he asked, putting down his tape and glancing over his shoulder. "I wasn't in FF," I said, hesitating a little as he looked up in confusion. "I was in WW. He's made a real mess of it." Gale sat back, and I could see that he had recreated the board as it had been when I'd first seen it. The warnings, the stories, the pages of remembrance to his old friends, they had all been lovingly recreated, and it did my heart good to see it restored. It deserved to be here. It was important to Gale, and we should protect it. "That doesn't make sense," Gale said. "He's never shown any inclination after leaving before. He's always stayed in FF for as long as I've known him." "Are you sure about that?" I asked. "When I showed up, there wasn't a lot of food left, and there's no way he's been living there all this time without a food source." Gale shrugged. "I never thought about it like that. Mostly I just avoided FF because that's where I've always encountered him. I guess he must be traveling. But how does he know how to get back is what I want to know. It's not impossible, but he's about half crazy. You can't tell me that guy could figure out how to travel with any real destination." "I don't know," I said. "How long has he been here anyway?" Gale scratched his head, looking like he was trying to puzzle out something difficult. "He was the first person I encountered when I set out traveling, and I'd been traveling for quite some time when I met him. I don't know if he was here before me, but I suspect that he might have been. I guess maybe he wasn't always crazy, but that's just speculation. Any rate, if he's wrecking up stores, we need to stop him. Like I told you once, there's no proof that the store or the resources they hold are infinite. If we're going to survive here, then we need to stop him from making that harder." "What's the plan then?" I asked. But that's where today's story ends. Gale and I are creating a plan to stop the old guy from wrecking up the stores, but it's something we have to approach carefully. He's crazy and dangerous, and if we don't want to get hurt or killed, then we can't go in half-cocked. Gale has started keeping a closer eye on the Dollar General, and we've started going into other stores with weapons. If he attacks us, we'll be ready. Hopefully we can take him alive. As promised, though, here's a couple of excerpts from my store journal. Hope you guys enjoy them. AA, the Upside Down Store. Designation, low danger. People, none. Theme, upside down. This store is like a regular store, only, well, upside down. The shelves stay on the ceiling, and the food doesn't fall off them and come up, so there must be some sort of weird gravity. Gravity doesn't seem to have reversed for us, however, so we walk on the ceiling and find all the shelves unreachable. Gale, however, suggested using a stepladder, and it's possible to reach high enough to pick some of the items down to us. The place makes me dizzy if I spend too much time there, and it's a real trip. S, the Street Store. Designation, moderate. People, shadow drivers. Theme, street fair. S is a perfectly normal street. with booths set up that have items. It's all inside, but the ground is concrete and there's garbage cans and street lamps and graffiti in odd areas. The only real danger present is that sometimes cars drive up and down the road. They don't go very fast and they're not hard to get out of the way of, but if they hit you, it could kill you or hurt you. The shadow people who drive them look like living shadows, and they don't get out, so there aren't any troubles there. As long as you stay off the center of the street, then you should be fine. The food is normal, but aside from the shelves, there are these odd little food stalls that just seem to have cooked food in them. You shout what you want into the stall, and they cook it, and you can watch it be made all by itself. It's wild, but a nice little change up from the norm. The stalls have a finite amount of resources, but if they run out of food, they'll put up a closed sign. There are 8 streets, and they have sidewalks beside the shelves. The cars don't seem to come from anywhere in particular, and don't seem to go anywhere either. The exit is a tunnel with a crossbar blocking it. I've talked to Gale about going into the tunnel and see what's on the other side, but he is staunchly against it. We spent some time making plans, but very little was decided on. The hermit had to be dealt with, that much was clear, but it was the how that eluded us. We could take him alive, but then we'd have to guard him. We could kill him, but neither of us were sure that we could kill somebody. He had to be stopped, but how could we do it? First thing we gotta do is find him, Gale said. If he can travel, then he might be anywhere. We need to track him down and see where he is. If he's going back, then FF would be a good place to start. True. If nothing else, we might find out more about him. What's to know? He's a crazy old dude, I said, adding a length of rope to my bag. If we were going to find his lair, then there was a good chance that we could set a trap for him. True, but was he always? I don't know how long this old guy's lived in the Dollar General beyond. He could have come here when they were still called J.L. Turner and Sons. Hell, crazy dude could be Cal Turner, for all I know. Who? I asked, not having a clue what he was talking about. Sorry, I don't know why I would have expected you to know the store's history. Cal Turner took over after his father died and officially named the store Dollar General after that. Word was that he went missing sometime after opening the first one. Just stepped into one of his own stores and was never seen again. His son ran them when I worked here, but I suppose he'd be an old man by now. Cal and Carl, his son, looked a lot alike, and it took the company years to admit that the owner was gone. Some people say that he just became a recluse, but I know managers who were close to the family, and they swore that the rumors were true. Anyway, I doubt the old man is Cal. He'd be older than hell and likely twice as crazy. I didn't like to think about another lost soul trapped here, but it did make me wonder how many others were taken prisoner by this place. I had no clue how long I'd been there, but I knew it hadn't been very long compared to Gale, and Gale believed the old man had been here longer than that. If people didn't age, then who's to say Cal Turner wasn't here somewhere? Who's to say there might not be any number of people traversing the infinite, or not so infinite, Dollar Generals? And if there were, why hadn't we met any of them? Have you ever met anybody else? I asked him, before I could think better of it. "'Sides you?" Gale said, smiling a little at the thought of it. "No one other than the hermit and Celine, I guess." He got a little speculative then. Thinking about his friends always made him quiet and thoughtful, and I hated that. Gale was a good dude, and I didn't think he should be inundated with guilt over people he had no control over. He'd done his best, plain and simple, and they had done what people do. "I just thought of something," I asked suddenly as I slid a cold brew coffee into my backpack. "If he's going through the doors, then shouldn't he stop being crazy?" Gale cocked his head at me. "What do you mean?" "Well, you said that all injuries and damage to clothes and stuff are fixed when you go through the doors again. If he's rattled from his time here, then shouldn't he be kind of, I don't know, reset or something when he goes through the door?" Gale pulled his bottom lip into his mouth, chewing on it as he thought the question over. The doors had always healed anything that was wrong with us in the past. Whether it was a wound or ripped clothes, it always fixed us, and we were pretty reliant on it for clothes and general fixes. If the crazy hermit was able to travel while remaining in his wrong mind, then maybe the doors didn't reset you as much as we thought. Hell, Rudd, I don't know. Maybe he's messed up enough in the head that he thinks that's just how it is. Certain amount of what we do with the doors happens in our heads. I don't claim to understand all of it. Sometimes it works different for different people. It works the way it works for you because that's how it works for me, and I'm the one who taught you. He may have learned differently, so it works differently for him, I guess. Maybe we can ask him, if we manage to grab him. I nodded, trying to ignore that he had called me Rudd again. Rudd, or Rudy, had been his son, and the more comfortable he got with me, the more often he slipped up. I didn't mind, not really. If he thought of me as his son, then I was okay with that. No, it was Gale who seemed to mind. Even now, he had realized that he had said it, and his face had gotten stormy. I knew he was still looking for Rudy, still looking for all of them, but the chances of finding them seemed to dwindle the longer they stayed gone. Rudy had gone after another of Gale's original group, but it seemed that no one came back from the ceiling. I was already trapped in the Dollar General beyond. I wasn't in a big hurry to get trapped somewhere else. "Got everything?" Gale asked, pulling on his pack and taking up his club. We had never really carried weapons, not like this, but after finding the hermit in other stores but his, we had started taking them with us. We had taken wooden chair legs and hammered nails into them. They weren't very sturdy. They were mostly spiked particle board, but they would do in a pinch. We had taken some of the hoodies off the rack and sewn cardboard into them. They weren't great, but they would do too. The cardboard wouldn't do a lot, but it was the best we could manage. "Ready," I said, making the chunky sweater as comfortable as I could before we set off. I wanted to start in FF, but Gale said that we should go check a few key places first. I have some safe houses I want to make sure he hasn't hit yet. It's nothing impressive, just some food and things that I've come across in my travels. I made notes as we went, and here's where we went from my journal. It's starting to come along, but I know it's a drop in the ocean in a long run. B. Normal fall store. Designation, low danger. People, 0. Theme, fall decor. B is a perfectly normal Dollar General that's been set up for fall. It's got pumpkins and scarecrows, and some of the Halloween decorations are there, but not all. It has some seasonal items, but it seems to be the start of the autumn selection and doesn't contain as much as it would by the end of October. Gale had apparently been there before and left a go bag. He went to the manager's office and opened up the red box that usually held the fire extinguisher. Instead, there was a backpack that Gale took out and unzipped. He looked over the things inside, talking under his breath as he made sure it was all still okay. "All right, I didn't think you would come this far, but it was possible. Let's go to the next one." We did a quick check before leaving, but everything appeared to be in place. The things I had used were gone, but nothing else seemed to be taken or moved. We still weren't sure that he could take things with him, but as we moved on, we were in full data collection mode. OO, Night Store. Designation, moderate danger. People, 0. Theme, a dark store with lamps. OO is a shadowy place, and one of the few stores without the buzzing overhead lights. It's lit by tall metal street lamps, and the light they make doesn't go very far. It does not appear to have a ceiling. Any attempt to shine a light up there reveals nothing, and Gale thinks that it's likely it's here to simulate a night sky. Some of the shelves are pushed over, and I suspect that the miasma can come and go freely here. We've never encountered them here, but it seems likely that we could, so we try not to linger. Gale hit the ground running when we got to OO. None of us liked to be here, but he felt like it might be a good place to hide something because of the environment. The whole store was pitch black and lit by these interspaced lampposts that cast yellow globes over the shelves. He reached between two shelves and took out a duffel bag, handing me the light as he went through it on the run. When he had established that everything was there, he zipped it up and we headed out. There was a sound as we came to the door, something like the moaning wind from the shadowy ceiling, and we were through before we could discover what it was. Store E, the cave store. Designation, highly dangerous. People, 0. Theme, a store inside a cave. E is a store inside a cave, as the name entails. The lighting is glowing fungus that bathes everything in a mysterious glow. The shelves are carved into the stone, and some of the items are made of rock. In the middle of the store is a pool of water that's okay to drink from, but contains a monster. Gale says it's a big crocodile, and that it comes out to walk around on occasions. It chased us the last time we were there, and it's easily 10 foot long. There are bats that hang from the ceiling, though Gale isn't sure what they eat since there are no bugs here. He's never seen them move either, so no one is sure what they do as well. The food here is refrigerated by the cave, which is a consistent 65 degrees at all times, and nothing seems to spoil or go bad. We came into the cave looking for the creature who lived here. We had been here a few times. The store had a great selection of mushrooms, but the last time we had come face to face with the gator who lived here. I hadn't really believed Gale when he told me about it, but it was hard to deny it when you were face to face with the monster. He had a long snout like a crocodile, and his scales seemed to shift through a series of colors as he came hissing after us. He was slow, thankfully, and we got out before he could catch us, but I suppose that put my rule about no living creatures in the DGB into question. He was in his pool today, at least we assumed he was, and Gale pushed a rock aside as he took out another backpack that he had checked over. Most of these bags had things like first aid kits, non-perishable food, and toolkits that could be used to make traps and snares. Gale had set them up just in case he needed to secure another store or travel the infinite for a while, and I was sure that these weren't the only ones. Gale had been here long enough to set up safe houses in several stores, and the one in the DGB 0 was just the first in a long line, I was sure. "Okay," Gale said, pushing the rock back into place. "He hasn't found any of these. I can't think that he has any real skill with travel, but if we haven't come up on him, then he must have enough to go back and forth." "Are we ready to check FF then?" I asked, still feeling that it should have been our first destination. "Not yet," Gale said. "Let's check a few random places. If he's just traveling willy-nilly, then we might find him somewhere near FF. I nodded, seeing the logic, and as we set off, we went to GG first. GG was the place I had stopped after my initial encounter with the oldster, and it was a store set up for Mother's Day shopping. The whole place smelled of flowers, and I really enjoyed coming here. It was nice, and the whole atmosphere seemed to glow a light pink. GG was fine, but as we moved into HH, we could tell that someone had been here. HH was a normal store, except for that all the words were reversed. It was like a weird mirror store, and looked like someone had ripped open a couple of the bags of chips and ate them right off the floor. They were scattered like a rat had been at them, and though we weren't absolutely sure it was him at first, we found more of his leavings down one of the aisles, and decided that it was a good enough calling card for our little friend. We checked a few other stores. Some of them bore similar signs of visits. Food scattered, trash tossed around, and a nice healthy dump left 9 times out of 10. "Now are we ready to check FF?" I asked, tired of looking at scat and stepping on chips. "I suppose we should," Gale said, after finding his calling card in another store. "Seems unlikely we'll just run up on him while he's being so sporadic." Gale seemed like he didn't really want to go to the hermit's lair, but it was our best bet of finding him at this point. We stepped into the dump without much fanfare, the hermit's store looking as desolate as ever. The floor crackled under our feet as the wrappers and garbage crunched underfoot. He had just been dropping his trash in the same manner that he dropped his waste, and the whole store stank with a mingling of rotten food and human crap. I didn't want to be here either, but we had to go make sure he wasn't hanging out and waiting for company. We stayed close, searching every shadowy nook and dirty cranny, but we couldn't find the old man hiding anywhere. Okay, it was a good idea, but I guess he's out. Come on, let's try somewhere else. We were leaving the back area, near the automotive section, when my foot struck something and I stumbled. I immediately wished that I had been looking where I was going, as I fell face first into a pile of dirty rags, my nose coming into contact with the worst smell I had ever experienced. Imagine old sweat, unwashed clothes, dirty bathroom aroma, and a hobo camp on a hot day, and you're pretty close. I came staggering up, trying to get away from it as quick as I could, but when my hands fell on a plastic holder with what felt like paper in it, I reached back and pulled it out too. It was a backpack, one shoulder strap ripped from the bag, and inside was a journal. It was old and cracked, the leather extremely abused by the owner's hands and many openings. The paper inside was curled at the corners, and there was a bookmark inside of a happy cat with a fish in his mouth. The handwriting inside was neat, a meticulous script that had been written with care, and I doubted that the crazy old man had done it. There was a lump in the middle of it, and I thought it might be a button or a name tag. But I heard Gale grunt as something came screaming from the top of the nearby shelf. The old hermit had returned, and it appeared that we had found something he treasured. Gale turned to catch him, but he landed on him and knocked the wind out of him. The old man was off and capering towards me, his teeth bared and his face a mask of crazed rage. He rushed me like a linebacker, knocking me over as his long, dirty fingers closed around my neck. My air was instantly cut off, his nails digging into the back of my neck as he screamed and gibbered in his weird language. I tried to fight back. I tried to push him off, but he was solid for someone so old. Shoving at him was like shoving at a boulder, and he leaned into me as I slowly strangled. Black spots started appearing in my vision as his greasy fingers choked me to the point of unconsciousness. I wondered if the door would bring me back to life when he inevitably collapsed my windpipe. Would Gale be allowed to drag me back through it, or would this crazed loner simply bite my throat out and eat me right here? When his blood splattered my face, I supposed I'd never get to find out. As his fingers loosened, I could see Gale standing behind him, panting as he released the handle of his weapon. The nails were sticking out of the hermit's skull as he shook and gurgled, and when I slipped to the ground, his blood made dark stains on the blankets that he had used as a bed. Gale stepped away, shaking as badly as the old man had been, and when he ran for the door, I followed after him. When I came through into the DGB-0, but he didn't, I knew something was wrong. Now I'm left here with just the journal for company, feeling like maybe we've crossed a line that neither of us were ready for. I'll keep you all posted, but for now, I think I need to go and think about what's happened today. Hey everyone, hope these are still coming through. My cell phone hasn't needed a charge in a while, and it seems to be stuck on 70%. It's a shame. One more, and I definitely have grounds for some internet points. It still displays weird times and dates, and no one has answered any of my messages or comments on any of these posts, at least on my end. Gale hasn't come back yet, but it's only been a little while since the thing with the hermit. No, that's not right. It's only been a little while since we were forced to kill the old man who resides in FF. I've started reading his journal, but I know now that it isn't his. The journal belongs to someone named C, and I suspect that Gale will be very interested in seeing it when he gets back. I say this because I'm pretty sure that the writer is Celine. I'll write down a few of the entries and let you judge for yourself, but sounds like this person has gone farther than even Gale and I have. Day 1. This is the first day I've started keeping this journal. I figured out how to take it with me, and I'm experimenting to see if I can take other things with me as well. I had to find the gaudiest one I could find, Pretty sure it's got unicorns on it, so I could visualize it, and that seems to be the secret. I kind of accidentally stumbled across it when I was going through one of the doors with the candy bar in my hand. I could see myself eating it, and when I stepped through, it came with me. I was halfway through the Snickers bar before it hit me that I still had it. Everything else I'd tried to take with me had been left behind, and I have a feeling this might be the start of something big. Day 2. I visited 12 new Dollar Generals today. It's weird, some of them have odd things in them, futuristic things that I've never even heard of. I found one that sold cigarettes today. Can you imagine a Dollar General that sells tobacco? The tobacco, however, turned out to be these weird vaporizers. It still gave me nicotine, but it was definitely a head rush. I hadn't had a smoke in, God, it's been a while. It was a nice treat. Day 5. I saw a store where everything was upside down today. Kinda made me feel dizzy. Day 7. I managed to take a backpack with me to a new store today. All the stuff inside disappeared for some reason, but the backpack came with me, as well as my journal, so that's a start. Day 8. I managed to take things with me to another store today. Normally it helps if you visualize all of it, but it's better if you just see the bag when you take them with you. No clue why, but it seems to work. I'll have to experiment with it some more. I had to go through 7 stores before I got it to travel with me. Some of the stores are pretty weird, but the one thing missing from them are people. I haven't seen a single soul since I left Gale behind, and I wake up sometimes hoping to see him standing over me. I miss him. I miss the others. I miss the sound of people talking, laughing, just existing. The stores are much too quiet for my liking. When I read that, I had to go back and read it again. Once I read the name Gale, I knew this had to be his lost friend. If she was alive, though, then how had the old hermit gotten her journal? Given the reception I had always gotten, it was unlikely that she had been welcomed warmly. Had he killed her? Were her bones part of the garbage that littered the store? I had to read more. Day 10. I saw weird shadows today when I went through the door. They were walking around this weird store, and there were stalls of meat just sitting around. The meat looked pretty weird, and when one of the shadows grabbed me, I pulled free and made a run for it. I suspect the bins had human meat in them. Day 11. Came upon a dark store lit by lamps. I didn't like it, so I didn't stay long. Made me think of the thing that took Margot, and I wonder if it lives here. That entry sort of sealed it for me, and I skimmed ahead a little to see if I could find some new place. Day 19. Found a weird store with a burnt-out ceiling near the door. Whole place seems weird. I don't like anywhere with an exposed ceiling. I moved on quickly, and the next one surprised me. It was underwater. I came out swimming, and though I panicked a little, I didn't drown. I swam around, seeing a few fish, but I saw something big as I got near the back and made my way out. I expected I would have to dry off when I came through, but my clothes and my things were dry when I came out in a Christmas-themed store. Day 20. Still in the Christmas-themed store, but I've been thinking about trying to travel backwards. There has to be a way to go back, doesn't there? Gale hasn't caught up. Maybe he never left, and I don't know how long I've been traveling. Days? Weeks? Maybe years? Who knows? Doesn't seem to matter. Time's weird here, and I can't really tell how long I've been here. My wristwatch just blinks 8888, and when I go to another store, it always appears on my arm when I take it off. Maybe I'll experiment a little and see if I can go back the way I came. Day 30. After 10 days of trial and error, I finally did it. I was picturing this store I went to once, the store made out of candy and sweets, and when I walked through, I was there. I was so happy that I jumped for joy. Now I just have to make it back to my original store so I can see what happened to Gale. I hope he's still alive. Day 45. No matter how hard I try, I can't seem to go back. I've been trying for days, well, for periods of sleep, and it's no good. The store was kind of unremarkable, and I can't seem to get a good picture of it in my mind. I have to keep trying. I have to keep picturing it. I know I can do it. I know I can make it. I have to go back. I have to find him. There were a lot of entries after that. The writer, Celine, either went forward through the loop or went back to similar DGBs. She was steadfast in her efforts, wanting to see Gale again, but the more she tried, the more discouraged she got. She started writing about how it might be impossible to go back to the place she started at. She began to wonder if there was an end to the stores. Slowly, she lost track of time. The days stopped mattering. The days ran together, and her contemplations began to pile up. She mused a lot, perfected her traveling, and eventually, she was rewarded. Today, I did it! I went back to the first store. I remembered this end cap we had made, Meet the Team, where we had posted things about ourselves. It was just pictures and stories and little personal blurbs, but it gave me something to focus on, and I was suddenly standing in the old store. I used to hate when the flash of Margot's instant camera would catch me off guard, but when I saw that board with all the pictures and stories on it, I started to cry. We had hoped that someone would find it if anything happened to us, but it looks like I'd used it to find my way back home. I expected to see Gale sitting there, but he wasn't. I figured he would look up and tell me I had just left and ask why I had come back so soon. Instead, he was gone. I did see his sign, however. I went to the break room and found his memorial for us. He thinks I'm lost, just like Rudy and Kenneth and Margot. But now I'm looking for him. I have to find him. The stores can't be that numerous. There has to be an end, and if anyone has found it, I'm sure it's Gale. He'll be looking for it, or for me, as we speak, and I have to find him so I can team up with him and help find the end. I felt myself tear up a little as I read it. She had done it. She'd come back to where it all started. If she was looking, though, how had she never found Gale? The stores were numerous, but they had to have crossed paths at some point. I began to wonder how long Gale had been gone, and I worried that he might not be coming back at all. Then, I would be alone too. I looked back down, flipping through the next few pages as Celine sat waiting to see if Gale would come back. I knew he hadn't, but it was interesting to see his travel from a different point of view. Celine eventually left too, but she left him a note on his bulletin board so that he would know that she was looking for him. That struck me as odd, because Gale had never mentioned seeing a sign of her. When he talked about Celine, it was always in the past tense. He didn't expect to find her, and if he had ever found any sign of her, he had kept it to himself. What else could he have been keeping to himself, I wondered. I flipped through a few more pages before landing on something that seemed interesting. Today, I've officially been to every store between the start and the Christmas store, and I haven't found Gale. I've seen signs of Gale, but I haven't found him. I've decided to press on. These stores can't go on forever, and maybe if I find the end, I'll find Gale. It's worth a shot, isn't it? Today, I've seen so many stores, I've lost count. Time means nothing anymore. I've started carrying more food, however, when I find it, because not all the stores have actual food. I went to a store on my travels that was nothing but plastic food on the shelves. There was another with rotten food in the packages. Some of them just sell the same items duplicated 1,000 times. Some of them don't sell anything. They're just empty shelves and awful music. There's no end in sight, but I'm not giving up. Today, 30 stores today, nothing edible. Today, I was attacked by bats in a large cave. I made it out, but just barely. Today, I found a store where the products were made of people, and the people made of food shopped there. I'm not ashamed to say that I ate a few of them when they tried to corner me. I hadn't actually eaten in 3 or 4 stops, and my supplies are all but gone. One of them was made of popcorn, and his blood was cola. Another was made of celery, and he bled ranch dressing. After I bit and savaged a few of them, they moved, but I was still hungry. I ate 4.5 of them before I left. I've got an arm made out of prosciutto in my bag, and it's oozing Swiss cheese. Hopefully, it'll keep me going. Today, I saw some weird letters on the ground. They told me I was in XX. I don't know what that means, but the store looked like a little Japanese village, and you could get food there. It was like a theme park, kind of, and there was a bathhouse where I took my first bath in a very long time. I ate and ate and ate until I thought I would burst, and then I soaked and slept, and when it was finally time to go again, I was rested and refreshed. Today, I saw a dog today. He didn't appear to be in distress, but it was odd to see him. He followed me through the door for a bit, whining for pets and seeming happy to see me, but eventually, when I lay down to go to sleep, he left and went his own way. Poor thing can only move forward. What a frightening prospect. Today, I've gone back to my original store. I'm not sure where I went, but if it's the end, then I don't want to go any further. I stood looking into the bathroom door, something I've done 1,000 times before, but on the other side was something different. The store I was in was a winter wonderland, complete with snow, but the other side was pitch black. Things were moving in there, and the longer I looked, the more I realized that they were large but far away. I don't know what that was or what they were, but I couldn't bring myself to walk through that door. I started crying, suddenly just wanting to be home, and when I stepped through, I found myself back right where I started. It should have been demoralizing, should have been something that would completely destroy me, but it didn't. Probably because I know that I can go back to that door anytime I want to. Probably because I know it'll be there when I'm ready. And I think that's the worst part of all. I'm going to stay here for a while and consider what to do next. I hope Gale finds me, but I have long ago given up hope of finding him. See, that was the last entry, and I had no idea how long ago it had been. Beyond that page, stuffed between the next 2 like a bookmark, was a plastic name badge with Celine's name on it in faded, pressed-on letters. Gale still hasn't returned, and I'm starting to get worried. For that matter, how long have I been sitting here reading? I wanted him to see this. I want him to know that his friend is still out there. I can't imagine what's keeping him, but I have a bad feeling about it. What if he doesn't come back? What if killing the hermit pushed him over the edge somehow? What if he blames me? I don't know what to do, but as I sit here writing, I feel my eyes getting heavy. It's been a long, well, not day, but it's been long enough. I'll update soon. Till then, take care of yourselves. I woke up to find that Gale still hadn't come back. Well, I guess that's not entirely true. He came back, but he left me a note. I woke up to a rumbling belly and a full bladder. After taking care of my various needs, I came back to the sleeping area with a waffle sandwich and a cup of OJ. If you've never made one of these before, they're pretty easy to make. Take 2 waffles, mine are plain, but you do you, and cook bacon, eggs, cheese, and whatever spices you're going to use, then put it on a waffle. Add syrup or whatever. I added blackberry jam and consume. It's pretty tasty. I sat the orange juice down before I noticed the note. I slid it out from under the juice and saw that it was from Gale. His handwriting's pretty distinct, and I munched on the sandwich as I read the note. I found my appetite leaving pretty quick, though. I'd expected him to say that he needed some time, that he was sorry for what he had done, and how he was ashamed of killing the man. I didn't think he really had anything to be sorry for, personally, but people accept things in their own way. If Gale needed some time, then I sure as hell wasn't going to get in his way. I'd sit here and wait for him, and when he came back, I'd show him the journal from Celine, and everything would be good again. He'd be excited, and we'd strike out to find her, and then we'd find a way out of these stores and back to reality. What I read, however, was closer to a Dear John letter. Gale was leaving, and he might not come back. This is hard for me, but I need some space. I've been intending to leave for a little while now, but I feel you need to know why. I know you've recognized the slips when I talk to you, and as much as I'd like to use you as a replacement for my son, that's not fair to either of us. You just remind me so much of him, and it hurts me sometimes to be around you. It makes me miss him. It makes my soul hurt. It makes me realize that I've been scared to really go looking for him. So that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna go look for Rudy, or what's left of him. I'm going into the ceiling. I'm going back to where it all began for me, and I'm gonna find him. Don't come in after me, and please don't blame yourself. This is something I should have done the day after he went into the ceiling, and I'm a coward for waiting this long. I don't want to gloss over what happened with the old man, because that was a big part of this decision. When he jumped on me, I was squished and lost my breath. As I lay there trying to get my bearings, I looked up, and for half a second it was like watching him choke Rudy. I could see his face, your face, as it turned purple, his eyes, your eyes, bulging out, and I acted in a blind rage. I've never killed another living person, never even really been in a fight, but killing that old man makes me feel bad. He was protecting himself as much as I was protecting you, and I just can't get over what I did. I went back after I'd calmed down and wrapped him in his flimsy blankets before setting it on fire and giving him a proper send-off. I tried dragging him through the door, but he was still dead. You can add that to your rules, I guess. Dead stays dead. There's no changing that. I laid him to rest, though, and doused him in enough lighter fluid to set half the store on fire. His trash burned with him, so maybe give FF a little while before you go back. Though I can't think of any reason why you would. Keep traveling. Keep learning. Keep searching. Find a way out of here. If I can come back, I will. For better or worse, I'm gonna see my son. Good luck to you, Alphabet Man. Good luck to you, my friend. Gale. I read it until the tears falling out of my eyes smeared the words. I threw the remains of my sandwich towards the back of the store. It had turned to ash in my mouth. Gale was gone. For better or worse, he was gone, and I was alone. I reached for the journal, wanting to throw it into the store as well, but couldn't bring myself to do it. It was precious knowledge, and it might help me find someone else who was trapped here. If Celine was still here somewhere, then I owed it to Gale to find her and try to help her out. It's what he would have wanted, after all. So I packed up some things, the journal being among them, but when I picked up the bag that the journal had been in, I felt something else in the front pocket. It turned out to be a second journal, this one older and held together with rubber bands. The spine had disintegrated, and it was just paper held between a cover at this point. It smelled foul, and I supposed it had belonged to the old hermit. He had likely stuck it in here for safekeeping, and I wondered if Celine's journal had been how we learned to travel through the stores. I didn't really want to sit down for long enough to read right now, so I tucked it away and decided I'd come back to it later. I went back to KK first, hoping Gale might have lost his nerve, but not expecting that he would have. I saw the familiar store, the chaos of the moved items and tossed aside merchandise, and it was hard to miss the open ladder in the middle of the floor. Gale had made good on his promise, it seemed, and now he had gone into whatever lay above. Whether or not I'd ever see him again, I didn't know, but I left a message on the door just in case. If he came back, I wanted him to know where to find me. Gale, meet me at the hub if you get this. Celine, you don't know me, but I'm friends with Gale. If you see this, stay here, and I'll come back sometimes to check. I have your journal, so if you see me, I'm a friend. Not sure what else to do. I started traveling again. I had no clue where I was going, but I knew that I wanted to make notes on all the places I could see. I wanted to make a complete folio of the stores, a guide to find particular places, and I knew that I'd have to explore to make that happen. It made me feel like a pioneer, charting a map for those who might come after me, though I wondered how they would ever get it. Would someone find it on my corpse one day, stuffed in a tattered old bag that had laid somewhere for a long time? Who knew, but it was something to do, and I was up for the task. I went back to the start, the destroyed remains of my first store, and made my way back from there. I had kind of flown through them on my first trip, taking in little and just plunging in for the sake of moving. I wrote down everything, made notes on all the stores I visited, and committed as much as I could to my phone for backup. I'm probably going to post more complete documents at some point, but for now, I'll probably leave it to little snippets. The stores are pretty creative, and not all of them are uninhabited, as I've mentioned. Not by people, though I've noticed things or spirits or something in some of these places. Here, I'll tell you about a few of the stores I've seen in my travels, since otherwise this might be a little dull for an update. D. Designation low danger. People 0. Food plentiful but weird. Theme: a Dollar General store where pets are people and people are pets. D is a perfectly normal store, but the roles of human and pet are reversed. The tags on the clothes, the models on the products, the advertisements, they all feature anthropomorphic animals. The pet food cans feature naked people looking at the camera in a lost and confused way. I've never seen any of the residents of this place, and I hope not to. The food here is edible, but it tastes like pet food. There's a lot of chicken and fish on the shelves, and all the cereal appears to be kibble. E. Designation moderate to high danger. People 0. Food limited but present. Theme: the floor is lava store. E has a floor that is made partially of lava. Some of it is normal floor, but you'll turn a corner and suddenly, bam, there's a river of lava. The music here is just the sound of lava flow, and it's stiflingly hot. The shelves contain food, but the lava flow will change directions sometimes, and it's dangerous to stay here for too long. The floor seems immune to the lava flow, and it's fine once the lava goes away. The food here is mostly spicy stuff, but it is edible. The walls of the store are made of rock, and it's like being in an active volcano. I haven't been brave enough to touch the lava to make sure it's hot, but it will burn other things. When I tossed a journal into the flow, it devoured it, and it wasn't on the floor when it left. F. Designation low to moderate danger. People 4 to 5 creatures. Theme: the TV store. F is one of the stores with inhabitants. The beings who live here are dressed as normal Dollar General employees, but their heads are TVs. They mostly ignore you, but if you tap on them and they turn around to look at you, their faces are all staticky, so it's hard to tell if they're looking at you or not, but it's like you can feel their eyes on you sometimes. The weird thing is that all the food is in the TVs. The shelves are full of old-fashioned TV sets, and the food comes in the form of commercials. When you see the food you want, you reach into the TV set and take it. Sometimes it's fully cooked, sometimes it's frozen, but it's always real food. It's like that in every department, too. I pulled an entire futon out of one of them the other day, and I suspect that Gale had been using this one to stock up his safe house. Unlike the other stores, the TVs always seem to have products on hand, so they don't run out, if you don't mind being patient. That's just a few of the stores I explored today, but they really do seem to be infinite. It's lonely now, traveling by myself, but I've been trying to leave behind signs in case Celine is still wandering around. I've been using the break rooms like Gale did and letting her know where I've been and what I've seen. I make trips back to KK a lot to look for Gale, but he hasn't shown up yet. I climbed the ladder the other day, just climbed to the top and stood there, staring into the darkness. If I were braver, I would have gone in after him. If I was braver, the last message might have been my last update. I stayed for a while, just thinking about what I was going to do. I had the infinite to explore, a huge number of stores to see and catalog, but it all seemed so pointless to me. It's like the cell phones we carry. They can access a nearly infinite amount of knowledge, but thinking about it is kind of a lot. We use it to watch videos of cats or argue with each other, because the idea of accessing the infinite knowledge there is outside our understanding. We don't like to think about the infinite. It's too big. It defies our understanding, so we scrape away at it rather than just dive in. I could go anywhere, do anything, but my brain was telling me to sit and wait while it tried to understand all my options. That's why I was sitting in KK, laying on the front counter actually, when the last thing I expected to happen happened. The front doors slid open. It was sudden and nearly silent. I almost missed it, honestly, but it was the slight squeal of hinges at the end that turned my head. The door was open, the outside nothing but grainy darkness that seemed to move as I watched it. There was a lamppost out there, the only light to be seen, and the longer I looked at it, the more I knew why the moths had circled them. It was beautiful, almost too much to resist, and as I lay there looking at it, I wondered why I was resisting. Why did I have to stay here? This place was just more of the same. But the outside was something new. What wonders might I find out there? It's still open, inviting me outside while I write this. I put some food in my bag, some water, and a few other things. I'm preparing to go outside. I don't know if I'll be back again. I don't know if my phone will work out there, but if I can, I will. Maybe I'll find Gale out there. Maybe I'll even find Kenneth. Who knows? Till next time. Hey there, everybody. I know there are quite a few of you, because the greatest thing happened when I walked outside. I could see your comments. I know that you can see my stories. I can't really post replies for some reason. It keeps refusing or saying something went wrong, but I'm glad to know that I'm not just yelling into a void. I want you all to know that all your advice, all your love, all your comments have meant so much to me, and they've helped me out here in the outside more than you know. When I walked out that door and my phone spent about 10 minutes making chime noises for new comments that hadn't come through, it scared the crap out of me. But once I got somewhere safe and started reading them, it really gave me the strength to keep going and explore this place. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, I know. Let me start from the beginning. So I walked through the door and into the outside. The door shut behind me after I'd taken about 10 steps, but when it did, something weird happened. It had been pitch black up until that point. The only light was the one that came from the open door, and when it closed, I was stuck in total blackness. I mean, like, unable to see my hand in front of my face darkness. That was about the time my phone started going nuts, and I had to fish it out of my pocket and put it on silence real quick. I didn't know what sort of monsters or creatures might be out here, and I didn't want to make myself an easy target right off the bat. I had just found the silent switch, the little thing vibrating like my table was ready at Texas Roadhouse, and just stood there for a moment, basking in the backlight of the screen. It was a picture of me at Comic-Con a few years ago, standing between my two friends who were dressed as Marvel heroes, and every time I went to switch the screen off, I found I couldn't. I was like a moth staring at a bug zapper, fully aware that the light might bring danger, but unable to stop myself from looking. That's when I noticed the battery ticking down, something I hadn't had to worry about in a while, and decided to turn it off. There would be nowhere to plug it in out here, at least I didn't think there would be, so I decided to save the battery for as long as I could. Once the light was out, I noticed the slight light in the distance ahead. It was dim, like a light seen through a window, but it was the only light I had, so I started following it. As I walked, it started getting bigger, and the closer I got, the more I started feeling drafts of air and smelling sharp and sulfurous smells. I started hearing things too, noises like rocks grinding together, and when the ground started going up, I thought I might be underground. The walls were rocky, the floor hard but not uneven, and when I came out into the light, I had to squint against the strange yellow sun. The above ground wasn't much of an improvement from the cave. The ground was dark-colored rock, the sky a pissy yellow with a sun that looked like it had been drawn by a 5-year-old. The rumbling turned out to be these large mountainous creatures that rose into the sky and grumbled along the ground like earthquakes. I found that I still had my backpack, my charger, the tools I had brought, and the small amount of food that was still in there, so at least I wasn't likely to starve right away. I really didn't want to leave the little cave I was in, but I didn't seem to have much of a choice. I could either stay here for 2 or 3 days and starve, or I could take my chances and maybe find something out in wherever I was. It didn't take me long to decide to take a chance. Day 1. I mostly tried to see what was close to the cave on day 1. I keep calling it a cave, but it's more like a subway entrance, I guess. The cave comes out of the ground with a long walkway and up to the surface where it opens onto the sky. I decided it might make a good shelter, so I stuck close. I found some wood, but it's more like tree bark fashioned into a tree. It's incredibly thin, and it snaps off from the ground when you pull on it. It burns when you light it. I only had to touch the flame to it, and I had to collect a lot of it to get a fire that lasted more than a few minutes. It smells greasy when it burns, and the heat it makes is a little unpleasant. I found some mushrooms, big ones with black tops and white undersides, and after stealing my courage, I found them to be edible. They tasted a little rubbery, but they didn't make me sick, and they didn't make me hallucinate, so they would make a good food source, I decided. I cooked a little, and it tasted pretty good. What's more, the stalks burn really well, and I mixed in some with the wood so I could make a fire for the night. There's a pool of water nearest to the cave. It tastes like sulfur, but it's kind of drinkable. Gives me terrible burps, but it's better than dehydration, I guess. I haven't seen any animals, except for the big hill things, and that's kind of good. I don't really have any weapons on me. Besides the chain I swiped from the automotive and a chair leg I tore off a display table, so I'm kind of glad I don't have to fight anything. There may be some away from the cave, I guess, but I won't know until I leave it. The dark kind of comes on all at once, and unfortunately I was cooking mushrooms for dinner when it hit. I'm assuming that the light I saw from the cave was dawn, so daylight lasts around 9 or 10 hours, roughly. I left my phone switched off to conserve battery life, so it's hard to tell. I'd say it's no more than 12 at the longest. I'm sitting next to my fire and eating roasted mushroom, so I'm going to turn the phone off again and write more tomorrow. Note: I fell asleep for a little bit, but I woke up and heard something scrabbling around near the mouth of the cave. I don't know if it smelled me or if it's interested in my fire, but I've got my chair leg out and I'm ready for whatever. Second note, I think it went away. I'm trying to stay awake, but I'm getting tired. Gonna switch off the phone again. Day 2. Didn't sleep well after whatever it was came to visit. I packed up some mushrooms in a Ziploc bag and put some of the wood into my backpack with the stalks. Then I set out towards the smelly water I found yesterday. I could stay here long term, I suppose, but I'd like to see more of the place. Like the Dollar General, it kind of makes me want to explore. So, I've set out to see what I can find. Wherever I am, it's a strange place. There are buttes and valleys, rivers and ponds of the same smelly, sulfurous water, and there are whole forests of mushrooms. I saw some birds earlier, but they flew away from me. I've seen other little crevices that lead into the earth, but they all end in dead ends. Maybe those dead ends are doors to Dollar Generals. I don't know, but none of them would open up, so I'm stuck traveling. I saw 3 crevices today, and I walked until it started getting dark. I'm guessing that I walked about 3 miles. I'm camping again inside one of the crevices, and I've made a pretty big fire for tonight. I'm hoping it keeps any curious critters at bay, but we shall see. Hopefully. Day 3. No visitors last night. Slept as well as you can on a stone floor with a lumpy backpack as a pillow. I'm seeing some kind of mountains in the near distance that aren't moving, so I'm heading towards that. Let's hope it isn't just one of those things sleeping. This place is weird, but it seems like it has some kind of routine to it. Day and night, ecosystems, life, so I guess maybe I can stay here for as long as it takes me to get somewhere. The mushrooms I see come in 3 different varieties that I've found. The blacktop ones taste like portobellos and are edible. The slightly smaller ones have a smell to them that makes me think they might not be edible, and I can't get close enough to find out. The red ones with the spots are definitely not meant to be eaten, but they burn for hours, so I've been using them as a fuel source. They all grow somewhere near the brackish water, so they clearly need it to live. Speaking of, the rivers are easier to drink from than the pools. If it's moving, it seems to filter out some of the taste, but if it sits too long, it starts to taste gross. Other than the birds, I have seen these wild rat things that live in the mushroom forest. They seem to be able to get close to the white mushrooms, but I don't know how. They don't like me, and they run away anytime they see me. Other than that, the sky is kind of yellow and heat shimmery. The sun is still a big old yellow lemon drop, and the temperature seems to be a constant balmy 98 until sunset, when it drops to around 90. It's humid and kind of unpleasant, but what are you gonna do, right? Day 4. Had another visitor last night in the wee hours. The silhouette looked vaguely human, but I didn't get a good enough look. It was weird. It made my skin crawl how closely it watched me. I don't know what to make of it, but it clearly has some intelligence. I've decided to keep on the move so it can't figure out my routine and trap me in what it thinks of as my home. I found 3 more caves today, and in one of them, I found Kenneth. Well, I found what was left of Kenneth. I also discovered something that I'll have to keep an eye out for in the caves. So I was heading into one of the crevices, as I usually did when I stumbled across something in my way. After discovering that the red stalks burn the longest, I've been saving some of them for torches, and now I don't have to go stumbling through the caves and wondering what might be in there. My phone's at 60% after the nightly journal entries, so I've started keeping the usage to a minimum. I still haven't seen anything to plug it into, and it's my only way to update you guys on my journey. By the light of my fungus torch, I saw the bones of something that looked vaguely human. It was wearing flannel, the jeans ripped beyond recognition, but the name tag on the front was unmistakable. I suppose it's possible there could be 2 people out here named Kenneth, but it seemed unlikely. I heard something scratching near the back of the cave and took a step back out of sheer reflex, something I'm pretty sure saved my life. The black creature smashed into the bones, sending them scattering across the cave, and before I took off in the opposite direction, I saw a smooth black body with an eyeless, bullet-shaped head and a mouthful of long, sharp teeth. I don't think it sees very well, though, because when I lit out running, it started shredding Kenneth's clothes instead of chasing me. I made it out, but needless to say, I stayed in a different cave that night. The cave I checked thoroughly for more of those weird creatures. Day 5. I saw into one of the stores today. I was exploring another one of the caves, the ones not having a slobbering beast in it, and I thought I saw a light through the rock. I rubbed at the rock and discovered it was actually glass. It was filthy, but as I rubbed it away, I realized I was looking into one of the stores. It wasn't a DGB I was familiar with, and the floor didn't have one of my marks on it, but it was clearly a Dollar General. Despite my best efforts, the door would not open, and I was forced to camp here for the night. The doors at no point opened. Day 6. I saw one of the miasmas today. Luckily, it did not see me. I'm beginning to think I got lucky both times. I was scrounging for supplies in a mushroom grove when something came stomping along not far away. I got low, thinking it might be one of those giant mountain things I'd seen. But then, up came 30 feet of undulating shadow that blotted out the pissy yellow sun as it went by. I couldn't do much beyond keeping low, and when it finally passed without noticing me, I took my leave. Day 7. I've made 2 new discoveries regarding this place. The first is that it rains. The rain is green. It looks like fat cartoon drops of paint. Unlike night, it doesn't simply begin. Kinda starts up like normal rain before getting harder. I was walking when it started, and I managed to find a mushroom cap to use as an umbrella until I could make it to a cave. The second discovery was a little more jarring. The rain hurts. The first drop that hit me made me jump, and it left a big red mark on my arm. I've never experienced acid rain before, but that's the closest I can come to explaining it. As I looked for something to hide under, I caught a few more on the back of my neck, and I wiped them away with a hiss of discomfort. Strangely, once I was under the mushroom, it didn't burn the fungi. I took a few more hits as I yanked it up, but I was safe from the downpour as it started falling around me. I'm safe in a cave now, and it doesn't show any signs of stopping. I'm hoping the rain hurts anything that might be outside the cave, too, and I've checked the inside for predators and found nothing. Looks like I'm going to be here for a while, so I might as well get comfortable. Till next time. Well, the rain is still coming down, and I'm sitting here watching it fall. It's been a day since the last post, and I've been stuck here thanks to the burning rain. I've been enjoying your comments, sparingly of course, since I don't want to kill my phone, but this morning I found something to occupy my time besides watching the raindrops. I had completely forgotten about the other journal until today, but I found it again when I was looking for supplies in my bag. Somewhere between a bag of crushed chips and a honey bun, I found the smaller journal that I had found in Celine's journal. It was little more than a battered notebook, and it looked like it had been through hell. I still had Celine's journal in the front pocket. I was still hoping to show it to Gail, but I'd almost forgotten about this one. I didn't have much else to do, so I cracked it open and started reading. When I was done, I felt that the info was worth a little battery power to share. The journal is from Jasper, another victim traveler through the Dollar General beyond. Jasper, unlike the rest of us, wasn't looking for a way out. Jasper was looking for someone I had read about before. Jasper was looking for his grandson, Jacob. January 10th, 1991. That date is just a guess, but it's the best guess I have. Jacob and I have been stuck inside the Dollar General Beyond for the last 4 days. It all started because I had to use the bathroom. Jacob didn't want to come with me. He was a big boy and too old to go to the bathroom with his pawpaw, but 5 years old isn't really a safe age to just leave him outside while I do my business. So we stepped in and, to our surprise, stepped back out into another Dollar General. I thought I might be having a senior moment for a second, but when we turned around and walked back through the door, we were in a Dollar General again, instead of a bathroom. We found the doors locked and couldn't get anyone to help us. So we made ourselves comfortable until they opened the next day. None of the food packages were in a language I could read, but the food eats okay, and we didn't imagine we would be here longer than a night. After 4 days, I have to believe we've slipped into some kind of Twilight Zone place. Jacob thought it was funny when I told him we were stuck here, but I've started to notice that the food doesn't replenish itself. Jacob is building models and coloring, but the more I observe, the more I'm worried that we might starve here. I keep hoping we'll wake up and find that everything's back to normal, but the longer it goes on, the less hope I have. The story was a familiar one at first. Jasper tested the place they were in, looking for a way out, and Jacob kept busy with toys and things. The two were fine at first, but I could definitely sympathize with Jasper when he talked about food eventually running out. When I didn't know how the place worked, I had obsessed over how much food I would have before I ran out, and I knew how that weighed on a person. They stayed in the DGB for about a week and a half before the entries changed, and it all seemed to kick off with the disappearance of Jacob. January 20th. Jacob's gone. I woke up and he's nowhere to be found. I've looked everywhere, every conceivable place, but I can't find him. I'm frantic, looking under every shelf and behind every box, but my grandson is just gone. I don't understand where he went or how he could have left. The doors never open and no one ever comes or goes, but I do seem to recall something from the night before, the longer I think about it. It was something almost out of a dream, something half-remembered, but I think it might be a memory. If it is, then I know what I have to do, but I don't really understand how to go about it. Jacob woke up saying he needed to go to the bathroom, and I rolled over without thinking about it. Is it possible that he went through the bathroom door and crossed somewhere else, like we did when we got here? It looks like I'll have to find out. I looked up as a loud rumble sent flashes through the sky. It had been raining for a little while, but this was the first time I had seen lightning. I didn't know if it signified anything, but it didn't seem to be affecting the rain at all, so I went back to reading. Threw a little more kindling on the fire, the red stalks burning nicely, and went back to the journal. It appeared that Jasper had begun traveling as he searched for his grandson. January 21st. Still no sign of Jacob. I've been to 3 different stores and I can't find him. I did notice that in the stores I came to, some items were missing that he likes to eat, so maybe he moved on after eating a little. He's only 4. I don't know what he's thinking. Maybe he's panicking after going through and he doesn't understand or something. I don't know, but I wish he would stop. I'm so worried about him, and it's not good for my condition. I'm kind of hoping to find one of these stores with a pharmacy in it, because as it stands, I have enough pills to last me a few weeks, but that's it. I have to figure something out in the meantime. The journaling helps, but it's the only thing I have sometimes that tethers me to the present. I need my meds, I need Jacob, or I might have bigger problems than being stuck. Pills. I wondered what pills he was talking about, but I also wondered how he kept his journal on him while he traveled. Did he have some sort of innate ability? Maybe, as I guessed from the talk of pills, he had some sort of altered mental state that made his travel possible. Either way, it was interesting to read about it from someone else's point of view. I had enjoyed hearing Celine talk about her journey, and hearing from this old guy now kind of made it even cooler. January 24th, I think. I've been traveling non-stop, trying to catch up to Jacob. I don't know how this works, but I haven't seen any sign of him for a while. The last time I went, I just collapsed in a store, and thank goodness it was a safe one. I went to one yesterday that was a cave, and I found a creature living in it that almost got me. Thankfully, it isn't very quick, or I'd have been a dead old man. I know that Jacob is out there, however. I will find him, hopefully before it's too late. He wrote a lot, and I realized that he traveled farther than Celine or I had. He talked about stores both familiar and stores that I'd never even dreamed of. He saw a Dollar General that was in a forest. The animals there wearing little vests and stocking shelves with products brought in by birds. He talked about a store where the products tried to bite you and seemed hostile. He talked about encountering miasmas of his own and how terrified he was that Jacob might have run across one of them. And all the while I began to fear for his mental state. His writing got less and less coherent as he went, and I wondered what was going on with him. Then I turned a page, and a label fell out that resolved one particular mystery. He had abandoned the dates by this point, but I could understand that. It was hard to tell dates and days when you were traveling, but he laid the label in here like a bookmark. Maybe he was afraid of losing it. Maybe he just wanted to save the page. I don't know, but what followed was enlightening. I ran out of meds today. Doesn't seem to matter. They weren't helping. I need to find Jack, but I can't find any sign of him at all. Was it Jack I was looking for? I think so. He's just a little guy. He's going into the 3rd grade. I need to find him before his Cub Scout meeting starts. I don't know where I am, but it seems like I've been here long enough that it's hard to remember where I was going or where I've been. The journal helps sometimes. Reading it now, it seems like I'm looking for Jacob, not Jack. Jack is my son. Jack has grown up, not a little kid. Jacob is Jack's son, my grandson, and he's lost. I'll sleep now, but I need to find him soon. I picked up the label that had fluttered out, and it turned out to be from a pill bottle. Doneprazil was not a name I was familiar with, but the instructions were for the treatment of dementia symptoms. That explained a lot. If the hermit had been suffering from dementia, then maybe his state had deteriorated over time and he had become feral. Traveling couldn't cure him, but it could help prevent the dementia from killing him. There was still so much about this place I didn't understand, but the longer I stayed here, the more I felt I could handle it. I kept reading, but it got bleaker the longer it went on. Today I found a store where it snowed inside. There were snowmen wearing vests. They tried to get me, but I ran. No sign of Jacob. Today I saw a store full of water, but I could breathe the water. It was fun, but still no Jacob. Found a store made of candy. Jack would have liked it. Where did he go? I could have swore he was with me when I got here. The book was full of little messages like that, just quick asides about where he was going and what was there. I made some notes in my own journal, jotting down stores to look out for in the future, if I ever got back inside. I think I will, but it's just a feeling. I didn't think I could get out until a few days ago, but here I am, in the outside. I kept turning pages and reading passages, but it wasn't until I saw something about going back that I stopped and read what he'd written. It was the most coherent his writing had been in a while, and it gave me hope that maybe he had found his meds. False hope, in the end, though. Back home, back where it all began. It started when I traveled somewhere I probably shouldn't have. I don't know how long I've been moving or how long I've been traveling, but I came across something terrible today. It was so bad that I may never travel again, even if it means that Jacob is lost to me forever. Today I found the end of the stores. At least I think so. I've been moving quickly between stores, feeling my mental stability eroding like a stone in a river. I'm afraid that, journal or not, eventually I won't be able to remember anything. Jacob, Jack, Rose, my house, my time in the army, everything would be gone, and I would just be a husk of myself. I keep going, not having any goal in mind, and Eventually, I found something I shouldn't have. I left a perfectly normal Dollar General, the only real difference being that all the products were written in a weird language and came out onto a plane of perfect darkness. The floor floated like the tiles were levitating, and they glowed like a kid's nightlight. Between the tiles were nothing but darkness. Above me was nothing but darkness, and amidst the shelves of rock and weird fungi, I saw a multi-faced crystal that hung above the floor. It was green, an emerald diamond with so many faces that it made me dizzy, and I knew that I had to get back. It was important, too important to just leave here, but I have no idea how I knew that. When I walked towards it, though, I saw something moving in the darkness and realized I wasn't alone. It's hard to wrap my brain around, but the darkness there was so deep, so perfect, that the black creatures I'd seen coming out of the ceiling sometimes looked like purple clouds next to it. They moved around in red-eyed patrol, their heads moving fitfully to take in everything, and they were so big that I couldn't understand it. I went to the Empire State Building once when I was younger, right before I went to basic, and the smallest of them was bigger than it. The eyes swam in the sky like meteors, and before I had taken a single step, I was filled with an intense fear. I took a step back towards the door, and when I did, I remembered something I hadn't thought about in a long time. I remembered Jacob building things with Legos. He built little cities and buses, whole landscapes of bricks, and then he pretended to be a giant as he destroyed them with big comical footsteps. Looking up at these things, I felt like what that must have been like when the little people saw him as he boomed over them. And when I stepped back through the door, I came out in the store we had left. I don't know how I did it. Maybe it's something you can only do when you come to the end. Either way, I think my traveling days are done. I don't know where Jacob is. I don't know what's become of him, but when I stand before that door and think about leaving, all I see are those towering creatures that lived in that dark place, and I lose my nerve. I don't know what I'll do, but I know that it will have to be from here, from now on. There were a few more entries that I could read, but most of it was unintelligible after a while. He drew pictures sometimes, but sometimes it was just streaks and half-words and weird knot sentences. His mental state fell apart after a few weeks or months or however long, and eventually he just stopped using the journal at all. Who knows how long he had been here, but I know how he had ended, and I thought now that it might have been a mercy. The old hermit, Casper, probably would have thanked us for ending his suffering. Or maybe he wouldn't have. Who's to say? At some point while I was reading, it seems the rain has stopped. I'm going to catch some Z's and then keep moving. I'll update you next time, my friends on the other side. Until then, keep your eyes peeled for strange bathrooms in stranger retail chains. See ya. Hey guys, I'm sure it's been a while, but I keep telling you that time doesn't really mean much out here. Let's pick up where we left off, because a lot has happened since I last talked to you. I don't want to spoil anything for you, but I've made some pretty big discoveries. So after spending the night reading the Hermit's Journal, I woke up the next day feeling strange. I know that probably sounds a little weird, since I'm walking around a strange place that exists inside a Dollar General, but it was a feeling in the pit of my stomach. It just wouldn't go away. It felt like I had the beginnings of a stomach flu, but it wasn't altogether unpleasant. I'm going to get a little personal here. Do you know how sometimes you have to poop, but you don't because it feels kind of good? Yeah, maybe you don't, but it felt like that. Strange still, the feeling in my gut seemed to be acting like a compass. As I put my backpack on and started walking out of the cave, I could feel it pulling me towards a large grove of mushrooms. I have been sort of wandering aimlessly, not really going in any particular direction, but this feeling felt directed. I had no real destination in mind, no direct path that I'd been taking, so I decided to follow it. What's the worst that could happen, right? I stopped to get a drink from a nearby stream and found that the water wasn't as brackish as it had been in the area that I left. It didn't taste good, it still smelled and was kind of soupy, but it didn't make my stomach hurt or give me the sulfur burps. It didn't make the feeling in my gut go away either, so I figured it might not be relevant to what I'd been eating or drinking. Maybe there were different biomes out here, and if I traveled far enough, maybe I'd find a different one. Maybe I'd find one with pork chop bushes and steak trees too, because I'm getting pretty tired of eating roasted mushrooms for every meal. As I moved into the forest, I looked up and saw that there was a particularly bad bout of fire raining down to the south of me. I may have forgot to mention that up until now. The yellow sky is sometimes broken by these intense rains of fire. I don't know what they are, I don't know what they do, but they just come down sometimes. Some days are heavier than others, and some days you never see them at all, but they scared me enough on the first day that I always look out for them now. They haven't affected me, and none of them have fallen to earth close enough that I can get a look at them, but I still keep my head on a swivel, just in case they're dangerous. The one today was close enough that I thought I might be able to see shapes in them. I had expected to see rocks or chunks of ice or something, but whatever was inside of them looked like splayed-out starfish. Worse still, they looked a little bit like people, with their arms and legs extended out as far as they could go. I tried to ignore it as I went deeper into the mushroom forest. I've been mostly seeing lush forest growth in the places I've come from, but I was encountering some stumps here which led me to believe someone besides me might be cutting them down. That could mean that there were other people out here, but it could just as easily mean that there were creatures out here that also harvested the fungus. I didn't really want to run up on any natives, friendly or not. I had yet to meet anything out here that hadn't tried to take a chomp out of me. Other than Kenneth, I suppose. I'd say Kenneth's chomping days were far behind him when I found him. I kept my makeshift weapon at a ready, and my head on a swivel as I followed the feeling in my gut. I had only had it for the day, but I think I had become accustomed to using it like a compass already. It just seemed the right thing to do, and as the sun began to set and I started making camp, I realized it wasn't going to go away just because I stopped for the night. Eating didn't seem to affect it, drinking either, and as I lay down to go to sleep, I wished it would take a break until morning. Laying there and trying to sleep was like having a pot full of eels in my stomach. They kept wriggling and pushing, trying to get me to move on, but I knew well enough that traveling at night was a death sentence. Every time when the lights went out in the store was when the miasma came out. Likewise, when it was dark out here, you could hear big things moving around, and it was best to hunker down and try not to be noticed. As I moved on the next day, the pulling of whatever it was in my stomach became even worse. It was less like a nudge and more like an invisible hand yanking at my intestines. The direction was even more direct now, and it was undeniable that I was being pulled towards a large mountain on the other side of the grove. It was impossible not to notice. The thing was gigantic, with its spires poking up into the sky. The closer I got, the more of those fiery comets I could see smashing into the side of the gargantuan mountain. I really hoped I wasn't going to be expected to climb it. The idea of climbing something that big with no ropes or gear was daunting, and I thought I might rather just let one of the miasmas grab me tonight than try to scale that thing. That night, as I lay beneath the large red mushroom cap that I'd been using as a tent, one of them almost got its chance. My fire was burning low, the flames greasy as they sent runners of pale smoke up. I was just starting to doze off when I heard something big shake the ground as it walked. I threw the mushroom cap over the top of the fire, hoping it would snuff it out, and then hunkered beneath it as I tried to remain unnoticed. When I peeked out from beneath the cap, I felt the vibrations of the massive creature as it came stomping blindly through the mushroom forest. I couldn't see it, it was too dark, but I could guess what it was. Miasma were the largest creatures I'd ever seen, and the fact that they only came out after dark seemed to seal the idea that this was one of them. They got closer and closer, leaving me shivering beneath my makeshift cover. I knew that if it brought the foot down, I'd be pulverized underneath this thing, and I prayed that it might divert its path or miss me entirely. It brought one massive foot down on the remains of my campfire before wandering off into the forest. I looked up in time to see a massive black silhouette as it was put in profile by the strange half-moon that seemed to constantly reside over this place. It never looked down, and if my fire had been hot or bothered it, it never showed any sign. It simply kept going, knocking the tops of the mushroom trees as it went, and leaving me glad that I had been unnoticed. I wouldn't sleep for the rest of that night, and when I got up in the morning, the pulling in my guts was more intense. That day was agony. It was like something was twisting my insides as it tried to get me to move faster. The pulling was insistent and needful, and it seemed like it was telling me to hurry up with every cramping grip. Where were we going? Why did we suddenly need to go there so quickly? I would get no answer for the rest of the day, and as the sun set, I figured I wouldn't get any until the next day either. Just about sunset, though, we came out of the mushroom woods and into a small clearing at the base of the mountain. The mountain was huge, as I'd said, and at the bottom there was a large cave that yawned like an open mouth. The teeth inside looked less than friendly, and the whole thing looked like a trap for the foolish. The squirming in my guts was clearly trying to get me into there, but as I took a step towards it, something yowled like an injured creature deep within the forest behind me. I turned around and saw the top of a miasma, probably the same one I had seen last night. It had spotted me from over the top of the mushroom groves, and as I made a sprint for the cave, I wondered if I would make it before it cleared the woods. Its footsteps shook the earth, and it yowled as it sent chills up my spine. With every step I took, I felt sure I would make it there before it could get me. The cave was less than 50 feet away when I had exited the woods, but the creature was eating up ground with such haste that it became a full-fledged foot race to see who could get to the cave first. It was the most harrowing experience of my life, but since you're reading this, you can guess which one of us got there first. It was a near thing, too, and I had no sooner passed under the teeth of that great mouth than the creature hit the outside of the cavern and sent a cascade of falling rocks that would have crushed me if I'd been a little slower. I could hear it outside, yelling and screaming as it tried to get the rocks out of the way for its dinner, but it had done its job too well. I was safe, but my escape was less than ideal. I had escaped the monster, but now I was trapped inside the cave. Strangely, the writhing in my guts seemed to be pulling me deeper into the cave. I took this as a good sign and followed it in. The cave was old and smooth, the walls looking like they might have been worked with tools. There were collections of fungi growing here, and thankfully they were phosphorescent. They provided enough light to see by, and as I made my way in, I felt a strange kind of harmony inside me as I got closer to whatever the squirming feeling had been trying to take me to. When I saw the end of the cave coming into view, it wasn't a huge surprise. It was just like the others, a blank wall that appeared to be solid rock, but as I rubbed a piece of my grubby t-shirt over it, I could see that it was really just filthy glass. There was a Dollar General on the other side of the glass, and as I watched, I saw somebody. I was almost too shocked to call out to them. This had only happened the other time, and both times had been wildly different. The person I was looking at appeared to be a woman, and she looked a little too well put together to be as crazy as the hermit had been. Strangely enough, her uniform reminded me of Gale. It was the older style the stores had used back in the 90s, and she looked put together for a shift in the early 2000s. As she moved off towards the restroom, I realized I was about to miss my opportunity altogether. She jumped when I banged on the glass, and as I called out and asked her for help, she seemed very hesitant to approach. She had dropped the cans of food that she had been looking at and was coming up to the door as if expecting it to pop open and eat her. She squinted at me, and I wondered how long it had been since she'd seen another person. "You okay, kid?" I told her I was as good as I could be, but I was stuck behind the door and needed help getting in. "I don't know how to help you. I've only ever seen those doors open once, and I can't really say how well it worked for that guy, since, he never came back and all. I told her it was my first time out here too, and she had opened her mouth to ask a question when my eyes suddenly swam open in horror. When the creature hit me, its claws shredded my back like steak knives. I thought for sure that I was dead when I hit the floor. It was another one of those nightmare cats I had seen earlier, though this one looked smaller than the one that had attacked me before. Whether it was a pup or a cub or whatever it was, it would easily be able to finish me off. I was tired from my run, exhausted from my lack of sleep, and I could no more fight it off with my bare hands than I could have a grizzly bear. I expected that this would be where I would die, but at least I had seen someone else before the end. I had wanted it to be Gale, but I suppose beggars couldn't be choosers. The beast yowled savagely, opening its mouth to reveal a bunch of very sharp, very shiny teeth, and I closed my eyes as I prepared for the end. That's when the door suddenly opened, and the creature looked up just in time to get a faceful of a wrench. The woman grabbed me under the arm and dragged me back into the Dollar General beyond, and my foot had barely cleared the sliding doors when they snapped shut again with amputative force. I looked at her in confusion, seeing her upside down as I tilted my head, and I thanked her profusely as I had probably gotten blood all over her. "Well, I couldn't just let you die, could I? You're the first person I've seen in quite a while, and I think company is just what I could use right now." "I can understand that," I said with a laugh. I extended my hand, introducing myself as I tried not to pass out from the painful wound on my back. Apparently coming into the front door did not have the same effect as going into the bathroom, and that's why I had to get her to repeat her name when she told me who she was. I thought for sure that I might be hallucinating, or maybe dreaming, but it appeared this place likes to throw one curveball after another. "I'm Celine," she said, a little more slowly. "Now, let's get you through that bathroom door over there. I know this is going to come as a bit of a shock, but it will take you to a different Dollar General store and sort of put you back to the way you were before. This may be hard to swallow until you see it for yourself, but you're trapped in an infinite loop of Dollar General stores." I laughed, leaning against her as I threatened to pass out. Celine, it's really not that hard to believe at all." Turns out I was in for more than one surprise when I made it back into the Dollar General beyond. Celine took me from the store where we had met to another store that I supposed would have been her staging area. It was not a store that I had been to before, and it almost seems like these pocket stores are cut off from the beaten path somehow. It made me question why I had never run into Gale's store before he took me there. Why had I never run into another person before the hermit? These things made me wonder how many people there were tucked away in here, and how many Dollar Generals were outside of my path and would never be encountered until I realized they existed at all. As expected, the damage to my clothes and my body was fixed, but it was something beyond that, too. I suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to use the bathroom, and my stomach felt full in a way that it hadn't since I had left. I had never really stopped to think about it before, but since I've been swapping stores so often, I was never hungry when I came to a new store. I'd eaten an hour before leaving work on the night I had stepped into the bathroom. What if it was more than just my clothes and my health that were regenerated? What if each new step set me back the way I was the second that I stepped through? It was definitely something I would have to think about later, but the idea was put out of my mind a moment later as a cold nose hit me in the hand. I reached down without thinking about it, scratching the fluffy fella on the head, and that's when I realized Celine wasn't the only lost soul that I had stumbled upon. The panting border collie was black and white, with a big brown spot on his chest. He must be the dog from the posters in the break room, the one that somebody was looking for, the one that Celine had talked about in her journal, the one that had traveled the multiple stores as readily as I had. The dog seemed happy to see a new face, and as it woofed and danced around happily, I was glad for the comfort that came from petting a dog again. It was strange what you miss while you were traversing the infinite sphere of Dollar Generals, and this was certainly one of those things. "Give him a minute to breathe, buddy," Celine said as she good-naturedly pushed the dog back a little. "Sorry about that. He doesn't meet many new people." "It's okay," I responded. "I haven't seen many new people myself lately, especially of the four-legged variety." She invited me to sit by her makeshift fire, which turned out to be a gas burner with some cooking equipment on top of it, and as Buddy put his head in my lap, she seemed to dissect me with her eyes. "This isn't your first time traveling, is it?" "Not even close," I told her. "I didn't think it was. You don't seem particularly freaked out by the fact that your wound's healed or that you're inside a Dollar General store. How long have you been traveling?" "I don't know," I answered honestly. "I got here less than a year ago, I think, and after a while I just started moving through the stores. It's been a wild ride, but I've seen some pretty outrageous things while I've been trying to figure out how to get out of here." Celine put some stew in a pot over the fire, flipping the burner on as she stirred it. "I'm not convinced there is a way out. I've seen people go out the front door, and I've seen people go into the ceiling, but I've never heard of anybody making it to the end of the loop. At least, they never come back to talk about it if they did." "Yeah, I know. I read your journal, and that made it pretty clear that..." Celine looked up, the dripping wooden spoon in her hand looking more like a weapon than a utensil, and I was worried for a minute that she might attack me. "You read my journal. How exactly do you know that it's my journal?" As if in answer, I reached into my bag and pulled out her battered old journal, opening it to the place where her name tag was. "I feel pretty certain that there's probably only one Celine trapped inside of here. I found this on an old guy in a derelict store just before Gail and I were forced to kill him. I got the feeling you hadn't just handed it to him, so I figured I'd hang on to it. I felt pretty confident I'd run into you at some point or another, or you would run into my corpse at some point or another." Celine looked like she wanted to reach out and take the journal, but she seemed unable with her hands shaking the way that they were. "You met Gail?" "Yeah, we were traveling together until he decided to go into the ceiling." Celine looked gobsmacked. "Why would he do that?" "I think he felt guilty about killing the old hermit. He seemed to be taking it pretty hard before he left for good, and now I'm wondering if I'll ever see him again." Celine poked at the food and seemed to think about what she was going to say next. Buddy whined, poking his nose against my hand as if trying to draw my attention away from Celine. He was an intuitive creature, Buddy, and it likely came from being with Celine for so long. He wanted to give her a chance to mull over the myriad of feelings she likely had banging around in there. I already suspected that she had some connection to the hermit, as well as Gail, and I couldn't imagine how she was feeling now that she knew that they were likely both dead. "I wouldn't count on it," she finally said. "Nothing ever comes out of the ceiling, except the miasma. I've never seen anything else come out of it, at least." She took the journal, setting it beside her chair as she stirred the soup. "Of course, I've never seen anybody come out of the outside either, so my information might not be as reliable as I thought." She ladled some of the stew into a bowl and handed it to me, picking up a second and spooning some up for herself. "So what happens now?" I asked, taking a hesitant bite of the hot slop. "Now, we eat some dinner. Soup is definitely the kind you want to eat hot, so you..." No, I mean, like in general. What do we do now?" Celine laughed. "I haven't got a clue, kid. Like I said, no one's ever come out of the outside before. Just like they've never come out of the ceiling before. You're a first for me." I laughed a little, her candor breaking the tension as she proceeded from there. "That first night, we mostly made small talk and ate stew. It was pretty clear that Celine hadn't had anyone to talk to but Buddy for quite some time. She seemed almost shy around me, like she thought if she spoke her mind, I might disappear. It made our conversation stilted at first, but not for very long. Being stuck outside for a couple of weeks, coupled with the almost magical way I had just healed the damage to my back, meant that after I had a belly full of soup and a warm place to crash, I fell asleep in pretty short order. One minute I was drinking soup and laughing at something she was saying, and the next minute I was waking up with Buddy snuggled up against me and an empty chair across from me. I was worried that I'd been abandoned again, but it didn't last long. I heard a noise and looked up to see her securing something against the bathroom door. Celine looked up and noticed I was awake. She had been out getting supplies, and she had several plastic bags full of soup meat and other amenities. Buddy, who had been asleep, wiggled around to look at her and barked as he got up and danced around his mistress. Celine smiled, reaching into the bag and tossing him a begging strip from its depths. Buddy took it to the dog bed that sat beside our sitting area and began crunching on it viciously. "Sorry," she said, clearly seeing something on my face. "I should have left a note or something. It's been a while since I had anyone here but myself and Buddy, and leaving communications on when I'll be back isn't something I'm used to doing." I told her it was fine, and I went to go help her with the bags as she restocked her coolers. It appeared, like Gail, that she believed in keeping a stocked larder for whatever might come, and she would get no complaints out of me in that regard. Buddy panted happily as he tried his best to help, and we ended up scratching his head as the two of us finished up and moved back to the cook stove. "So, where did you find him?" I asked, scratching the dog as he leaned in for pets. "I found him again a few months ago when I was traveling. You read my journal, so you know I've been pretty far into the store. Buddy here was lying in a store that looked like a meadow, and I was afraid he was dead at first. He was so still that when he lifted his head and whined at me, it startled me. He was hungry, and I doubted he had eaten anything for a while. I fed him, and after some coaxing, he let me pick him up and came back here with me. He's a good fella, but I've had to go looking for him more than once since I brought him back here to my base camp. I finally started propping the bathroom door closed, but after the last time, when he found himself in the cave store, I don't think he's in a big hurry to leave again." I nodded, realizing I was in the presence of two talented explorers. "Something I wondered about when I found it was, how did the hermit get your journal?" I asked, accepting another bowl of stew from my hostess. "Did he steal it?" Celine looked into the butane flames for a long moment before answering, and she looked a little sad. "No, Jasper didn't need to steal it. I was taking care of him until very recently, helping him get his mind right so he could come back here. Or so I thought." "Were you the one who taught him how to travel?" I asked, hoping it didn't sound accusatory. "I did," she said, taking a bite of soup. "But when I found him, he was in no shape to travel at all. He'd been stuck in that store for a while, his mental health deteriorating as his mind eroded. I found the pill bottle while exploring his filthy little home, and I guessed that being back on his medication might help him get his mind right. So I went to a store I knew of and found a refill of his prescription. He didn't want to take them at first. He didn't trust me and thought I was trying to poison him. But as I brought him food and supplies, he began to figure out that I wanted to help him. Eventually, I convinced him that the pills would make him feel better, and he took them. He became more like his old self. We talked, and he told me about his grandson, what he could remember at least, and asked me to help him look for him. His mind was still a mess, and he wouldn't go near the bathroom for anything. He was scared, terrified by what he had seen at the end of his travels, and asked me if I'd search for Jacob and bring him back. I'm guessing you didn't find him." "No, and I've spent quite a while looking. I never found a trace of him anywhere. It's like the poor kid just evaporated, or maybe got taken by the miasma. Hell, maybe he went outside for all I know, but I came back after some time, and Jasper was completely gone. The pills weren't helping anymore, and the traveling wasn't helping anymore, and when I came back with a stronger dose of his medication, he attacked me. I lost my bag in the scuffle, but I considered it an even trade for making it away. I never went back, never went to check on him again. I avoided his store at all costs. That was about the time I decided to change the subject, and we spent the rest of the evening talking about the different stores we'd been to. Celine had been keeping a journal as well, about the different types of Dollar General stores, and she was fascinated by all the ones I had seen. She had seen many of the same stores, but some were a mystery to her. She looked over my journal, making some notes in a small pad she kept, and I did the same with hers, making notes on the later stores. I still believed that these would be the stores I would encounter before I made it out, and I wanted to be prepared. "This is extremely well done," she said after a while. "You got a real talent for this." "Thanks," I said, glad to have found someone who appreciated my work. "It's not as extensive as yours, though. I'd love to see some of the other stores you talk about." "You will," she said eventually. "Everyone sees them eventually. You can only stay in this place for a certain amount of time before you feel like you have to travel, to move, and sometimes I wonder if that's what made Jasper so crazy. Maybe he let his fear keep him in that store for too long, and it drove him even madder than he already was." I had no clue, but as Buddy snored happily against my leg, I felt a yawn creep up my throat as my own exhaustion threatened to take me again. Celine smiled. "Get some sleep, kid. There'll be plenty of time for studying and talking and a lot of other things tomorrow. You're safe now. You made it out of the outside, and that's something I don't think anyone else has ever managed to do." I drifted off not long after that, but my dreams were far from placid. That was the night I dreamed about Gale, and it was a dream that would ultimately pull me into a place more dangerous than the outside. It's been about 5 sleeps since the first dream I had about Gale. The dreams are almost always the same, but I don't know what to make of them. I'm always wandering through a shadowy landscape, searching for something as I walk endlessly. Saying it was shadowy might not do it justice, but the way it was set up is harder to explain. It was as if the place was a negative copy of the world, everything standing out in harsh white lines against the black backdrop. It's a lame explanation, but it's the best I can do. Anyway, I just kept walking forward, staggering a little because I was tired or hurt, when I suddenly came across someone and all that strangeness. They were floating a few feet off the ground, their mouth and eyes open as they groan in pain. When I looked at him, I could see it was Gale, and he looked like he was hoping for that great pain to end. He mouthed out words I couldn't make out before everything went white, and I woke up. Buddy would always come awake at the same time, almost like we'd been having the same dream, and look at me with confusion. I would try going back to sleep, but I just couldn't. I couldn't get that image out of my head. It felt like Gale was reaching out from wherever he was, and as I lay there thinking about it, I knew it had to mean something. Celine had no real advice to speak of, though. Like I said, no one's ever gone into the ceiling and come back out again, at least as far as I know. Maybe he's alive up there. Maybe he's not. Either way, seems like a bad idea to go up there. I tried to put it out of my mind, but after being woken up the second night in a row by the exact same dream, I just couldn't shake the image. I hadn't had a lot of dreams since coming here, maybe a side effect of being stuck in this place, and these didn't feel like a couple of dreams I could remember having. They were extremely vivid and unlike anything I'd ever seen before, and I caught myself looking at the ceiling more than once that day. I wished I had some information about what was up there, but not even Gale had been in the ceiling before. Well, not until recently. But I wasn't the only one interested in the ceiling. Tired as I was, it was still hard not to notice Buddy was looking at the ceiling too. He had his head cocked to the side like he was listening to something, and I wondered what he was hearing over the drone of the fluorescence. Could he hear the miasma up there? Could he hear someone screaming quietly into the blackness of the ceiling? I didn't know, but I think that was the first time I thought about what could be up there, besides all that darkness. I thought about it a lot that day, and I must have carried it with me into sleep that night. I was in the negative place again, and I let my feet guide me to where Gale had been the night before. It wasn't hard now. I'd gone there a few times, after all, and I found him much sooner tonight than I had before. He was still contorted oddly, his body hovering above the floor, but he turned his head as I approached, an action that seemed to bring him great pain. He mouthed at me again in toneless horror. It was hard to tell what he was saying, but it looked like he wanted me to help him. Save me, or get me, was definitely the gist of it, though that was just a guess. His eyes turned to look at me as he mouthed, getting big as he spied something, and I turned just as a swirling mound of darkness roared loud enough to shake my soul. Buddy was barking when I came awake this time, and Celine was yelling for him to quiet down. It was hard to ignore the ceiling after that night, and as Celine and I traveled around getting supplies, I found myself looking at it in the different stores. Were they all like mine? Some of them didn't have ceilings like ours, but I was sure there existed a darkness in each of them. Who could say how you got into them, but they had to be there. It was a constant of each store, after all. The doors didn't open until they did. The ceiling was full of darkness. The food never spoiled. The bathroom always led forward. Constants. Maybe. Who could say? The third dream was much the same, though it was the first time I noticed that something was happening to Gale. I found him much sooner this time, my feet knowing the way. He was still floating there, in that constant state of torment, but pieces of him seemed to be floating up. It was easier to tell in the photo-negative environment. They looked a little like snowflakes, and if he noticed, it was hard to tell. He seemed to be in a constant state of terror, though, so who's to say? As he looked at me, he again began to mouth something. It looked like he was asking me to come and get him, but the grimace in between words made it difficult to tell. Gale was clearly in distress, but whether it was the space or him, I couldn't hear anything he was saying. When I woke up the next day, I think I had already decided that I was going up there to get him. I knew it was a death wish, but I couldn't just sit here while whatever it was tormented him. Gale was important to me, and seeing him like that hurt me. It could be a way to lure me into the ceiling as well, but I didn't care. I was stuck here either way, so I might as well do something. Celine was instantly against it. You already went outside and came back. Are you in that big a hurry to tempt fate? But if I go up there and get him before it's all over, maybe he could help us find the end. There is no end, kid. It's an endless loop of Dollar General stores. We aren't meant to escape. We're just meant to keep moving, keep living until whatever controls this place gets tired of us. Buddy whined a little, looking at Celine as if pleading her not to yell. We were sitting around having dinner when I brought it up, and though the conversation had started out mild, it had become a little heated as it went on. She scratched Buddy behind the ears and seemed to find some of her lost cool. It's just a dream, kid. Don't think too much about it. Trust me. It'll just drive you crazy. I didn't push it, but I knew it was more than just a dream. Something about this place was special, and it seemed that I had some kind of affinity for it. It had opened the doors for me. It had spared me when I knew so little about it. It had allowed me to find Gale, something that didn't often seem to happen, and it felt like it had thrown me a bone when I met Celine, too. Now, it seemed to be pushing me towards the ceiling, and I couldn't ignore that. After 2 more nights, however, I was ready to go regardless. Each dream showed Gale in a worse state. He seemed to be turning into sand, his body dissolving a little at a time. The longer I came back into that void, the less I expected to find of him the next night. I can't claim that Gale and I were family or anything. I had honestly known him for a short time, but it was still painful to see him like that. Gale was the first real friend I'd had since coming here. He'd taught me how to travel with purpose, and we'd spent some time together. In contrast, Celine was methodical and not particularly interested in the secrets of this place. Not like Gale had been. She was content to survive, and that seemed to be what she intended to do with whatever immortality she had here. I, however, wanted a bit more than that. The last dream was the worst, and ultimately what drove me to action. When I found him, he was bobbing like a yo-yo, up and down and up and down. It looked like he was having a mid-air fit, and the lighted spaces were fading from him like snow. He wasn't mouthing anything when he looked at me this time. His mouth was open in a scream, and he was shaking as he loosed his silent fear and pain. It was terrible, like watching someone hang, and when I heard the tromp of heavy feet, I opened my eyes and sat up panting for breath. Buddy was awake too, but he just watched me as he lay shivering on the ground. He knew, I could tell that he knew, and I knew then what I had to do. Celine woke up to find me packing a backpack. "Where are you going?" she asked, though I think she already knew the answer. "I'm heading into the ceiling." I wanted to be mad when she grabbed the backpack, but she was so gentle about it that it was hard to be angry. Let's talk about this before you..." "Celine, there's nothing to talk about. If there's a chance I can save Gale from the ceiling, then I'm going up there. But we don't even know what's up there. Besides the miasma, it could be a trap, kid. It could be death. No one comes back from the ceiling," she said, shaking her head as she tried to take the backpack from me. I held fast, not willing to give it up that easily. I've had dreams about it. It's possible to live up there, at least for a while. I want to bring him back. I want to have him here so he can help us find the end of all this. "I've already told you," she said through gritted teeth. "There is no end to this. This place, it just goes on and on and on. It won't matter if we have Gale or not. None of us are leaving." I tried to formulate something that wouldn't sound crazy, but all I had was a last-ditch effort. The hermit, Jasper, he wrote that he had seen it. Celine stiffened, the thought of the hermit filling her with a mixture of shame and apprehension. Jasper wasn't well. You saw that firsthand. If Jasper told you that he saw it, it was when he was still okay. Well, kind of okay. He came to a spot where he was afraid to go. A spot where the miasma were plentiful. And that's where he believed there might be some way to escape. She wanted to dispute me, but when I put the journal in her hands, she realized she could read it for herself. "Hopefully, I won't be gone long. I want to tie a lead back to here so I can backtrack after I find him. Tie it to the ladder so I don't get lost while I'm up there. With any luck, I can come back with Gale and Rudy and anyone else I find up there." Celine seemed to think about it for a minute before sighing and shrugging. "I guess there's no way I can really stop you." "Not really," I said, heading for the ladder. "All I ask is that you keep the hole open and don't unhook my rope." "I can do that," she said. "With you up there, the miasma probably won't." But she stopped when she noticed Buddy. Buddy had come trotting up with a harness and a leash in his mouth. He was looking at me, as if to ask when we were heading out, and the look on Celine's face was heartbreaking. I patted Buddy's head, telling him that he had to stay here and keep Celine company, but he just kept jumping up and putting his paws on my chest, as if to say that he had to go with me. I turned to Celine, but she just shrugged and put the harness on, tears rolling down her face a little as she got him ready. "You find Gale, Buddy. Find him and bring both of them back. And you," she said, looking at me with a look that brooked no argument, "you bring my dog back, safe and sound. You hear me?" I took a few minutes to write this out before I left. Buddy getting some last-minute pets before we head out. If I don't come back, then I guess the ceiling really was the final frontier. Hopefully I see you all a little bit later. Well, it's been an interesting little bit, but I finally made it back. Sorry for not updating. My phone wouldn't work in the ceiling, and I'm honestly not sure how long I was there. Sometimes when I think about it, it seems like weeks. Sometimes it seems like it was only a few hours. Despite all that, it always seems like a long, dark dream that I woke up from before it was over. You know, that kind of hazy, half-remembered way you remember things sometimes. Anyway, you don't care about that. You want to know what happened up there. So Buddy and I went into the ceiling to try to find Gale. I had something of his from before we had separated, and a quick sniff sent Buddy on his way. He was eager to go. I don't know whether he had done this sort of thing before or not. Maybe it was the dreams we had been sharing. He was as desperate to find Gale as I was. It was exactly like my dreams, the whole place like a photo negative that just went on forever. Probably doesn't do it justice, but it was like a whole other Dollar General store up there. It was and wasn't like the other stores I'd been to. It was stocked with weird monochrome copies of things, but the shelves went on and on forever. It was this odd black and white liminal space that extended into oblivion, and it was even stranger than the outside. Buddy was on the trail from the moment we touched down. I was expecting that he would take on the same characteristics as the place, but he was a distinct contrast. He was a big black and white collie, I suppose, with a little brown mixed in for good measure. He stood out against the backdrop like Easter grass in a Halloween diorama. I suppose I must have as well, and I crouched a little as I went along. I didn't want to be seen by the miasma that made this place their home, and the deeper we went, the more I could feel their presence. It was like smog. It seemed to waft around like a lingering presence. It hung in the air, smelling acrid, and it was a different color than the other dark neons. You wouldn't have thought there could be so many shades of black, but the presence left behind by the miasma was velvety and slightly thicker than the flat black of the store. The closest I can come to explaining it is the puppet shows they would put on at the library when I was small. They would put felt on the background. The felt stood out a little more, and it was something like that. I know most of this probably isn't making sense to you guys, but the photo negative space isn't a spot that makes a whole lot of sense in the first place. The outside had plants, wildlife, and an ecosystem. This place reminded me of a graphic novel drawn in pencil. Everything was hyper-realistic. Everything was very detailed, but it ultimately looked flat, like your hand would bump into it if you reached out to touch it. Buddy didn't seem to notice any of this, as he walked with his head down and his tail wagging, following the trail that only he could see. It was here that I began to think we might not be as alone as we thought we were. We rounded a corner, Buddy still moving, following his trail, when I nearly ran into someone. They were like this place, black and white copies of someone I'd never met, but they were moving around the aisle and reaching for things on the shelf. It was an old woman dressed in a shawl and the floral print dress of someone who does a lot of shopping secondhand, and she was utterly ambivalent of me. I reached towards her, wanting to see if she was solid, but as my hand bumped against her, she shuddered and looked around as if someone had called her name. Buddy barked then, jumping a little as if telling me to hurry, and I was forced to move on as he led me deeper into the infinite store. We encountered others as we went, men and women, even a few children who were moving up and down the rows of products. Some of them looked scared. Others seemed to be thinking this was a temporary thing like I had. But all of them were the same flat black and white of the store. How many Dollar Generals were there in the loop? How many people were stuck here, just trying to survive as they figured this place out? I had only seen Gail, the Hermit, and Celine since I arrived, but it was possible that there could be any number of others here, just trying to find their way out. Buddy ignored all of them, moving towards his intended target with laser precision. We didn't meet our first miasma for a little while, but the first one nearly ended our trip. We'd been moving between aisles, Buddy enjoying his unhampered run, when he suddenly came up short. Some of his exuberance left him as I moved up beside him, and I saw what had gotten his fur up. Lumbering between the aisles, its head far up where the ceiling should be, was a miasma. It wasn't as large as the ones I'd seen in the outside, but it was bigger than either Buddy or I. It didn't seem to see us, making its way ponderously along, and as it disappeared down another shadowy row, I decided it might be time to use the leash. I couldn't lose Buddy in here. Celine would never let me forget it, and though he didn't want to be on a leash, he seemed to understand the need. I don't know how long we traveled, but it felt the same way that traveling the stores did. You could travel the stores as slowly or as quickly as you wanted, but you never quite knew how much time had passed. Traveling the ceiling didn't make me feel tired, didn't make me feel hungry, and aside from needing to stop for a few minutes after a particularly long run, I didn't get winded either. Felt like I could go for days, but I knew that there had to be an end to it somewhere. Buddy and I knew where we were going. When we came to a small park in the middle of the infinite store, I knew we'd found the spot. It was beautiful, a park made of crystalline trees that stretched towards the sunless ceiling as they reached for whatever lay up there. Buddy went sniffing up the path, marking one of the trees before moving up the path towards the next. I wasn't sure what he was looking for, but I had a hunch that it had something to do with Gail. In my dreams, he had been floating off the ground. Maybe these crystals were keeping him aloft. It wouldn't be the oddest thing I'd ever seen in here, and the more I looked at them, the more they made me think of a conversation I'd had with a friend once. It was a conversation that seemed to have taken place 1,000,000 years ago now, but I could still remember the light reflecting through the facets of the gem when I held it up to the light. Her name was Candace, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't trying to sleep with her. She was into witchy stuff, crystals and tarot cards and things, and she'd been explaining how she could store energy in crystals. She always sat hers out in the sun to recharge, but she claimed that other people could put energy into them too, and you could pull it out later. Human beings are just big batteries at the end of the day, and their energy is unique. These didn't look a lot like her crystals, but I supposed crystals were crystals, at the end of the day. The way they reached towards the sky made me think about the infinite store that existed around them and wonder what kind of energy they were drawing in. Could this be some sort of battery for the store? Maybe it was one of many. Maybe it was just one more odd thing amongst a sea of odd things. My barometer was a little unreliable these days, and looking at them made me realize how numb I had become to all of this. There was a time when I would have stared in awe at these things, but now they were just one more attraction on my road trip of strange. If I did get out, how would I return to the world I had known after something like this? I guess I'd have to escape to figure that out. Buddy must have found what he was looking for, because he suddenly jumped up onto one of the crystal trees and started barking frantically. His barks were deep, but confused, as he butted his head against the surface hard enough to worry me that he might hurt himself. I tried to pull him off, but he came back to the spot right away. I squinted at it, thinking there might be something inside, and when I leaned in close, I saw what appeared to be half of a person floating in there. Half may not be the right description, but it's the best I can do. There was a right arm, a left leg, some of a torso, and a whole head. It wore glasses, the face bristling with gray hair, as it smiled warmly into the distance. It appeared to be dreaming, the face twitching now and again, and in its hand was a clutched red leash. It all floated within the crystal, and I wondered if this was the man that had written the message on the bulletin board that I had first seen in Gale's store. Border collie named Buddy, black and white with some brown, blue bandana around neck, very sweet, good service dog. Would love to see him again. "Come on, Buddy," I said. The dog's still jumping against the crystal. "I'm not sure there's anything we can do for him. Gale might still be salvageable, though, if we hurry." Buddy whined as he looked back at the crystal, and before my eyes, I saw the hand holding the leash began to disintegrate. It was like something slowly being dissolved, and when it was gone, the flesh floated in the depths of the black rock. I thought Buddy was going to stick for a moment, and I would have to drag him a little, but then he gave the crystal a single lick and headed off on Gale's trail again. As we moved amongst them, I wondered if all these crystals contained people. There were so many here. Too many to inspect if we wanted to save Gale, and the deeper we went, the smaller they became. The crystals at the start had been huge, towering nearly to the ceiling, but the ones near the back were more like young spruces and pines. They had a few limbs on them, and when Buddy barked and put on a burst of speed, I saw the first of the seedlings. Seedlings was a nice way of saying people who were slowly being overtaken by rock. One of them was too far gone, his body mostly encased, and another had only an arm and a leg hanging out of the rock. They didn't move or acknowledge us, but I could see fingers of one of them twitching as we came near. They were definitely alive in there, and I shuddered to think that something like that could happen to me. On the ground, amidst a small collection of rocks, was Gale. He was lying on the ground, but the crystals had lifted him slightly as they grew. He was in the same pose I had seen him in my dreams, and his left calf and right arm were the only thing covered in crystal. I called his name, leaning down to open one of his eyes, and as the eyeball rolled to find me, I knew he was still alive. His lips trembled like he was trying to say something, and as I set to work freeing him, I told him to hold on and that we would talk once he was loose. I hadn't been sure what to expect, but luckily I had thought to bring a hammer and a saw. The hammer made quick work of the half-formed crystal, sending jagged bits flying in all directions. And as his arm came free, I started on his leg. Buddy was standing by, cocking his head as he made a worried, keening sound. When Gale finally came free, I got under his arm and found only dead weight in response. Gale was in no shape to move himself, and after some deliberation, I left the backpack behind and pulled him up onto my back. I was a little bigger than Gale, thankfully, but he was solid, and I wasn't sure how long I was going to be able to carry him like this. I took hold of Buddy's leash and told him to take us home, but that's when we got caught. We had no sooner started moving than everything went dark. Pitch black would be a better word for it, but all the light in the area suddenly went out, and we were left in total darkness. Buddy was still pulling at my hand, his nose not blind, and I put a hand out in front of us as I moved without sight through the crystal garden. I had to be careful. Any one of those branches could have stabbed me through with a jagged length of rock, but it was the darkness that scared me more than anything. The darkness always meant miasmas were about, and though I couldn't see them, I was pretty certain they could see me. We came briskly to the shelves, me bumping my shin against one as we came out of the garden, and that was when I heard the scream of the beast. It was answered by another and another, and suddenly the ground shook with their passage. They were looking for me, looking for their prize that I had stolen, and as I followed my four-legged guide, I kept my hand out and a firm grip on my passenger. Buddy came up short a second before we heard a loud boom, and I felt the air rush past as something fell in front of us. Buddy barked in fright, and when he pulled me forward, something passed over my head, catching on the hat that I was wearing and taking it with it. I was never sure how close I came to getting my head swiped off by a miasma, but it had to be pretty damn close. We kept moving, Buddy taking us down one corridor after another, and the sound of loud footsteps was constantly behind us. When we stopped for a minute, two of them passing on the aisle behind us, I heard someone grunt and felt movement as Gale squirmed a little. "What's going on?" he rasped. "I can't see anything." I breathed a sigh of relief and put him shakily onto his feet. He had been getting pretty heavy. "It's me. I came to rescue you, but the lights went out after I got you out. We gotta be quiet. They're looking for us." He made a sound somewhere between a chuckle and a sigh. "Just my luck." As the thunderous footsteps passed, I grabbed his hand and told Buddy to lead us on. We daisy-chained our way through the aisles as we avoided the loudest of the footsteps, and after a while the lights came on, as suddenly as they had gone out. We were standing in the middle of a home decor section, and it was a mishmash of wall signs and those little shelves people use for knickknacks. Buddy seemed a little lost, running in circles as he tried to find whatever he was looking for, and I had time to take a real look at Gale. He wasn't looking great. His skin was pale and his muscles were slack as he stood sagging beside me. He looked like he hadn't slept in days or eaten a good meal, and he was utterly drained from whatever the crystals had been doing to him. I hope you know the way, 'cause your dog looks a little lost." I looked at Buddy, but was far from reassured. He was scratching at the floor and hopping around excitedly. I started to get nervous. We had to get back. Gale needed a couple of meals and about a week of sleep. Until we got out of the ceiling, we weren't likely to get either. I tried to get Buddy back on track, but he just kept barking and scratching at the floor. I bent down to try to calm him a little, and that's when I saw it. There was light peeking up through the little slits in the floor. It wasn't the weird track of lights here either, but a harsher, more real light. It was coming from the floor, and when I poked a finger through it, I looked down into a familiar burnt-out store. It was near the front, where the ceiling tiles were broken up, and I rubbed Buddy's head as I realized what he was trying to tell us. "Good dog," I whispered into his fur. "Very good dog." When I looked up from the petting, though, I saw that we had found the hole just in time. 50 feet down the aisle, looking at us as if not able to believe what it was seeing, was a huge miasma. It had taken 3 big steps, eating up the ground, and I scooped up Buddy and told Gale to follow me. I jumped on the opening and grimaced as I landed badly on my ankle when I hit the tiles. I was back in the Dollar General beyond, and as Gale landed heavily beside me, I helped him up and we made a run for the bathroom. The miasma had jumped, missing us as it lunged by seconds later, and as it tried to slide out of the ceiling and into the store, we were already booking it for the exit. I pushed the door open, grabbing Gale's hand as I thought about Celine's safe house. Buddy was whining against my shoulder, Gale staggering a little as we passed through, and we all fell in a heap inside the well-lit safety of Celine's home store. We laughed as she came running over, realizing that we had made it. We had been in the ceiling and lived, and I'd come back with Buddy and Gale. Gale's resting now. He ate enough food for 5 people and then promptly passed out. He hasn't said much about his time up there, but I'm sure he will. He was exhausted, and I watched him start to fall asleep into his dinner a few times as he ate. I gave him my pallet for the night, started building another one when Celine came over. She had the hermit's journal in her hand and looked a little unsure how to start. "I owe you an apology, kid." Told her it was fine, but she shook her head. "No, really. I told you that there was no end to this place. Belittled you for thinking that there was, but I was wrong." She opened to the part of the journal where he talked about the snowy store that came before the midnight store with all the miasmas in it. "I've been here before. It was near where I found Buddy, and I remember stopping at that door like it was a physical barrier. I never went through it, but it sounds like Jasper did. Whatever is beyond that store is likely our ticket out of here, and I think it's where we should go to check." I nodded, but when Gale's voice quavered up from behind us, I felt a cold chill run through me. "I've seen it too, that place. It's where you rescued me from. It's where the miasma store the power source for this place. The people they take into the ceiling are being used to power the Dollar General beyond." Hey everybody, I know you've been curious about what happened since we came back from the ceiling. Well, we've been planning our escape. The first day was for sharing information. We sat around the Coleman stove as we ate and listened to Gale's story, hoping there would be something in there that we could use to help us escape. We had both been to the other side, but Gale had been there for quite a while. His insight would likely be instrumental in an escape attempt from the Dollar General beyond. And anyway, it was time for sharing of knowledge all around. Celine seemed almost bashful around him, not really sure what to say. She was glad to have him with her, that much was clear, and glad to have me and Buddy back too, but she didn't seem to be sure of what to say to him now that he was back. They hadn't seen each other in what I assume was a very long time. And though they looked exactly the same, they had likely existed for decades apart. As Gale sat, the soup in his lap forgotten about, he told us all about the ceiling. "I know you've seen it, kid, but it's like an endless black and white store. It's the store, I think. The stores we travel to are just their shapes from there. The black and white store can be whatever you want it to be, and by existing in them, we subconsciously create the stores." "But wait," I said, not understanding. You've been to the stores that I've seen. You told me as much, and I saw your mark on them." Gale shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe you just aren't very creative." There was silence for a moment, then he laughed, breaking the tension. "More than likely, it's because I've existed here for about 100 times longer than you, kid. Even so, you've written down more than a few stores that I've never been to until you took me to them. I think the longer you travel to stores, the more you influence them. I don't really know, of course. I'm mostly just guessing. But I do know that the stores are taking more people than we thought." He took a sip of his soup then, but it seemed like it was more to wet the pipes than to fill his belly. While you were up there, did you run into any of the black and white people?" I nodded. Yeah, to me, they looked like photo negatives, but I guess I could see them being black and white. Gale nodded. To me, they reminded me of the old Tex Avery cartoons I used to watch, especially the ones that played towards the end of the lineup, the ink and paint sketches, the ones that looked kind of unfinished. That's what these places looked like to me, like unfinished ink tests from some production company. They moved strangely, back and forth like angry ghosts, and when I first encountered them, I thought they might be part of the miasma's defenses. Once I got to the crystal cocoons, though, I knew what they were. Those are the ghosts of the people that have been used to power the beyond. We thought we were alone, but they're just saving us for a rainy day. These stores are just their pantry, the maze they keep the rats in until they need more food for the snake. How many of the ghosts did you see while you were there?" he asked suddenly. I thought about it. 2, maybe 3. I saw about 30 while I explored, and most of them were children. He let that sink in for a moment as he took another sip of his soup. It was chicken noodle, something name brand tonight, but it had turned to ashes in my mouth. Suddenly, I knew what had probably happened to Jasper's missing grandson, what had happened to Rudy and Margot, and what had befallen so many other nameless kiddos who had gone to the bathroom and wound up somewhere else. "You called them cocoons," I said. "To me, they looked like trees." Gale nodded. "They did to me too at first, but once I realized what they were, I couldn't think of them as anything but cocoons. They hold them there after the miasmas get them. They hold them there and they drain their life away. I say they take mostly kids, but I don't think they're very picky. They want life force, and they take it where they can get it." Then Celine began, looking up from her soup as if unsure she wanted to continue. "Why don't we break those cocoons? We could smash them up and mess them up for the miasmas or whatever they are." Gale had started shaking his head when she started talking about busting them up, and it only got more pronounced the longer she went on. "Nah, Celine, if we did that, we'd be trapped here just like them. They'd have us cornered then, and it'd be all too easy to just use us as a power source till we were used up. No, best chance is to just escape and never set foot in one of these stores again. It's the only way to be truly safe. Once we escape, if we escape, we never go near one again." "No worries there," Celine said. "I think I've seen enough Dollar Generals to do me for a lifetime." "Yeah," I added, and Buddy barked as if in confirmation. After Gale finished with his story, I laid out everything I had seen outside. I told them about how the miasma had been there, too. I told him about the mushroom forest and the brackish water. I told him about the strange creatures I'd seen there, and how I had found the remains of Kenneth. I told him about the hermit's journal, and about the rain that had hurt me. Then finally, how I'd come to be back inside the Dollar General beyond, and how I'd found Celine. They both listened, though Celine had heard it all before, and Gale just laughed as I wrapped it up. into the ceiling and into the outside. You've just broken all the rules, haven't you, kid? I shrugged. I guess so. Celine then told us everything she knew about the journal and about her experiences with Jasper, the hermit. When I met him, he was barely hanging in there. I got him some meds. There's a store that's basically just a pharmacy, and for a while it helped him. He told me about a place after the snowy store, a place where the darkness hid something. He said there's a lot of shadowy creatures there, the miasma, and that he believed it was an important place. He thought they guarded it because there was something special there, but he was too afraid to go and see what it was. I think that's our way out. The miasma are there, but maybe if we're sneaky, we can find out what they're guarding and see if it'll help us. Gale nodded. Agreed. I think I'm more than ready to be out of this place. It's been a long time since I saw trees and grass and something other than these goddamn shelves. Well then, Celine said, we're in luck, because I might have an idea on how to fight the miasma. Gale and I stared at her like she was crazy. Even Buddy looked a little skeptical. This would have been valuable information to someone going into the ceiling, I said, a little perturbed. The place where the miasma live. Celine shrugged, looking a little sheepish. Yeah, well, it didn't seem like the time to test it. And believe it or not, I haven't really encountered a lot of miasma in my time here. I've taken steps to avoid them, actually. But while reading Jasper's journal, I remembered something that he had given me while he was in a semi-lucid state. He wasn't writing very clearly by then, and the pills didn't seem to be doing a lot for his dementia, but one day when I came to visit, he presented me with a sheet of paper and said it was a first-hand account of how to fight one of the shadow creatures, the ones that lived in the ceiling. I put it away, thinking it was nonsense, but I looked over it again while you were gone, and I think he might have something. The logic is sound, at least seems to be, and I suppose if we're going to take the fight to them, then it'd be nice to have a little surprise for them. Quit stalling, Gale said, humor and intrigue at odds with each other. Let's hear it. Well, he claimed that any light source could disrupt them, but only the point that the light was touching. He speculated that this was why the lights always go out when they come in. It's easier for them to move in low light or total darkness, which makes them more substantial. He had a diagram here too, though it looks like a bunch of flashlights taped together. He's pretty clear that it won't kill the miasma, just make them less substantial. If it isn't solid, then it can't hurt you. At least, that's what he thought. We were both nodding, but I was still a little miffed that she hadn't shared this with me before I went into the ceiling. Tested or not, I could have used that upstairs. Yeah, she said a little exasperatedly, but imagine if it didn't work. You're counting on this Hail Mary, and it doesn't work. I don't want to give you false hope. Hell, I'm still not sure it'll work. I'm with Gale. Our best bet is to sneak into this place and hope to be missed. The miasma here are supposed to be absolutely massive. Maybe they'll miss us if we can move quietly and find the doorway or portal or whatever it is that takes us back to our world. This just, I don't know, gives us options or possibilities. Something that might give us an edge. I nodded. Her logic made sense. It was definitely something I might have tried after being cornered by one of those miasma, and if it hadn't worked, it would have drawn a lot of attention to Gale and I. We would have likely not survived if they'd seen us, and not knowing had probably stopped us from doing something desperate. Buddy stuck his head under my hand then, taking away a little of my irritation as I petted him. Okay, so we need to have a look around, it seems like. If we get the lay of the land, then we can make a plan. Get there without being seen. Gale nodded. That seems like a solid plan. We can figure out what's in there and form a plan of attack. I'd really like to test that theory about the lights, too. I think I know the perfect place for a test. Celine looked lost, but I nodded as I realized what he was talking about. The burned-out store. Gale wanted to use the burned-out store to test a hypothesis. A hypothesis that had the potential to go very badly. We don't have to, Celine said, but Gale cut her off. No. If it can help, then I'd like to know how much. If we're going to get out of here, then we might need every trick in the book to manage it. That was when we began preparing to test Jasper's theory. Gale has a bunch of those big old 750 count candle lights that he's been setting aside. Something to light the place if the power goes out. And Celine has a bunch of those halogen lanterns that she's hoping will do the trick. I've been playing around with these super bright clip-on lights, the kind that joggers use, and hopefully we can make little fields around ourselves that disrupt the shadows. We worked furiously, though I guess we didn't need to. It wouldn't matter how fast or slow we worked. We were still stuck in this timeless void. As we worked, I couldn't help but notice little things about my companions either. They were working close together, smiling and laughing more than I'd seen before. Makes me wonder if Rudy and Margot were the only secret, not-so-secret couple at the Dollar General. I've been trying to give them space, Buddy and I taking a lot of walks on back alleys, and I've become pretty close with the pooch. I wonder if Celine would mind him coming back with me. Would that even work? How does the return process work? So many questions, but not many answers. So that's where we are now. I'm making this update while those two take inventory of what we have in our hideout. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little excited. It's a chance to escape, the best chance we've had so far. And if it fails, then, well, I guess at least it'll fail spectacularly. They're putting something together now, working on something that will help us combat the miasma, and I should probably go help them. Hopefully, there won't be many of these left to go, and I'll be back in the real world soon enough. Till then, pray for me. I'd like to say that today I got the closest I've ever been to a miasma, but for you guys who have been reading this for a while, you know I've been way closer. I was nervous as I saw the thing come sliding out of the ceiling, looking around as if confused by the lack of prey. We were all hiding in the back room. Gale, Celine, Buddy, and I, and just watching as it stomped around and looked for us. "Get ready," Gale whispered, hitting a button and tossing the collection of lights and duct tape. Gale had rigged them all together somehow, and they glared out at the miasma as it roared and turned to try to find the source of its discomfort. We were all strapped with reflectors and little blinking bike lights, including Buddy, who clicked and jounced with all the lights he wore. We were hoping it would protect us from the creature, but there was only one way to find out and test the theory. When it turned to look for us, we all charged, brandishing our lights and hoping for the best. We had planned to run if it appeared to be going badly, and when the thing turned and took a swipe at Gale, I prepared to flee. We could always go get him again if it decided to snatch him, but it appeared that our luck was on the upswing. When the miasma reached for him, his hand slipped right through him, and I saw Gale shudder as it passed harmlessly out of the older man again. The miasma seemed as confused as we were, but it couldn't seem to find a hold on any of us, not even Buddy. "Okay, time for the real test," Gale said, turning off his light as he grabbed a blanket off the floor. Pulling it around himself, he blotted out the lights that were attached to him and stood by as we waited for the coming swipe. The miasma lunged at him, grabbing him with shadowy fingers as it prepared to slip back into the ceiling. "Do it!" Gale yelled, sounding the least bit concerned now that the time had come. Celine and I swiveled the beams of our lights, and suddenly, Gale dropped to his feet. The hand that had gripped him lost purchase, the fingers losing density, and Gale was free once more. We laughed and danced around, shining our flashlights and shaking our blinkers. We had done it. We had won a real victory over this boogeyman who had haunted all of us in different ways, and it felt good to show the monster in our closet that we were no longer afraid of it. Then the miasma loosed a loud roar that shook the rafters and quenched some of that excitement. Suddenly, there was a lot of weird movement from the darkness overhead. The ceiling was mostly gone up there, and the shadows were moving like an old man trying to catch his breath. There would be no rescue attempt if one or more of the miasmas came out to get us, and I grabbed a hold of Buddy's harness as we made our escape. They had started taking shape as we stepped into the bathroom, and we were all glad when we stepped out into the fluorescent lights of Celine's safe house. "Excellent," Celine said. "Now we know that we can fight them." "If," Gale said ominously, "it works wherever we're going." Celine gave him a stony look, huffing loudly. "I can't think of any reason why it wouldn't. Must you always be so gloomy?" Gale gave her a look, but I thought it might have been more sad than angry. "You haven't been to the ceiling. Things work differently there. If this end of the line is anything like that, then we could be in for some real trouble." "Then let's get going," Celine said. "We tested Jasper's theory and it worked. Let's go see what we're dealing with, now that we have a weapon." Gale opened his mouth to say something, but closed it again when he realized that there was nothing to say. Celine was right. We could escape right now, so why were we hesitating? I wondered if maybe it was a hesitancy to throw ourselves in without thought, but if we could be back in the real world, then why not jump? The worst that could happen is that if we failed, we were no longer sure that that was such a bad thing. The thought of just existing here for the next however many years sounded like hell to me. What would happen if I stepped out like Celine and Gale were preparing to do, to find that over 20 years had passed? What if I stepped out to find that 50 or even 100 years had passed? Could I reintegrate into such a world? I didn't want to find out. "We need to be ready when we come there," Gale said. "We need to save our tricks until it's absolutely necessary." "I've got an idea," he said, walking over to the shelf as he looked for something that only he was aware of. "If we cover our lights, then we can move relatively unseen. At least I think we can. Imagine their surprise when we take our covers off and bombard them with the hated light." He tossed a throw blanket at me, giving Celine another, and told me to secure a third one around Buddy. "He might need some help when the time comes. You'll need to help him, but it should keep him safe. We might find them looking for us before we get where we're going anyway. If they know that we can fight them, they might try to harvest us before we can escape." He tied his own blanket on like a cloak, looking like some kind of low-budget Lord of the Rings character. "Get whatever you're taking with you, and let's get to it then." "Do we know where the store is that he's talking about in the journal?" I asked, looking at Celine for some clarification. "No," she said, "but I think I can get us fairly close. I know the store he's talking about before that, the one that has snow in it, and I think if we travel from there, we can find the place he's talking about. That store was as far as I've ever gone, but it should get us going in the right direction." So we packed a few things: food, fresh clothes, some weapons to go along with our lights, and stepped towards the bathroom for what I hoped would be the last time. I had found a harness for Buddy that made me think of the ones worn by service dogs, and I hoped that the handle on it would help me hold him if he got spooked. Celine reached for my free hand, taking Gale's with her other, and before she stepped through, she looked back as if to take in her home away from home one last time. The store had been her sanctuary and her respite for a long time, though she hoped to never see it again. She also looked thankful for the comfort that it had brought her. We gave her the moment she needed, and when she turned back to the door, I could already see the snow building on the other side. We stepped into a winter wonderland, and I smiled as the wet flakes hit my face. Everything there was made of snow, and from the shelves to the products to the workforce, everything was nothing but glistening white. The hermit hadn't been wrong. I could see several androgynous-looking snowmen with red vests that turned to look in our direction. The effect wasn't altogether inviting, and their dead-eyed faces reminded me of a horror movie I had seen when I was a kid about a creepy-looking snowman that hadn't been terribly friendly. Buddy clearly didn't share my trepidation. I had to hold him by the harness to keep him from running off to play in the snow. We stepped through again, and this time we were in a perfectly normal-looking store set for St. Patrick's Day. We traveled for a while, going through about 20 stores before stopping to take a break. We found Jasper's underwater store, a store made of concrete, and the store where Celine had filled Jasper's prescription, back when he was still semi-sane. We found a store covered in thick fog, a store that was a pet supermarket, and then we finally came to rest in a store that resembled a park. Buddy facilitated our rest more than any desire to stop, and as he ran and sniffed, we took a seat and talked. "How many more do you think before we get there?" "Who's to say?" Celine said. "Jasper wasn't very clear on how far he traveled before he got there, and really just named stores he saw at random." Gale had his knees up against his chest, and he looked broody. This was abnormal for him, Gale usually being so gregarious, and Celine slid over next to him and put an arm around him as she leaned against him. He smiled, clearly appreciating the closeness, but some of that melancholy persisted. I rolled a diet soda at him and another to Celine, and as it bumped his foot, he smiled and reached down to get it. "What's the first thing you'll do when you get back?" I asked, trying to steer the conversation towards something more upbeat. "I want a nice long bath in a real tub," Celine said. "If I never take another camp shower again in all my life, it'll be too soon." "I want to eat food that I don't heat from a can or take out of a package," I said wistfully. "There's a Japanese steakhouse down the road from my apartment, and I feel like I could easily spend the rest of my life savings in there eating sushi and eel and still not get enough." That got a laugh out of both of them, but only until Gale really thought about the question. "I don't know," he said, after a long moment of thought. "You told me you stepped into that bathroom in 2023, he said, turning it into an accusation. "If that's true, it means that 25 years have passed since Celine and I came through the bathroom. When I stepped out of reality, Bill Clinton was in his second term. The internet was still kind of a fad, and the cell phone I had was about the size of my wallet. I've seen that thing you plink around on when you have downtime. By the sound of it, that thing is more powerful than any computer I've ever seen. I still had 5 payments left on my Camry, the one I left sitting in the parking lot. By now, it's probably been towed along with your little Gemini, Celine. My apartment has long since been leased. My bank account and my house likely went to my ex-wife when I was declared dead after being missing for so long. Let's face it, kid, while you might have something to go back to, Celine and I are likely looking at bleak prospects." I wanted to refute this, but I really couldn't find any evidence to the contrary. How did I know that 20 years hadn't passed while I was here too? I could be stepping out into the future as well, like Fry stepping out of his cryotube. The thought of all 3 of us, well, 4 I guess, if I counted Buddy, stepping out into an uncertain future was more than a little scary, but I knew it was the right choice. "What's the alternative then?" I asked Gale, seriously. "Stay in here and Wait to be scooped up by miasma? Live every day wondering if you're going to wake up being fused into a crystal? I can't live like that, Gale, and I don't think you can either. He started to get angry. You could see it on his face, but he settled as the weight of the statement settled over him. As to where you'll stay, all of you can stay with me for as long as you need. You'll have to sleep on the floor most likely, but I can guarantee there's less of a chance that a shadow monster will come out of the ceiling and try to get you. Gale laughed, but he looked like he was trying not to cry as well. It was the same old Gale, the one who had rescued me from the miasma and taught me how to navigate the landscape of the Dollar General beyond, that came out in that laugh, and I was glad to see some of the darkness that had surrounded him since I had pulled him out of the ceiling dissipate. You know, until you came into my life, I always just assumed I'd die in here. Never wanted to believe that escape was an option. How would one escape from a place like this anyway? Now, it almost feels like there might be something out there for an old guy like me. He raised his can in salute, and Celine did the same. Here's to you, Alphabet Man. No matter what happens, I'm glad I found your message on my bulletin board. We all drank deeply, and as Buddy came back for pets, Gale got back to his feet and brushed the grass off his pants. Let's get this over with, then, he said, taking Celine's hand and smiling at her. None of us are getting any younger. We stepped out into the perfectly normal Dollar General store. Perfectly normal, except for the strange language that everything was written in. Gale nodded. This is it, then. No matter what happens in there. I'm glad I don't have to do this alone. Celine gripped his hand tightly. I hope your couch is comfy, because I think I could sleep for a week straight. There's only one way to find out, I said, grinning as we traveled one final time. We all grasped hands tightly and stepped into the dark space that we hoped would take us home. The final beyond. We had truly come to the final beyond. We came out in an unfamiliar monochrome landscape, and I could already hear Gale having a small panic attack. We were back in his nightmare, the place he had nearly been trapped for until he was used up, and when Celine hissed at me to help him, I tried to catch Gale as he went down. Buddy barked a little, confused and unsure of what was happening, but I quieted him down as Celine tried to get Gale moving again. He was mumbling to himself, at odds with what he knew he had to do, and when I yoked him up beside me, I think it surprised him as much as it did me. You can have a mental breakdown once we get out of here. For now, I need you on your feet. You've lived through too much of this place to let it snatch you at the very end. He shook himself, my words getting through to him, and after a few more reassuring pets to let Buddy know it was okay, we headed into the blank and endless aisles of the final store. This place was just as ghoulish as I remembered it. The shelves seemed to hold the ghosts of old products, and it wasn't long before we encountered the ghost of explorers who'd come before us. Buddy made a whining noise as we skirted them, the hollow after-images troubling him as they went about the last moments of their lives in silent monotony. Celine looked troubled too. This was her first time in the miasma's home, and watching the quiet ghosts as they went about their time seemed to make her anxious. We were reminded that we weren't the only residents of this place a few minutes later, as the rumble of a miasma grated against our ears. It was on the next row over, thankfully, but we pressed ourselves against the shelves like it still might be able to see us through the slab. If it sensed us at all, it gave no sign. It just kept its course and moved down the infinite aisles on whatever work it was about. I was already sweating under my covering, the lights getting a little hot beneath it, and I was hoping this wouldn't take too long. The last thing we wanted to do was catch fire. "I can't believe you came here by yourself," Celine said to Gale. "You either," she added after thinking about it. "I didn't," I said quietly, ruffling Buddy's ears. "I had Buddy with me." He looked up happily, nuzzling my hand. "We better get going," Gale said. "Who knows how many of them there are around here." We went faster then, taking departments at random as we tried to find the exit we all knew had to be here. I think, even then, I suspected it would be in the crystal area, but we couldn't use Buddy to find it this time. I'd been using Gale's scent last time, but Buddy didn't have anything to fix on this time. He was flying as blind as we were, looking around frantically as if expecting to see something that would help us. If he was finding any landmarks, he kept them to himself. It all looked exactly the same to me and Gale, and as we ran, I kept an ear out for the rumbling footsteps of our captors. The miasma always sounded gigantic when they walked. They were pretty huge, I suppose, and it made them easy to hear in the otherworldly quiet of this place. For such a huge place, the silence that surrounded us was almost deafening. Nothing seemed to exist in this place, aside from us and the miasma, and I was very aware of the noise we were making as we beat feet. Given what I've told you, it must sound odd to hear that nothing seemed to exist here, but it's all I can do to describe it. The ghosts made no sound, the store had no ambience, and even the music that was present in many of the others was silent here. The place was so effortlessly oppressive that it made sense for it to act as a cage for those the miasma had captured. This place felt like a tomb more than anything, and I prayed it wouldn't be ours. For all his talk of hurrying, Gale was almost the reason we got caught the first time. We were hustling down an aisle, trying to find some sign that we were getting close, when Gale stopped dead in his tracks. I'd seen the ghost guy, the one holding hands with the woman as they ran, but when Gale stopped and Celine put her hand to her mouth, I knew who we must have found. I had to admit, there was a resemblance between the two of us. No wonder Gale mixed us up so often. He was young, probably in his early 20s, with thick hair and glasses. He was on the heavier side, but not fat. His face was round and boyish, and I imagine he had an infectious smile. I would have to imagine because the look on his face was full of terror. The girl was younger than him, probably 19 or 20, but she looked no less terrified. I like to think that maybe they had tried to make an escape too, the way Gale and I had. But they hadn't quite gotten out. In the end, he had managed to find her, but it had gotten him caught too. "Rudy," Gale said, reaching out and wincing as his hand passed through the kid's face. Rudy was saying something to the girl, Margot, I assumed, and he took no notice of Gale as he stood, stuck in his last moments of freedom. "Gale," Celine said, her own hand resting on his shoulder, "I know it's rough, but we have to go." "How?" Gale asked, his eyes locked on his lost son. "How can I just leave him here? He's my son, Celine. How can I just abandon him?" Celine was crying, but as she tried to comfort him, I could already hear the rumbles getting closer and closer. "You didn't abandon him. He's been gone for a long time. Even if we found him, it wouldn't be him anymore. He's been used up by now." "You don't know that. You can't know that. He could still be here, just trapped in the crystal. We could still save him. We could..." The slow rumbles were building, like thunder on the horizon. "He's gone, Gale. As much as I wish it were otherwise, he's gone. We have to get out of here. We have to get out so we can ensure that no one else gets trapped here and suffers the way he did. If we escape, then we can warn people, but if we stay, We'll be gone too. Buddy whined deep in his throat, and I turned to the two of them as Gale seemed to dither before the image of his precious son. Guys, one of them's coming. We've got to move, or we're gonna get caught. Gale couldn't seem to pull himself away from the image of his lost son, but as that terrible darkness appeared at the end of the row, I took him by the arm and led him all the way to the end of the aisle as it turned in another direction. Peeking from the other side of the end cap, I could see it looking around, clearly expecting to find something here. Maybe it had heard us, maybe it had sensed us, but either way, we had escaped again. As it moved away, I turned and finally realized something from my previous trip. The older woman in the floral print dress was still hunched where we had left her, and I grinned as I realized I knew where we were. "Come on," I whispered, and the four of us set off. If Gale looked back, I missed it. All I knew was that the four of us were off like a shot. I took corners as I remembered them. Buddy was also moving with an ease that made me hope that he too remembered where we were going. The rumbles never got very close, and as we came to the edge of the crystalline garden, I felt a surge of joy rush through me. If there was an exit, it had to be here. Celine's eyes went from the flinty fear of a hunted animal to the bright sparkle of enchantment. The crystal forest, while mostly sharp angles and strange geometry, was still hauntingly beautiful. It was hard not to look at it as a thing of beauty until you realized its purpose. The ones on the outskirts wouldn't have more than bits floating in them, I assumed at least, but the ones in the middle could have mostly whole people in them. As we walked amongst the giant crystals, I clutched my wooden club a little tighter. The miasma would definitely come if we started smashing them, but how long would that take them? One look at Gale told me he was thinking the same thing, and was barely containing the urge to start swinging. Do we know what we're looking for?" Celine asked, keeping her voice low. She seemed afraid to talk too loudly, afraid of what might hear her, and I leaned down a little so I could whisper too. "I'm guessing it's something we'll know when we see it." "Maybe," Gale said as we trudged. "We might have already walked past it and not realized it. I can't imagine it's here for them, or they'd be all over our world." "Then why is it here?" Even as I asked it, I knew it was significant. It had to be in the DGB for, I don't really know, but its purpose had never really occurred to me. It was like that thing in the backyard my mom used to catch wasps in. You just sort of stopped thinking about it after a while and kept existing. You knew the wasps in there were suffering before they died, but they were just wasps after all. Was that maybe how the miasmas saw us? We were just humans after all. Why not trap us in their version of a jar until they were ready to shake out all the corpses and start again? Hell, they wouldn't even have to do that. They, much like the Native American hunters, used all the parts of their prey. These things were efficient, if it was their doing in the first place. "We should spread out a little," I said, as the crystal forest spread out before and behind us. "We could cover more ground that way." "Sounds like a great way to get snatched," Gale said, cutting me off. "We need to stay together. Otherwise, we're just asking to get picked up. If we stay here too long, we might get grabbed. If we split up, we might get grabbed. No matter what we do, there's a chance we're gonna get grabbed. I didn't come this far to get grabbed out of hand. With any luck, we'll get close to whatever the exit is before we get seen." "Guys," Celine said, but we cut her off. "We've got to be smart about this, Gale. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. We can just stay close to each other, like within 10 or 20 feet, so we can call out or something." "Guys," Celine said again, and Gale turned just before he could fire back. We were deep in the grove, strange crystal trees all around us, and the black door that floated a few feet off the ground was hard to miss. It was about 6 feet tall, the surface made of dark wood with a handle of blackened metal. I could see markings on the surface once I got close, and the swirls looked old and kind of angry. The door stood out like a sore thumb amongst the alien plant life, and I felt like it might be a little too obvious. "Think this is what we're looking for?" I asked, reaching out shakily to touch the surface. "Only one way to find out," Gale said, reaching for the knob and twisting. "Wait," Celine said. "What if it's a—" But Gale had committed to the action now, and as the door came open with a harsh grind, a shriek arose from deep inside the monochrome store. It was a noise I had heard before as I lay in the outside and tried to make myself as small as possible. "They're coming," I told him, taking my flashlight in my other hand as Celine threw off her cloak. "We gotta get out of here." I turned to find Gale struggling with the heavy door, the muscles in his arms standing out as he strained at it. "I can't imagine how that old man got this open by himself. This thing feels like it weighs a ton." I saw the problem as the rust began to flake off the hinges. The door had stood here for God only knew how long, and the hinges had calcified. Whenever it was the hermit had been here, the door had been used very little since. Gale was pushing against it with all his might, but he was having trouble getting any headway. The crystalline trees shuddered under the footsteps of the miasma, and I braced for a fight. "Almost," Gale grunted, heaving with all his might, and I saw he had managed to get it open about a foot. The 3 dark shadows were coming through the crystal forest, and as I threw off my cloak, too, I reached down to snatch Buddy's off, and we shone like beacons. I looked up to find a 4th trying to come in on our left, a 5th from our right, and I was sure there would be others trying to come in at our backs. They must have somehow known that the door was opened, and as the beams of our flashlights grated out, I heard Buddy bark as he pulled at his leash. The lead miasma reached out with a pair of hands the size of manhole covers, but when it tried to grab Celine, its hands lost their fullness. They passed harmlessly through her, through me, and Buddy too, and the miasma seemed confused. It lifted its hands and looked at them, not sure why it couldn't grab us. The 5 of them seemed unsure of how to approach us, and when the door creaked open with an almost painful grinding sound, we all turned to find Gale waving us inside. "Come on, before they—" but stopped as something grabbed him from the other side of the portal. It was a hand made of living darkness, a black so dark it made the black of the monochrome look dull. It snatched Gale inside before we could take so much as a step towards it. "Come on!" Celine yelled, barreling inside as Buddy and I followed afterward. I stopped long enough to catch the door, not wanting the miasma to follow us somehow, and we stepped into a strange new place. As the door slammed behind us, Celine, Buddy, and I found ourselves in a place we had only read about. It was dark, like a child's room without a nightlight, and the only light seemed to come from the slightly glowing floor tiles. They were the same pattern as the linoleum in the Dollar General stores, and they floated in the air like phantom stepping stones. Everything floated here, as a matter of fact. The shelves, the floor, the weird glowing fungus that grew on everything. It all seemed to float in the void that hung around us. Amidst it all was something else, something different. In the midst of the floating space was a green glowing stone, and it pulsated with unknown power. We looked around, trying to find Gale, and saw him hovering amidst a cloud of deep midnight. The cloud had fixed 2 large eyes on us, smoldering coals the size of meteors, and it wafted towards us with boundless confidence. Gale was struggling, trying to tell us to run, but he was shivering with every labored breath. Whatever the cloud was, it was cold, and that cold was slowly killing our friend. It billowed towards us right up until it hit the lights we held, and then it flinched away with an angry hiss. We reached for Gale as it passed, but he was too far away to grab. Celine called for him, trying to get to the cloud, but I held her back as it swirled and moved about the space. It's clearly guarding that gem, which is probably how we get out of here. If we go towards it, it's likely to come down and try to stop us. When it does, we can get Gale and the gem and get the hell out of here. Celine thought about it for a minute, taking another glance back at Gale before nodding and following behind me. The way wasn't easy, especially not while being menaced by the cloud, but we hopped from one tile to the next as we made our way towards the gym. I wasn't much help, carrying Buddy and still jumping, but Celine had her light out and was on guard for the cloud as we traveled. The cloud, the true form of the miasma, I'm sure, just kept trying to dive bomb us off the tiles, but the lights we wore and our flashlights kept it far enough back that it never really got close enough to do more than buffet us with cold air. We kept an eye on Gale, his shivering letting us know that he was still alive, and as we came within 2 easy steps of the platform, I started making my plans to rescue him. "Grab the gem," I shouted, and as Celine made a break for the last 2 squares, I watched the cloud. It made a beeline for her, swarming like a fog bank of angry birds, and as it got close, I made a break. Buddy made a nervous sound by my side, seeming to understand the importance, but not liking the jostling, and as the cloud passed over the platform, Celine rushed for the emerald. I jumped and passed into the cloud. It was like plunging into a cold shower, and for a moment I just floated inside that chilly abyss. When I bumped into something solid, however, I locked my free hand around it and carried it with me as I fell out the other side. Gale and I both gasped as we landed in a heap on the platform, and I could see the cloud retreating into the murk. Too many lights, I supposed, and I ripped off Gale's covering as I added his lights to ours. Celine helped us up, Buddy shaking off imaginary water as we got our bearings. I had eyes only for the gem, however. It was right there, sitting 5 feet away, pulsating dully on its pedestal. It was our ticket home. I could feel it. "What now?" asked Celine, her hand already inching towards it as she tried to keep that hand at her waist. "Well," I said without much assuredness, "if it's anything like the door inside the stores, we can use it to travel out of here together. We just have to be touching." "Do you think destination is important?" Celine asked, readjusting as she hefted Gale. He was shivering and coughing, the cloud really having done a number on him, and Celine had thrown an arm around him as she tried to keep him on his feet. "I don't know," I said. "I don't think I could picture the store I came in from. Could you?" She shook her head. I lifted Buddy into my arms, my other hand reaching for Celine's as we stepped forward. I took some of Gale's weight onto myself, the 2 of us looking like friends carrying a drunk home, and it freed up one of her hands for the gem. The arm under Gale grabbed her shirt as well, putting us in contact as we prepared to hopefully travel one final time. "See you on the other side," I said, her hand stretching to grab the crystal. "I hope so." As her fingers came into contact with the surface, everything went dark. For a little bit, I didn't know anything. I was blind, mute, deaf, senseless, adrift, just waiting to land. Felt like hours. Felt like seconds. Then slowly I became aware of something. It was wet and rough and scraping against my face as a worried whine accompanied it. I opened my eyes and saw Gale and Celine lying on the floor of a generic bathroom that could have belonged to any big box store in the country. The lights were on. Buddy had set them off when he got up, and as I sat up, I could already hear a low growl from my 2 companions. Buddy was dancing around happily, barking with excitement, and I rubbed my head as I tried to shush him. Despite the pounding headache, we had made it. We were somewhere different, somewhere new. "Where are we?" Gale gravelled out, rubbing his head as the two of them blinked owlishly at me. I looked at the bathroom door, hesitated for a moment, and then I pushed it open. I couldn't help but laugh as the signage for the new location came into view. It's the farthest place from Dollar General, and also usually the closest." Gale looked out the door, and after a few seconds, he began to laugh. We walked out onto the floor of the very closed Family Dollar and found ourselves stepping back into our world at 11:17 on December 4th, 2023. I'd been gone for less than 6 months, Gale and Celine for a little less than 25 years, but we were home at last. When the blue and whites started pulling up a few minutes later, I realized our adventure wasn't over yet. Now, we had some explaining to do. So I guess this is kind of a follow-up, but it also answers a few questions I know you've all had. First off, yeah, we got arrested. Well, no, not really arrested. But the police were not pleased to find us in the Family Dollar. I guess we triggered a silent alarm when we came out of the bathroom, and the response time for this side of town was pretty stellar. We submitted, because what else were we going to do? We had been through the ringer, and we were in no mood to fight the cops. They cuffed us, patted us down, and took us to the police station. Buddy got to ride in the empty canine unit cage, his dog having been left at the kennel for the night. They put Gale and I in the back of the same car, and as we rode, Gale seemed to be telling me to keep quiet with the looks he gave me. Fortunately for all of us, we left everything in the beyond when we had traveled the last time. We didn't have the backpack of incriminating items that we couldn't explain. We didn't have the homemade weapons or the flashlights, and we had come through with nothing but the things we'd gone into the bathroom with initially. This worked out for us because it meant that I still had my wallet, my phone, and my punch card from work, the one from the night that I had worked. I assumed Gale had some sort of wallet on him, men his age usually did, and hopefully Celine had some kind of ID on her as well. I had noticed that both had emerged in their uniforms, and I wondered what the police would make of a pair of Dollar General employees being in the Family Dollar after hours. We were all loaded into little rooms and left to wait for about 15 minutes. That's when a guy in a sheriff's department uniform came in with a cup of coffee. I didn't know how you took it, so I put some cream and sugar in and added a piece of ice so it wouldn't be too hot. I thanked him, the coffee going down a treat, but the real surprise was how much I enjoyed the sound of an unfamiliar voice. I had spent what felt like years listening to the same 3 people, and one had been little more than incoherent babbling. I'd miss new people, even just the overheard side conversations you picked up on while you were out and about. It was like music to my ears. So, I don't know if you're aware, but your family declared you missing about 6 months ago when your boss said you'd missed 3 days of work in a row. They found your car in the parking lot of a Dollar General, but it was closed for the night. They searched around the store, the surrounding neighborhoods, and finally, even inside the store, but no one found so much as a hint of what had happened to you. Now, you show up with 2 other missing people who have been missing a hell of a lot longer than you, in the bathroom of a Family Dollar that sits across the street from the store we found your car in front of. He looked over the top of the file folder at me, clearly hoping I would connect some of the pieces for him. So my main question is how? I waited for him to elaborate, but when he didn't, I just shrugged. How what? How did you manage to reappear after 6 months in a store that had been locked up for the night, in a bathroom that had been checked out and signed off on by the manager before he locked said door and armed the security system. I've got him in the sergeant's office, and he's telling us how he was the last one out of that store, and there was no way that he missed 3 grown people and a dog in a bathroom built for one person. So either you guys just dropped out of the sky, or... But at that point, someone new pushed their way into the room. Someone in a suit, with a smile off a crest box. "I'll take it from here, officer. There's been a mistake. Someone is waiting for you in the sergeant's office. Someone who can explain everything." The deputy looked at the man skeptically. "And just who the hell are you?" "My name is Mr. Washington. I work for a special interest group, someone with information on what's going on. This man is to be turned over to my custody immediately. It's all in the paperwork you'll find with your sergeant, I assure you." The deputy looked like he intended to argue, but his radio chirped about that time, and his supervisor told him to come to the office to sign some paperwork. "Sir, I've got a suspect in room..." "Doesn't matter. Mr. Washington is going to take over from here. Now I need you to come and sign some forms, ASAP, deputy." The deputy licked his lips, clearly not comfortable with the situation, but he got up and headed for the sergeant's office. Not before one last word on the matter that clearly didn't impress Mr. Washington. "Don't move till I get back. I want to make sure this paperwork is on the level before I just let you walk out of here with a potential suspect." Mr. Washington smiled, but it never reached his eyes. "Of course, we'll be right here." The deputy left then, but he never came back to make good on his threat. Mr. Washington watched the door for a count of 5 before turning back and gracing me with one of those smiles. "You have been to the beyond, haven't you?" I started to tell him I didn't know what he was talking about, but when he reached up and pulled out the wire to the closed-circuit camera, I got a little scared. Anything could happen without the cameras watching. "I hear it's nice this time of year. Always such a nice place to visit, though you likely wouldn't want to live there." I watched him move about the room, his movements precise and contemplative, like a predator stalking prey. Have you been there?" He smiled wistfully, but whatever he was thinking of didn't seem to strike him as completely happy. "Not for many, many years. Congratulations on escaping, by the way. You're one of about 8 humans to escape the beyond in the whole time it's been in operation. The number was significantly smaller until tonight, though we aren't counting your furry friend towards that number." I watched him as he paced around, realizing it reminded me of something I'd seen recently. A little too recently. Are you one of those numbers?" He smiled then, his eyes sparkling like the reflection of a tar pit. "Oh no, kid. I'm a native." His smile was likely meant to be disarming, but I could see the barely contained want behind his form. Had he created this form himself? Was it something that had been given to him when he poured from that dark place I had only recently escaped from? How did something like him adjust to being in a body so small? "So, how long did you spend there?" he asked, still pacing, ever patrolling. 6 months, according to the police at least." "Not quite as long as your friends in the other room, though still impressive. You know, most of our guests are taken within a month. Generally, when they run out of food, my people come to take them before they starve. Then they reset the store so no one questions why they're suddenly arriving in an empty store. Most of our guests never leave their own store. Fewer than 10% travel to more than a few stores, but You and your friends, you found the secret. By continuing to move, you eluded our notice. Oh, and that trick with the home store, he laughed, like he had said something terribly funny. That was brilliant. No one has ever had the foresight to do that. Gale, he's been on our radar for years. Celine, too, but we couldn't find them. Do you know how infuriating that is? We own the space. We control the beyond, but that wasn't good enough for them. No, they grabbed a hammer and a chisel and carved out their own spot. Do you comprehend how difficult that is? Do you understand how complicated it is to travel through thought alone, let alone to take things with you? Oh man, and you went outside the store. I jumped when he slammed his hands down on the table. For a moment, it felt like the whole room shook. His face was rapturous, but I could see his rage at odds with his curiosity beneath the surface. No one has ever gone to the outside and come back again. No one, not a single guest, has ever done it. You're unique, a true survivor. I tip my hat to you. I was speechless at his intensity as it settled over me, unsure what to say. This close, I could see his skin pulsating and writhing, like a mask full of angry bees. He wasn't used to these kinds of emotions yet. That much was clear, and it was threatening to unmake his disguise. I suppose there weren't a lot of emotions involved when your life consisted of stomping around an endless wilderness or through the monochrome store on patrol for intruders. He seemed to be aware that he was lingering too close and turned a step back towards the door. He put a hand on his temple, his face doing that weird, jittery thing again, and he seemed to be having trouble keeping himself together. The dichotomy of this creature was truly terrifying. It was like watching a mental patient shift between personalities. And I hoped I hadn't escaped the beyond to die here to this wolf in sheep's clothing. So I suppose the question is, he asked, turning back to me, his slightly dopey smile back in place, what are you going to do with the information you have about the other place? There it was, the threat I'd been waiting for. Before you say anything, he said, reaching into his pocket and coming out with an envelope, I've been authorized to give you this. He tossed it onto the table as if it were nothing, and I was a little afraid to take it. Think of it as compensation for your time. It's more than you would have made in the 6 months you were outside. Probably more than you would have made in a year at that shitty little job, but it's our way of ensuring that you get back on your feet. We took into account that you probably got evicted from your place when the rent stopped getting paid, impound fees on your car, things like that. If you don't go wild, you could probably take a 2-year vacation on just what's in that envelope and be fine. I suppose, however, and the smile dribbled off his face with the same suddenness that it had appeared, that you might also consider it hush money. We know about your little internet story, but that cat is already out of the bag. Hell, tell them about this while you're at it. It's the internet, kid. No one believes this kind of thing. I would expect you not to try talking to anyone who might believe you, or I'll have to come back and have a very different talk with you and your friends. He looked at me as if he expected me to argue with him or try to be brave, but I was honestly terrified. I thought it would all end once we were out of the Dollar General beyond, but it sounded as if it might never truly be over. I can tell by your silence that we understand each other. I'm sure you'll never have to see me or my associates again. Have a good life. Try to forget what you saw over there. And just get back to normal. It's healthier that way. Oh, and we hope this won't affect your patronage of Dollar General in the future." He left then, but I could almost hear the smile that was spreading across his face. They cut us loose not long after that. Gail and Celine were waiting for me in the lobby, and after some paperwork and some fees changed hands, a very happy Buddy was brought out as well. I used my phone to call an Uber, and the four of us found a motel for the night that would accept animals. Once we were behind the door, Gail asked me if I had received a check too, and all three of us pulled out identical envelopes. My amount was a lot lower than Gail and Celine's, but it was still enough to live comfortably for a while. Gail and Celine had enough money to buy a house, a car, get IDs, and still retire comfortably. We're not sure what we're going to do, but tonight we're planning to get some shut-eye and figure it out tomorrow. Once again, thanks for sticking with me, and I'll have more updates soon. Until then, do yourself a favor. Stay out of the bathrooms and watch yourself around the Dollar General. You never know where one quick trip might take you.